Weirdos, and it's 7-Eleven. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but if you're standing in a 7-Eleven getting a hot dog, that would be pretty funny. Go for it, D. Tell people who's allowed to be here, including people at 7-Eleven.
What's going on, everybody? Either you're 7-Eleven or you're not. You have this choice for 21 and over, and if not, you have to leave.
That's
Back to
right.
you,
It's one of
Steve.
those. It's one of those things. Either you get it or you don't. I don't know. Either you're, I guess, into 7-Eleven hot dogs or you're not, or something. Um, Welcome, folks. Thanks very much for joining us. I'm popping out the chat here like your mom likes to pop out that
Uh-huh.
booty. We've already got the green light from Bud Kilowatt, so that's a good sign. Good to see you, Bud. Cheers to you. Make sure, folks, to hit the like button if you could. That is presumably helpful. I don't know. Maybe it is helpful. I don't know anymore. But it makes me feel better. Feel better, ladies and gentlemen. If I ever go back and check the streams and I check how many likes there are, and I'm like, oh, there's 15 likes. Oh, yay. So, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button. It's just for me, basically. If you can't stand the show, if you think it's horrible, if you think it's just absolute garbage, first of all, just stop everything and go do something else. Holy shit, you only live one life. Before you know it, you're going to be gone. And you spent how much time watching a show you hated? Give me a fucking break. Go do something else. Don't even bother hitting the like button. Seriously, don't hit the downvote button twice or any of that kind of stuff. Just don't even bother. Go watch something else. What are some ideas, D? Championship tennis. I know I was watching MLS today. If you guys have Apple TV or something, you could watch MLS. A lot of people
Camel
don't realize if you
racing.
have T-Mobile, you could watch MLS for free, so you can watch soccer for free. What were you saying, D?
Camel racing.
Camel racing. There you go.
I've watched camel
International
racing.
camel racing. Oh my God. Speaking of the Middle East,
Cricket.
I just heard that Cristiano Ronaldo just signed a contract in Saudi Arabia for $178 million a year. And that's just his base salary. He gets all these crazy benefits on top of that. But I'm like, 200 million a year for a soccer player in the desert. Okay, all right, that's fine. Nice to have oil money. Anyway,
Yeah.
folks, do join us. We're going to be here for a little bit of time, at least, hopefully a little while longer. D usually takes these shows over, so D's going to be basically the boss for at least a little bit. Sometimes he passes it off. Bud Kilowatt's in the chat right there. A lot of times he kind of rounds out the show. Depends on, honestly, if Bud is at a concert or something, so we don't know. I mean, he's in the chat, so maybe he's not at a concert, but we'll see how it goes,
Or
folks. Do hop on.
absolutely.
I'm going to post the link here in just a second. I've forgotten to mention that there are a couple of rules, folks. Oh, he says Fish is streaming and it's mindless music. Right on. So he may not hop on here. We'll see. But folks, if you do want to hop on here, do so
Your
right there.
mama.
The link is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that link. The password should autocomplete. It seems to autocomplete for most people. If it doesn't for some crazy reason because you're not logged in or something, I don't know, use the password 420 420. Just one number. It's not even a word. It's a number. 420420. It's always been the password for this show. Do hop on here,
Or
especially the Saturday show. We would love to hear from you. We would absolutely love to hear about your garden. We'd love to see your garden. We'd love to hear about the flavors you're working on. It's already really in the middle of, well, for some people, still planting season, but for a lot of people, it's really in the middle of summer season already for outdoors. Down south of the border, south of the equator, I guess you guys are doing something different. A lot of you folks are probably doing indoor grows, so we'd love to hear from you, of course, there as well, because many of us are primarily indoor growers, myself included. Oh, here comes Bud Kilowatt right there. But folks, we'd love to hear from your gardens. We'd love to hear about your gardens, rather. We'd love to hear about the different flavors you're working on. We'd love to hear the different seed varieties you've been popping lately. Hopefully, there's some of mine. We'd love to hear about different clones you're working on, whatever. You know what I mean? We'd love to hear about all that kind of stuff. This is really a show where we'd love to talk about the nitty gritty and the cool parts of growing. If you want to, how do I say this? Really share experiences you've had basically with a particular seed line or particular clones that you've worked with. You know, Bud Kilowatt here, speaking of which, is a big fan of Cheetah Piss, for example, although he's moved on to a couple other things. But if you've worked with Cheetah Piss or Cheetah Piss crosses, for example, gosh, we'd love to hear about that kind of stuff, you know? Different, whatever, you know, I don't have to tell you every single fucking cross that you may have worked with. But if you worked with an amazing camera or an amazing fucking Zemeldelica or something, you know, come on, tell us about it. Cheers, Bud. Good to see you, buddy. Uh,
right.
I'm thinking that I don't know, just going through the motions, or not going through the motions, going through my mind, trying to figure out where to go with, you know, my content, my time with my channels, all that kind of stuff, what to do with it. I'm trying to how do I say this? Trying to figure it out delicately because I don't want to throw a lot of my friends and co-hosts in many cases to the wayside. But I do realize in many cases I need to kind of make it a more professional, more professionally presented show. So part of it probably for maybe Tuesdays and Wednesdays is going to be a little bit different. But I also think I'm probably going to have to do a whole different channel. So we'll see. Maybe it's going to be one of those. I had like channel 3 and 4 for a little while. We might dust one of those off and basically start doing some recorded, edited content and so on. Anyway, still in the semi-early phases, although basically I'm about to pull the trigger. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for the Saturday show, we're going to keep it loosey-goosey, at least for a little bit here, because it's, of course, easy to hand off the show to the other guys and have them run things. Rules are simple. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't be an asshole. Don't show your asshole. It's really that simple. We don't want to see any of your asshole, whether it's your actual asshole or it's the soul that is an asshole that is your asshole soul. We don't want to see or hear any of that kind of stuff. Don't come on here to be a jerk off. Don't come on here to be a fuckface. We really have no interest in trolling. We're just gonna fucking ban you. Here comes the zombie again, apparently. All right. We have absolutely a zero tolerance policy for any fucking nonsense. There's all kinds of people who pop in these days, spouting off weird Nazi shit we've had lately, just all kinds of weird shit. Honestly, I don't know. Like if you actually even had this is interesting. We have an echo of D Zombie.
Oh,
If you have contrarian opinions, if you have different opinions, et cetera, you're welcome. You're welcome to come on here, but you need to really defend those opinions properly and politely. You know what I mean? You can't attack the co-host. You can't attack the co-panelists, I guess to say. You can't come on here to start a fight. We're not. It's not. We're not interested. You know what I mean? So, folks, if you want to come on here to start a discussion or have an interesting discussion, we'd love to hear from you. We don't just talk about gardening. It is primarily, honestly, a gardening related show, but we do love to talk about all kinds of other stuff as well. So, folks, do hop on here. We don't have too many people in the chat here, so we'll just play it by ear here for a little bit. What's going on? I guess first is D. Well, we got one of the D's. Pick one. Go for it, D.
hey, what's going on, everybody? Oh, how's my audio sound? It should be sound better now.
It
Yeah,
does.
I think it sounds maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm on an iPad now,
All right, on.
so
Good.
hope everyone's having a great night. I'm smoking on a couple of different things. I'm smoking on Cindy 99, and I also got Dairy Queen, and I
Oh,
got
I
some
should have
hash,
something
and I got
too.
some Pink Kush. Cheers, everybody.
Pink Kush. That's one I've like wanted to grow for a long time. Bud's talked about that. Speaking of Bud, you've talked about Pink Kush a number of times. What's going on,
No,
Bud?
just Kush. I've never grown pink Kush,
Oh
but I've
no.
heard about it.
Right on.
I just last night I put my I got biker Kush going.
Hmm.
Like that's an
That's a
older
nice one.
straight one. Well, I just put them in Hugos, so they were rooted clones. I took snips from my buddy, and they rooted real quick and
Hmm.
got
Oh,
them
that's
going. I
good
got
news because
like
Biker Kush is
actually
one of those that doesn't like clone very well.
I've cycled through almost everything on cheetah piss. Yeah, and then last night I called like 16 of the Pancake Wilson. It's killer weed. It yields good. And as much as like some of my people are like always asking, what about sativas? And yeah, when you actually have it, nah. So I have 6 new varieties that I took snips from my buddy. Uh, some of them I'm chasing like a little more yield. The market's getting a little soft right now. So for me to be more flexible with the number, it'd be with some of the ones that are like 20% more yield. Lemon
Hmm.
cherry gelato. But
Hmm.
that shit comes out good. Like there's a reason it's been around a long ass time.
Hmm.
And a lot of it, a lot of the the cartel, the Asian cartel grew like shitloads of that shit for years, but it was crap. Like the way they grew it was crap. Like you grow it good, it's pretty good. It is good. Like I realized some strains that stick around for 5, 6 years consistently. There's a reason.
Oh yeah.
production wise. I mean, I wish it was years ago where you weren't like confined by all these parameters that you can't ignore. You can't if you want to stay in the green or profitable or even just pay your bills. Yeah, you have to abide in certain parameters,
Hmm.
which normally I just ignored all that shit. But like as the wheel went around, like that wasn't the reason I lost my other place going on a year and a half ago. The landlord got foreclosed on. But then after a year of just doing the work here, I like end up taking it over, like I told you guys. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, all the things that I disagreed with my partners about over the time, like what to grow, yeah, and then it was in my hands. Oh,
Hmm.
I understood it differently.
Yeah.
Well, one, no, not really. I think a lot of it is even my main customer. I noticed like whatever I have new, they gravitate to.
Hmm.
And yeah, the I get the reason why we grew the same strains here for like 3, 4 years in a row. But that's not good. That's not how the business works today. Like that's not how big delivery services, which is like the ultimate end customer of my product, they want a rotating menu, even if it is like something that was good and was on their menu and people liked it. The average delivery person's like, yeah, what do you got new?
Hmm.
What's high? Like that. That's just the way the the market is today. People are different. They don't want to just. There's
You know
so
what?
many
We actually see
varieties.
that right on this show, don't we? D, you're always talking about different and new strains that you're getting delivered up in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Up in Goose Country.
Oh,
It's a little bit different situation because you can get it legally delivered, like in the mail and all that kind of stuff. It's federally legal. But it's intriguing to see that you don't, Bud mentioned Biker Kush. People used to always smoke, like they'd be just religious about Biker Kush, right? LSOG, people sometimes used to call it, right? But what am I trying to say? Uh, I never hear you talk about the same strain more than once, really. Like only if you get maybe like an ounce of it or something. Maybe you talk about it for a
Well,
couple, 3 shows. But most of the time, like he'll talk about that pink kush this show, last couple shows maybe, because I think he got about an ounce of it. But by next week, I bet you anything he's going to be on to something else. For all I know,
and
he'll be
even
on
the
to
the
fucking
the the
pancakes or
the
something.
place he gets it from, they're probably smart enough to go, oh yeah, they like that pink Kush. All right, well we'll, we'll have a batch out right now, and then we'll
Hmm.
take it and bring it back. Rather than like if something just stays on the menu is like this everyday thing. Yeah, and that's oh yeah. Then the mark that's great for people who consume cannabis. It's like I consumed cannabis since I was a teenager for a lot of years. You had no choice of what you were going to consume, whatever
Hmm.
weed was. And then that was okay. I got some weed, right? And oh, then things broadened out over the decades. But now you're at a place where, geez, man, like I look at some of these menus and man, they got a lot of different like whatever you're thinking, and a lot of it, some people gravitate to names or favorite uh tastes that they like or fruits they like or candies or so many directions. Like, why wouldn't you just keep trying all the different stuff? And that's sort of been my way of growing, me personally. Yeah, I'm always like trying. A lot of that time and effort is fruitile or whatever. Like,
Brutal, that's a good word.
yeah. But you try a lot of things. Like, I couldn't imagine. Well, I mean, from like the late '90s till maybe like 2006 or seven, almost not 10 years, but me and my wife grew two strains. Like we built our whole thing off of these two strains we grew, Diamond and Garlic. And the world was a different place. Well, there were some things that came around, started to in the 2000s, but like that, I just remember those were the two weeds we had, and that's what we smoked for like years. We were happy with it. It was killer weed. Now I look back, that's like, 20 some years ago now. Yeah, like we're not in that world anymore. Definitely not. You can complain about whatever aspect of the cannabis legalization, market, and whatnot. But oh, as far as like having a lot of varieties that everybody can have access to, that's definitely happened. I mean, even as a teenager or kid, yeah, you smoke Colombian or Mexican. It was what weed was around. You were lucky to even have that. Like we weren't that picky. Now, yeah, pick your poison or pick your flake. Like you just like if you a younger person just got into this, yeah, you might have like never bought the same bag twice or the same
Hmm.
kind twice and buy weed all the time. It took me like years and years to develop like a palette of all these the basic strains back then. Now it's like, and a lot of them are really, most of them are fucking killer. I think that
Did you?
the parameters of the system is limiting the direction. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, whether, well, that's what's good about this homegrown community and people doing their own little breeding and stuff because they're the only people outside of, but like a lot of breeders, they're hoping to get a strain that's licensed and grown it commercially, right? Yeah, those
Yeah,
guys aren't,
presumably. I think probably more for
they're,
money than anything. I mean, although
yeah,
actually it is nice to hear Flora. He's got a number of strains actually, both in California and Washington, I think, in the legal market, in the metric system in California, for example. Anyway, it's fun to talk about it. You know, he can literally go to a dispensary, a couple different dispensaries, and go pick up strains of stuff that he bred, that different farms that may not even know him because they've passed clones and stuff. They may not even know him, and they grow his stuff legitimately and pick it over other stuff. You know what I mean? And then he'll go in, he'll pick up like he usually smokes concentrates. So he'll go and he'll show off the concentrates from his what gas
well,
station Bob called a
e-
Zaza. He showed off one time.
even when I
That's really
grabbed
chill,
all
you know?
these snips of these different varieties, I didn't bother asking,
Yes.
oh, are these like 60 dares? Because they are. Like, that's just like standard, right? They're all like, I think that's
Are you sorry? Are you
okay.
asking me, or are you just saying?
No, I'm saying like putting it out there. Like, like that's I think the bottleneck the most is that, and I get it. Like I even a couple strains have gone through my hands. More of the GMOs were more 70, 75 days. It doesn't fit the bottle. Like you can't justify the math, right?
Well, it
Like,
requires a little bit more selection, and they've done it honestly with the GMO, like the triple burger, for example. I mean, arguably the cut that I had of the triple burger is not garlicky enough, not kind of oniony, whatever the fuck you want to say, not funky enough. But people have nailed down like that triple burger is basically a GMO BX from what I always forget the guy's names. Smash would know.
but is that really a
Uh,
60 day or more like a
yeah, and it's like a
75
60 dayer.
days?
It literally is.
Yeah,
Maybe even a little bit less than 60 days, and it
yeah.
legit
Well,
finishes
that
quite
seems to
well.
be the trend
Um,
now.
yeah,
Is even
100%.
less than
And so I
60
guess that's
days.
what I was going to say. Like basically it's a little bit not 100% this because there's a little bit of I think some of the terps and experience that is locked into the super long growing weeds. But basically, long story short, for example, TO and so forth, you can very easily select a cross. You'll have to basically cross it most likely, but you can very easily select a cross that finishes in 60 days instead of 90. You know, who has the time for 90 days? I don't know anybody that has the time for 90 days.
No, no.
60
And
days is reasonable,
mathematically,
you know what I mean? Or even
yeah. And even when
65,
you get
70
to
you could
like
pull off, right? Pardon?
75, I mean, that's 2 weeks just on indoor power and labor, all that. 2 weeks would mean it's the price
Two
of
weeks in Oregon
history.
means it pushes you into the rain. You know, like almost
All that,
exclusively you get rain basically late October,
right?
early
And
November.
in indoor, you get into like through. It doesn't take long before you realize it's not about each cycle. It's about how many cycles you legitimately can get in a year.
Hmm.
And there's not much play there. But like
Well,
the
there's more than one
difference,
way to look at it. Like for example, a good example, you're an indoor grower, and I was just thinking about outdoor growing, something like TO that takes 90 days to grow in Oregon, fuck all the way off. Like you'd have to have a
yeah,
perfect fall for it to finish properly, or you'd have to build a cover, et cetera, or have it in a pot that you can move. You couldn't have it in the ground basically with the bare rain because it's just going to rot out half of it, you know? But if you can
yeah.
finish it in basically late September, mid October, you might be all right. You know what I mean? There's
And I
plenty of
think
Oregon winters that don't
that
have any rain until then.
overall, like the majority of what do you call it, hype strains or strains that are in the zeitgeist or whatever. Yeah, they're like we're at the 60-day thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much are we like really limiting the varieties, the even the terps that could be
Indirectly,
come on.
tremendously, but I think
Yeah,
long term, if we had better, more consistent breeding across the board, which we will, I mean, it is coming, you'll find basically really good stuff from every single possible profile in 60 days or less. You know, like it's only a matter of time before someone takes super long haze and selects it down basically to something super
yeah,
short
but
finishing.
is that really the pheno that had the
Oh, if you had
you
enough,
know?
like if you had enough, that's the wonderful thing about breeding. Like you really find, you can see the same thing with puppies. You know, if you've ever seen a litter of puppies, if you get basically a black lab and a chocolate lab that mix together, you'll have some dogs that are black, some dogs that are brown, some dogs that are black and brown, on and on and on. And if the father is super long-legged and the mother is super short-legged, you'll have some puppies that are long-legged and some that are short and some that are in the middle. You know what I mean? You'll get all
You
kinds of
know
different
that
phenotypes.
Chihuahuas aren't that
And
way.
well, because it's an old breed, actually. It's a very, very old breed that's pretty
Like
stable. Yeah, it's a very, very, very
we
stable
used
breed.
to
People
like
are
own
surprised by it.
long-haired Chihuahuas, and you think, oh, long-haired Chihuahua bred into long-haired Chihuahua creates long-haired Chihuahua. No, that's not at all what happens. Like two
That's funny as
Chihuahuas
hell.
of any mix can make short hair, long hair, even the mini ones. Like it's all just kind of a random thing.
That's pretty funny as hell. It's a
You
very,
don't.
very old breed. They say, and like, well, there's like pictures of Chihuahua-looking dogs, basically from a couple thousand years ago. So the breed is at least 1,000 years old, if not a couple or 3,000 years old, because there's evidence it may be quite a bit
And they
older.
had to select for centuries to
Yeah.
get this dog
Because
smaller and
remember, it comes from a
smaller.
fucking wolf. That's the most amazing thing.
Yeah,
It comes from a goddamn wolf. Surprisingly, I was just out of curiosity, I was Googling the other day and I was like, oh, species or dog breeds closely related to wolves. And one of the closest was actually the Shar. So if anybody's ever seen a fucking lapdog Shar, they're actually one of the very closest dogs to fucking wolves, which is just comical as hell to me. By the way, dogs are relatives of a now extinct wolf species, which a lot of people get wrong. A lot of people assume that they're related to the wolves of today. Anyway, I
that's
guess I
kind
was
of
talking
sad.
about seeds, and I was just going to say, like, if you had 10 or 100,000 seeds, I mean, partly again, like the Chihuahuas, it depends a little bit on the stability of the line and so on. But depending on the seed line, if you have enough seeds and if you have enough people to help you select through it, you can find basically anything you want. And so if you wanted to have a super short flowering haze, pop 10,000 seeds, find the shortest flowering ones, cross the males and the females together. You might have to do a couple generations because it might not, as you said, it might not stick, first of all. But second of all, you might not find something quite short enough because out of 10,000 seeds of a 9 month fucking cross or whatever, you know what I mean? What am I trying to say? You might only find 75-day finishers or something, right? But then if you cross those 75-day finishers together, you're going to select and you're going to find some 60-day finishers and so on and so forth. So the maximum, probably three, maximum four generations, you're going to be able to find a super short flowering haze if that was the goal, you know? I mean,
Well,
arguably there are
like
already short
I've
flowering
been like
hazes, but go ahead.
running this strain. I don't know how many cycles, but long enough. Mule fuel. It's not a GMO. It's from Thug Pug. It's his. I don't know. He has like a certain male that he breds into things. I don't remember the genetics. Uh, People love it. It really does yield good. It has a slower veg, doesn't stretch. So there's those little issues, but yeah, I've continually taken it down in like 60 some days because that's when the whole rest of the room comes down. And there's no way I'm leaving like, oh, well, I'm going to leave that one, two trays over in the back section still up for 10 more days, 2 weeks. I'm the only one that keeps saying, yeah, I'd really like to smoke this weed like 75 days. Because it's good at 60 some days, but you can tell, oh, there's the finish that could happen. And it would
Yeah.
be like
Oh, a
dynamite.
surprising amount of
And
plants fatten up in the last week, week and a half, 2 weeks. It's really something
what
else.
happens,
Or they
right?
throw a lot of trikes on. Some
Now,
strains don't do fuck in the last couple of weeks, but some strains are really, it
now,
makes a difference.
oh, I could like section, I could go through some changes if I really wanted to do that. But like, isn't it pay the same price they pay? Like, no one complaining.
Huh,
No, they're not like not taking it, going, yeah, that's not quite done. Oh, it's done enough.
yeah,
It's weird. Strains like have like a window of being done.
sure.
But
Plus, I
like,
think a lot of the
yeah,
customers, even the fairly heavy heads, like you were talking about, they're used to kind of whatever they get. And, if they get it from a legit supplier, they're probably not going to complain too much. Like, I don't know how to express
but
it.
like
And
I've been a grower long enough to know, like, yeah, that strain really needs 2 weeks. And I've
uh,
given it a couple extra days, but no, I can't give it 2 weeks.
uh,
Unless I like did a whole room,
right.
like that would be one whole different project thing that would be weird. And oh, that would throw the whole site. That would then make either problems in the wheel of perpetual, right? And like, yep, you're bound by those things. Like you're just bound by them. Like where you have a couple. Well, at my old place, I had a room with 8 trays in it, but I set 1 or 2 trays at a time. Like the whole room was in perpetual. So then, like, I wasn't bound. Like when you take down a whole room and need to clean it, reset it, and scrub everything, and do all those things you got to do in between runs. Yeah, you can't go and say, well, these ones are done here in 60 days. Let's leave this part of the room. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. Like the yeah, you'd probably end up having more perpetual. You wouldn't have the room shut down for a day or two to clean it, which is
And
important.
it would be so much easier. We were talking about you used to have an outdoor. It would be so much easier if you had it. Like for example, if you went and I don't know rented one of your friends' hillsides or something, you could justify growing some of those sativas. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't
Yeah.
really be under the electrical bill
Well,
pressure.
even
You know,
yesterday, I culled like 20 plants. It would have been, and yeah, even my friends that used to take a few plants and put them outside, that was like, okay, they got some partial weed for themselves out of that. The weed is so accessible and so cheap. They don't need, like, they're over even having to take care of plants for a couple
hmm.
months. Myself, yeah, like I had a prop 17 acres I could do a lot on, but like if I could like search out like some kind of arrangement, but like outdoor weed doesn't have like oh, even if it's really good, eh,
It
the
doesn't move, huh?
values,
Huh.
yeah, it's just like a whole other market. I mean,
That's a
unless
shame.
you want to like grow it so good that you can like claim it's not.
What about
But
for
like once
washing?
you
Would
say
that make
once,
make a difference?
yeah, that could make a difference. But then that's like a whole like I I don't none of I have like I'm 63 and most of half the people I deal with are even older than me or around my same age.
And they don't dab.
Yeah, yeah, they all
Huh.
dab, they tried it, they think it's
But
great.
they're not that into it. I gotcha.
They're
Huh.
just they're weed smokers and
Huh.
like I don't know where like yeah, I do know where to find that that customer base and it's
What
at these
about
events and
I guess we're just kind of goofing off spitballing, but what about like a hillside of something super old school hashy that you could turn into like legit hashish? How like would your old
yeah,
school heads enjoy that?
I mean, yeah, it could be, but like there's only so much work like as I get older. Yeah, just to manage keep stuff on the workload
Yeah,
I
that's
have,
that's reality, yeah.
and like I don't fool myself that anything's going to be come out good or worthy without the work. There's
Right.
no like, yeah, just throw some seeds out there and come back in a few months and you're doing good. No, it takes work
Hmm.
and outdoor work. Okay, that's more of a seasonal thing, and I get that when you're grinding away indoor, you're so locked into that. I mean, that's what I mean. Oh, many years ago, so long ago, I can't remember. I used to have like three, four, five people that were almost really like full-time employees,
Huh.
4 or 5 days a week. Um, and was able to met like that's when I had multiple places and
Right.
um, cartridge business, all these things. But it took like what is it? It took a village. You know what I
Huh.
mean? And even that like was the hardest thing to manage. Like next thing you know, you're managing people and
We always
longevity
say
of
these days one of the
people, and
hardest things to do is really just to manage people, to hire and fire, to teach them the right
yeah,
skills, et cetera, et
and
cetera.
pay them right, and
Mm.
have all that. That's like
Retention, all of it. Yeah.
so. Like in some ways, okay, I don't mind. I've never minded doing the work. Like last night, I did like 190 of of potted clones, but I had to prep the Rockwell cubes and flush them out and put them in there, and it didn't take but a couple hours. But I remember at the beginning going, God, I'm getting too old for this. A lot of it is like being bent over.
Hmm.
Like I make myself like
Well,
use
that's
buckets.
something to think about, actually. Yeah, a lot of us growers don't really make account for that, right? What about building benches that would lift them up a little bit?
Yeah, but I remember when I was younger, none of that shit phased me at all. I
No, I
could
know.
work
Yeah, 100%.
and then as you start getting older, yep, you just have to face the facts
Yeah.
of, okay, this is life getting older. You're now in your, like, oh, I was pretty lucky health wise. So in my 50s, I still was like, had spurts. But oh, now I've resigned and I'm like 63. Like, even if it's like, oh, let's get on this ladder and be in this precarious situation. Nah, no, I don't take
Not
risks
worth
like
the
that
risk. Yeah.
because like I know, like, oh, a simple little fall when you're older, next thing you know, it's a
Dude, a simple fall when you're younger can be fucking terrible. Cat
yeah,
before
but a
20 is
lot of
always talking
times
about
you're
that.
able to get medical and get treatment and physical therapy and yeah,
Yeah, but that shit takes
in
months. Yeah.
months. When you're older, oh well, now you're just limping.
No, in the movies, one of the worst things is in the movies, they teach you that all kinds of different, like they teach you that gunshot wounds are far less dramatic than they are, and they teach you that everything else is somehow, well, I guess also the same thing, less dramatic. Like basically, they punch you in the face. That can be a life-changing concussion, basically. That can really cause severe trauma to your head. But they teach you that, oh yeah, you can totally just knock someone out for a second. They'll be knocked out for 5 minutes, and then they'll get up and they'll be fine. They won't have
Well,
a headache
my
or any kind of fucking lasting trauma, nothing. Same thing. You can fall off a ladder. They could push you off a building. How many times does the hero fall off a building? I don't even know. Fucking Terminator or whatever. The robot shoves them off the goddamn building and they fall 2 stories, but then they get back up because they just pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. Meanwhile,
like
your fucking pelvis broke, your fucking spine broke, on and
yeah,
on and
and
on. You know
here's
what I mean?
something else I've noticed. Like, okay, going on almost 2 years ago when I had my hernia, so I was put under anesthesia, and hey, I like getting buzzed and shit. For the next couple of days, yeah, it took a couple of days for the effects of being put under really rough. In the last month, I helped Gary. I drove him to he had like whatever polyps removed or something. So he was put under. And then my other friend Fabio had a stent heart thing, and he was kept in the hospital for 2 days. And the operation he was put under. Both of them, like, yeah, made me realize looking at the effects that, and then it took days, like anesthesia and being put under. Oh, that's a traumatic thing. Like it's like I don't think you just pop out of it the same every time.
Yeah,
It really does a number to you.
yeah.
As you get older, more like that to me. I'm scared of that, right? Because I realize, oh, we take that for granted, but that's really the most precarious science of like an operation. The cocktail the
Mm.
anesthesiologist hooks up to keep you under
Yeah, I
during
agree.
with propofol, and I don't even know all the names, but a lot of the things that are the problem on the streets,
I wonder
oh,
what these
they
zombies we're
use it
gonna
in
have.
that. They use it in combination with a whole bunch of other things. Oh yeah, that's when they really use fentanyl and this and that and the other. But an anesthesiologist, yeah, that's an important guy. Like a lot of times you just meet with them and you just go, oh yeah, everything's fine. and you sign the release because they do warn you. But yeah, that you can die that just from that.
Yeah.
Like that's not a given that you're just gonna be put under and brought back up.
Isn't that how Kanye West's mom died?
Yeah, people have died,
I think so. It was a
and
really
even
simple, it was
like,
a simple cosmetic procedure. It was a really sad, stupid story, honestly. I guess he convinced her to do the procedure. It was a tummy tuck or something, and she did it. Anyway, the doctors, I don't even think fucked up, but she died on the operating table.
well, I
It
realize a
happens from
lot of
time to time.
times, like as I've gotten a little more into having medical and going to doctors, you think like, oh yeah, you're having a surgery, you go to a hospital. No, some of these like are like mini mall places. Oh, they have all the equipment, but it's not really a hospital. But they can still like practice all that stuff in like a building that I'm like, wow, they're like doing full surgeries here. You know what I mean? But oh
Oh,
yeah,
things have changed too. I know what you mean. The cost cutting has made people super fucking
and
weird,
and
but
and both of them, like Fabio's thing was, oh yeah, he had 2 days in the hospital for this heart thing. Yeah, maybe that he needed 4 or 5 days, right? Uh, Gary, it was dude. They had him out, but they said it could take a couple hours. Uh, to, they, I was called back to pick him up like less than an hour, but like he was like delirious when they wheeled him out. You know what I mean?
mm.
Like, wait, you gonna like maybe let him recover a little bit here first? No, nope, they're just moving him out. Like, like in when you were young, when I was younger. Oh no, when you were like put under in the hospital, most likely that was one whole night in the hospital.
Mm.
No, that's not how it is today.
No, my grandma, when she got her knee surgery, she was in the hospital, literally in the hospital for I think 5 or 6 weeks or something. These days they get you out the same day, right? They
Yeah,
literally
that
you're and
that's
like
the scary part.
you're walking on that new knee or the new even the new hip. I remember when Charlie's Farm was on here, he was like, "Yeah, you got a new hip." I think he got a new hip, and they literally had him walking on the fucking thing the same day, which is something
Now it
else.
is amazing that the level that they create, they've gotten it to. But yeah, like I once because that's why I like custard. I had my tonsils out when I was a kid. I think it was only spend one night in the hospital, but all you could have during the time, and they could bring you as much as you wanted, uh, was Jello and custard, and it wasn't flan. It was just egg custard. To this day, I fucking love egg custard.
No
Like
The ones
problem.
with the
it's not
flaky
that
bottom crust
popular.
or no?
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
those. I gave them at Trader Joe's these little tins that are called Portuguese custards,
Oh, I've seen
and
those.
it's
Yeah.
they're tasty and flaky and all that. Okay, flan is everywhere. There's a couple kinds of flans. There's flan's basically a custard, but it's a little different. Yeah, it's rare. You can find all kinds of chocolate pudding and this flavored pudding. Yeah, custard. No, it's not like, oh, go to the grocery store. Now you can make your own custard. It's not
You know
that
who
hard.
makes amazing egg custards is Chinese bakeries. You ever been to Chinese
Yeah,
Oh,
bakeries? Yeah.
yeah.
Or Vietnamese bakeries. I guess it would be
they
a
think
tie
I
between the
reckon.
two. Yeah. The Vietnamese probably have a little bit flakier crust, arguably maybe a little bit better crust, but I would say that the custardiness that you want basically is better in the Chinese ones. So if have you ever tried Chinese custard, Bud?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
right
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Like anything custard, I'm
Those are
sign
solid.
me up.
Those are one of my other favorites at Chinese bakeries are the sesame balls. Oh, I can't get enough of the sesame balls.
Yeah.
Your mom likes the balls too. But oh, there's like
Yeah.
they're gooey. They're super bad for you. I'm sure they're probably fucking 600 or 700 calories each. You know what I mean? But they're like this spongy
Mm.
ball of
Mm.
sesame dough, basically, that they deep fry essentially, and then they dip in
Well, I don't like
sesame.
that. I mean, I don't know. I don't really deal with a weight issue or any of that. But I've always tried to accepted substances. I've broken that rule, but moderation is like key,
Mm,
right? Yeah, you can have all the great shit there is, but it's not like you can eat it every day, all day. That's
hmm
when like anything becomes more of a deterrent on health.
We're
But
also
like,
lucky.
yeah, having a set.
Most of us on the show. I don't remember the last time we had a woman on on the panel, but most men actually are quite better off with their metabolism than women are. Holy shit, women can look at a cupcake wrong, and they end up gaining, 2 or 3 pounds. So it's kind of a shame that people, especially when they hit menopause and stuff, they
Yeah,
have all kinds of fucking problems. Yeah,
I got a question for
yeah,
Bud. Did you say your friend's name was Fabio?
yeah, wasn't that great?
yeah,
I heard that
yeah.
It
too.
would
Yeah,
Fabio,
be.
he's like a Brazilian.
a
He
great
came
name,
here as a teenager,
Is
and
huh?
then
that him
somehow
there?
learned
That's
like
probably
from
him. Yeah.
Brazil. He's from Brazil,
No, but I
and
wouldn't be surprised.
he's like in his 70s
That'd be
now.
funny as hell.
He's retired now, but like, oh, he's won the Breeders' Cup. He's run horses in Kentucky Derby and all
Fabio.
the
Huh?
like. He's a
Fabio.
Fascinating.
horse breeder, racehorse thing his whole career for like
Hmm.
50, 60 years. So
Crazy.
he always has stories. And he's like a Brazilian, like, what would you call it? He's a womanizer, to say the
Hmm.
least, right?
Hmm.
But like, oh yeah, he's successful. He's Fabio.
That's good.
Fabio.
And yeah, I met him. He was married to Janie Noor, who was a famous horse breeder. Uh, my brother was their chef, and his job at that time, he beyond the salary at the Rancho Santa Fe estates that they had at the time, Fabio and Janie, and then there's Cheka, Vina, the daughters, right? My brother's job was basically okay. Janie's North's claim to fame is she won the Breeders' Cup with this horse called Desert Stormer that was vegan like 20, 30 years ago and literally ate like vegan or like organic carrots, organic grain. And the people in the horse racing laughed her out of like, because most of horse racing is about drugs and souped up grains and foods and shit. Not, but okay, that was her thing. My brother's job was to bring, and they were different schools because of the grades, the nutrition snack, and then lunch, fresh, like meaning go back to the Rancho Santa Fe estate, make them their breakfast snack, all vegan, organic, and then deliver it to the school right at that time, and then go home, go back, and then do lunch because they were rich kids competing with the other rich kids that had their own chef to do the same thing. Okay, now they're adults now. Tina, she married some uh, real estate developer guy that inherited his dad's business or whatever. He has his own like jet. They just fly places for the weekend and shit. They have like this super estate, and then a Cheka. She married a guy, and they opened up some restaurant in Dallas that became like super trendy for all these years, super expensive and trendy. And Janie, she went nuts, she crazy, lost all the money. Like she had $100 million. And if it wasn't for the trust that they set up for their kids, she would be like on the street. It's like kind of a sad story. She probably has Alzheimer's or something like that, but it's gone down a different road of treatment. And yeah, they're the products of the horse racing. Even, like not to bring this up, but like, you know, I get notifications on mainly Reddit of like where ice is every day. Like ice is in the Oceanside Harbor. Oceanside Harbor is like a boating thing. It's not even that big, right? Um, they were at the fairgrounds. Okay, Del Mar Fair runs through July 4th, and then that ends, and horse racing meet, the first of the year, starts at Del Mar. 3, 4, I think it's 4 or 5 weeks of horse racing. Probably, I was hanging out with him the other day. We had lunch. He's telling me, yeah, if there's threats of ice coming down to the fairgrounds during the horse track, the grooms, like all the people who take care of the horses and all that, Yeah, they're not going to come. They're like family to the rich people that employ them and house them, and it's not like a light relationship. That they'll understand because I actually think dude doesn't have enough balls to send ice. Oh, the fairgrounds, that's one crowd. But you go and try to round up the horse grooms of the rich people, oh, that's going to create a problem. He ain't going to do that, right? And like Fabio said, yeah, the grooms will just not. They'll just tell their boss, "I'm afraid I don't want to go to work. I'm not going down to the fairgrounds. I'm not going to, you know, get arrested." But like this shit's going on a day-to-day basis. Like I live in a Latino community, dude, Southern California. Uh, the vibe for the last month overall, it's like no one really talks about it in line at the grocery store, but oh, you can sense it, you can feel it. It's crazy. Like there's all these, they just go from one place to another, and that's not like these aren't the criminals and the bad people they're rounding up. They're just people doing work. It's like I can't believe that our country's come to that. We're just like grabbing people. The worst part is I've seen these Instagrams where it's fake. They're like they're like the people that went to January 6th types. They're not law enforcement. They're not ICE. They're none of that. But they wear all the garb, and then they go out there and
Yeah.
do these like uh raids or like bust people out of their car. Like, oh,
Hmm.
that guy looks like he's an immigrant. Let's get him. Like,
Hmm.
what do you call it? Vigilante shit, right? And then they did a couple close-ups and like prove this isn't a real officer. This is a crime. Like, it's not like they're trying to steal anything from them. They're just trying to exert whatever that fucking hatred on them. And when you see some of those go down, oh, they're beating the people up when they get them out of the car or whatever they're doing. Uh, yeah, I can't believe this is like going. It's been a month and a half or whatever, and it's just day to day life around here. Like it's something's wrong. Like, oh, there's a lot of things that we on different sides, but yeah, you're, you're, that's not the place that that's 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 no good.
No, there was a
Because
crazy ruling yesterday, I guess, from the Supreme Court. They invalidated 500,000 what is it, the Dreamers? Now I don't remember actually, but anyway, 500,000 legal immigrants are now potentially illegal. So, yeah, whatever.
yeah, well, I mean, I have a friend. I mean, well, Diana, that's Mace's wife. Been grew up here since she was like a little girl. Has been Mace's girlfriend since she was in junior high. They're married. They have three kids. They own two properties. She's 30 some years old. Years ago when it first started. I mean, we're talking 20, 25, 30 years ago when Dreamers started. She signed up for Dreamers, right? She came, brought here on no thing of her own. All this. Part of the thing in the Dreamers, when you signed up for that, you couldn't just then later in your life, as you're married and have three kids and own
Mm.
properties, apply for the
Yeah,
regular.
they made you pick one or the other, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're locked into that, and that you can't like go, oh hey, look, the Dreamer thing ain't going nowhere. I want out. No, so you're like stuck. And that thing has been like this carrot that they've waved in front of those particular people
Hmm.
from like those decades that yeah, the fact that and like sometimes she'll make posts like she's like, oh no, sometimes she's afraid to go certain places because of this shit going on, right? Like she always goes to the not what's that art, Japanese art, Anami or something. There's like big convention at the
Oh,
LA
anime.
Convention Center, anime, right? She goes every year. She gets in line. She
Okay.
knows like what posters to get signed by. That's her hobby. And then she posted like a week ago. Yeah, do you think it's gonna be safe at the convention? Like, I don't know. Should I like not go this year? But that's
What
the
a
world we're
question,
living
right?
in,
Yeah.
right? And
Take your
like
Pokemon protection guide.
you
You'll be
think,
fine.
okay, well, what does it take to like prove you're like whatever? Okay, you signed up for Dreamer, you married an American, you've had three kids, you're a taxpayer.
Well, and
You're
that's the
you're
thing. They are clearly I guess the expression is shooting first and ask questions later, but basically that's what they're doing. They're rounding people up and then figuring everything out later. For example, that legal Canadian immigrant, they rounded him up basically. And the reason, supposedly, why they rounded him up is because he spent a year in jail. And no, he didn't even spend the year in jail. He spent like 25 days in jail, but he was sentenced to a year. He was let out on good behavior, basically, good behavior credit. So he served his fucking time. But evidently, because of that, they decided to fucking round him up, and he mysteriously died in jail. And now we don't know why he died. Now
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he fucking had a heart attack. But even then, he probably had a heart attack because of the stress of being rounded up in jail. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have probably been dead if he hadn't been in the fucking jail. So they're basically rounding people up, even that deserve to be here. You know, like even if they say, "Oh, these people don't deserve to be here," I guess that deserve is
Well,
a stupid way to
some
say
of
it.
the
But I
things
guess if
I
they're
read
saying it that way, if they deserve to be here, there are plenty of people that they're still rounding up. That was badly
is
stated.
there's
Didn't know
the
what to say.
tactic of like, okay, so now your loved one
It's
got picked
basically
up,
terrorism, is what it is. Yeah. And like you
and
said, a
so
lot of people, for example, a lot of questionably legal or partially legal or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And there's a lot of people like that in California. You'd be surprised. A lot of people who have old family in California, that's the kind of perverse thing about it. You know what I mean? A lot of them, their families have been there for a long time. It's just for one reason or another. Maybe their parents stayed in
a lot of them,
Mexico, da, 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 da. There's all these different things.
it's like it's a family, it's a family group. Yeah, the old uncle, he's still illegal. Most of them all
Mm,
did what they did, right? And are like American, but they're in the unit of the family. There's always a couple that
mm,
are like never took care of it. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Even though they've lived here their whole
And
life.
so now those folks basically have to avoid, they're going to have to think about it. They're going to say, okay, is ICE going to target conventions? Why wouldn't they? You
Well,
know, if they're trying
Supermarkets.
to go for maximum impact, they're going to go where the cameras are and where the newspapers will be, and they're going to go where the drama will be, basically. And it seems to be that's what they've been doing, you know? They've been going to a
well,
lot of really loud
and
places.
statistically, like immigrants across the board aren't just Latinos. The overstate rate from all these countries are
Oh, yeah.
massive,
Yeah.
right? So, like, oh, are you targeting all or just this, right? And it seems like
Never mind that if
that.
you actually wanted, this is how I've always known, since I was a little kid, I've always known that all of the fucking I guess they say Sturm und Drang and in fucking English, but all the bullshit, all the hullabaloo about immigrants was always horseshit because if you wanted to actually stop immigration, you would go after the people that employ the immigrants. And
Yeah.
since they don't do that, you can tell that it's basically swatting at flies, essentially. They're essentially trying to make a lot of noise out of nothing. Because like
and
I
for
say, if you
years,
wanted to get rid of, let me finish my thought, bud. If you wanted to get rid of farm workers, for example, illegals in farm working, you would go after the farmers that hire the illegals. Every single farmer in this country has probably 10 or 15 illegals or semi-legals on their fucking farm. This is a real thing that happens in the Willamette Valley. There's what am I trying to say? Crews that go basically from farm to farm to farm. Sometimes they work on several farms in a day. Sometimes they just work on a farm for a couple of weeks until it's harvested, and then they go to the next one. Anyway, long story short, every single fucking farmer employs these people, and they, in many cases, look the other way. In some cases, they're really upfront about everything, and then the people just use faked
and
Social
we're way
Security.
past the
But long story short, the government never goes after those people because they would be Republican voters in many cases. And so they
okay,
leave those people alone, but they fucking swat the little people that don't have any
okay. The days
Now,
of
if
like
power.
wait a
immigrant
second,
workers,
if you're in
like on
Thailand,
Friday, the
Oh, yes, I
boss
kept.
doling out cash. That's not really how it works. No, they get paychecks like everyone else. And every job in
Sometimes they get
America,
paid cash, but yeah.
no, but like some of the bigger companies,
Mm.
and like when you get a job, I'm not in the employment world, but yeah, you sign a thing. The employer has like a obligation to confirm the social and all this, right?
And that's why so
Like
many of them, that was what Elmo was talking about. Oh, there's all this Social Security fraud, da 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 da. Turns out it was basically a lot of people using the same social, essentially the same fake
yeah,
duped
yeah,
social, basically.
yeah.
Some guy that had a legal number, you know, it might have been Brian Hendrickson or something, you know what I
They
mean?
just
Might not
pass
have even
around,
been
put in
Jose
this name
Jimenez
and
or something,
number,
right?
like
Pardon?
everybody else at the factory puts in this. Like meaning some of those big factories that have hundreds and thousands employees, easily you can see that of the same numbers used on all these different
Mm.
people, like things but they
Yeah,
don't,
meat packing plants and
and
stuff, yeah.
and you've never once like, oh, when they used to, and they know where to attack those things. If you really wanted to round up the 3,000 a day, you'd go to the slaughterhouses,
Mm-hmm.
the egg farms,
Yeah. But that's
the
the thing. They
picking.
know that if they did that, the meat
Yeah.
prices in Iowa would explode, if not even empty shelves. And so they
And
always just bat away the
the people
problem,
that
basically.
profit
Yeah.
from that are like in the in crowd.
100%. Yeah.
You get like
Yeah.
even
Tyson
I'm looking
Foods,
at
all
this.
those big
Oh, this is a
Republican supporters.
convenient
Yeah.
time to do this because oh, it's getting close.
Carlisle,
The
what is it
like the
called?
real
Can't
picking
think of it right now.
season isn't in June and July. It starts later in the year when the mass amounts of crops need to be picked, right? Uh, yeah, I doubt. Yeah, I just don't think he's gonna fuck with certain things. Like he's gonna be
Oh, he's
obvious that he's
already
like,
capitulated on farm working. Yeah. He basically said that's
yeah,
fine.
because
Yep.
you know there's powers that be that like, oh yeah, he messes with certain thing, it's gonna disrupt the whole economic thing that ultimately the the people at the top are his contributors. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? The money. And
Okay, now
they never hold them accountable ever. And like if you ever would find these companies for their participation in it seriously, oh, you would see a big change in the whole thing.
Mm.
Except the
Go for it,
reality
Captain.
is there's
let
a
me
whole
roll a
bunch
joint.
of
Yeah.
particular
I'll
jobs
roll a quick one too.
that somehow Americans, no matter how unemployed we are, there's like a level of job that an American won't do. Whether that's because there's, you know, whatever, but they won't work in
It's work.
facilities,
It's basically
you know.
because we don't really have the tremendous level of poverty that we do in a lot of other countries. And so that's a lot of these other Mexican workers that have come up here. They either have dealt with it or have seen the tremendous bone-chilling poverty. I've talked about this, that most Americans, for example, even quite poor Americans, through food stamps or other means, basically charitable organizations, there's a bunch of different things that do provide people enough food that even most poor Americans, even though their diet may not be quality, it may not be good, that's an epidemic, but they generally still eat to taste, so to speak. There's an expression, eating to taste. And what that means is you eat the things that you enjoy. So, for example, if there's some food in the fridge and you go in and you open it and you don't like what you see, you either make something else or go find something else. And it's easy enough, even for poor people, to go. We were talking about 7-Eleven earlier, to literally go to a fucking corner store and get a couple of hot dogs, and you literally can get a couple thousand calories for a couple $3. That's affordable enough for most people. But you find in a lot of third world countries
Yes.
that people are physically unable to eat to taste, and they basically eat. Oh, now I forget the other expression. Anyway, whatever they eat, essentially whatever's available, and you see this in a, for example, typical kind of peasant Mexican diet. A lot of immigrant workers, a lot of them will still stick to this basically: beans, tortillas, and sometimes eggs, because sometimes they'll have chickens basically on the farm and they'll grow their own eggs basically. But essentially eggs, rice, beans, and tortillas essentially every single
Yeah.
fucking day, and that's all they eat. Tacos of that, maybe they'll roll it up as a burrito, whatever. They'll make taquitos or something. But long story short, they
Peppers
just
too.
eat that shit every single fucking day, 3 times a day. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't have anything else, and those ingredients are cheap enough, even in the tiniest shithole in South America, you could still probably find enough masa harina to make tortillas. You could find some beans, on and on. You know what I mean?
Well, I've lived in the same area 25 years, 24 years. I've been I've talked about this on here. I've thought back over the years when it was on the local news periodically, these pretty big encampments they would find. Oh, on Highway 76, that's the North River. The river's been it's 100-year flood river. It's dry riverbed, but it's like empty land. There were like immigrant encampments 50, 100 deep that were like, oh, they had generator, like they had shown
Sounds
on
like
the
Yo
news,
Mama's Friday
right?
night.
And like they would go in and clean it all up because it was mess or whatever. It got out of hand. Um, there was every Home Depot and stores like that. As soon as you drove in the parking lot at the outer edge, there was 20 to 50 guys trying to get work
Hmm.
every morning. Everywhere you went, there was all kinds of places. Any supply place, any material place.
And when I lived in
All I'm
California,
trying to
well,
say
also
is
in
over
Portland
the
too,
years
many of
here,
those people are legal.
I remember years where there
All the
was
one, no, all the
like
ones I hired
a
were American
pressure
citizens and
and
stuff.
like too much immigration, and there was like it was like at its peak. for the last couple of years, the media and the politicians have painted this picture with statistics and all this of like this crisis at the border, right? And like millions of people just throwing over like it's not. I live like 40, less than 40
Oh,
miles from
it's
the
literally
border.
never been that. Yeah, the people over the border,
Uh,
it's the
the
minority. I mean, they
two
have to pay
the
thousands to
alternate
coyotes and stuff.
checkpoints
Yeah.
that they have on the roadside way up here, they've been shut down for years, right? Uh, yeah, I mean it's here. But it's not at a crisis. It's at like one of the lowest levels I can remember in the 20 years of being here. Because
Okay,
like yeah, when
why don't
when
we look at it this way, guys? Okay. There I've traveled to many countries, so has Fumi. And, we get a certain amount of time when we go into certain countries. United States is actually one of the golden ticket countries where we go into 150 some on visa without, upon arrival. We don't have to pay to get into countries. To
And
get
in many
into like
cases for 90
Peru,
days and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah, to get into Peru, it's like 175. Some countries are like $250. Thailand gives you, they're back to 60 days, and then you can file for a 30-day extension that costs you roughly $62 now. Okay. But they actually have tourism police. The tourist police go around
I mean,
and
their
they
primary industry is
will,
tourism, right? Like,
but they will go around because they get a lot of migrant workers from Burma, Laos, and Cambodia because Thailand's a much richer country. And they'll get immigrant workers, and also in the tourism industry, they'll get immigrant workers. Well, the tourist police go around actively in Thailand to make sure. Now, your maximum overstay is 21,000 baht, but it's a 1,500 baht a day overstay. So you're looking at almost, well, it's 500 baht, I'm sorry. So you're looking at like $17 every day that you're staying there.
hmm.
And then it maxes out
Captain,
at 21,000 baht, which is $700
Hmm.
I've been waiting
because I had to pay that.
to
Hmm.
ask you this when you're on here. So I've heard over the last few days that Thailand like
Yeah, they're
what
they're going illegal now, huh?
reneged, they went the other way. Is that
They're
exactly what
going
happened,
back to
or what?
medical.
Now
Hmm.
they did it, or they're talking about
Okay,
doing it?
if you want to know the laws in Thailand and you cut out all the bullshit, okay, you go to the Royal Thai Police Gazette.
That's the
And when
main
something
newspaper.
is a law, it is published there. And that is like their book of
The
laws.
final say. That's
Yeah.
announcing the
But
new law to the people.
until it gets into that, it is not a law.
So it's still
Now,
in the
here's
process of happening.
exactly.
Now, how
So
many billions of dollars of
here's the big
investments going to
thing.
be lost? And
What here's the big thing. Okay. Fumi brought it up. Thailand is a tourist based country. The amount of cannabis that's grown in Thailand is a tourism pointed
incentive.
product. Okay,
Yeah.
now it's no incentive. It's basically the people that are going to spend the money in Bangkok on weed and Pattaya and Phuket and Koh Samui, and then you come up north
Well,
and the
what I've heard
prices
is that the
drop
Thai
dramatically.
society, which is dramatically conservative, doesn't really like all these stoner tourists, and that's one of the reasons why they're basically going backwards. Is that true?
It's the upper class that doesn't like that.
Uh,
because, oh, you're bringing in more people. They think it's more backpacks.
Yeah, yeah,
Where it actually
yeah,
comes down to it is they're uneducated,
yeah.
and reefer madness is running rampant in Thailand.
Mm.
Okay. There's big propaganda about, oh, it brings on like schizophrenia and,
Huh. Yeah,
mental
people have tried to pull that
problems,
here too. Yeah.
which is running rampant in Thailand to begin with, especially after what COVID did to the Thai people.
Hmm.
It's a Thai tourism based country. So when COVID hit, it put 2/3 of the population out of work.
Mm. Yeah, good point. And it's been years
And
now.
then all those people that weren't, workers, but they owned hotels got hit really hard. So there was a lot of, if I was going to go back to Thailand and grow, I can go get a hotel. It's got air conditioning in every room, because they're available. So when you had COVID hit and they still haven't recovered their to like maybe 35-40% of the
Wow.
tourism that they had before COVID.
Huh.
So they haven't recovered from that. And you had all these farmers that are dirt ass poor put every last cent they have into
But
cannabis.
once again, the rich don't care about the poor. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And a lot of this was started by one person. I'm not going to out them until other people publish it in Thailand. But she was big in yeah, I'm sorry, shit. The person was big in medical. They
Yep.
opened up a store in Bangkok. I mean, literally 5 stores down from where I stay, guys. And the store really never was anything special. The weed was always mediocre, overpriced. And people like that kind of got butt hurt. And since they weren't being what they thought they were going to be in the cannabis industry in Thailand, they kind of went and were trying to push the government to go back
So what
to
was it, like a princess or something?
medical. Well, I'm not going to get into it.
But it's along those lines. It's somebody who was a big fucking hoity-polloi, whoever the fuck, and they were like, "I'm going to be the king of weed" or something, and they didn't work
Yeah,
out for them or something, huh? That's
yeah.
What
interesting.
I
Goodness gracious.
what
I
I
just
happen
watched El Cid. It's a Spanish show. There's only like 10 episodes or something, but great fucking show actually. But it tells the story, of course, of El Cid, a great hero of Spanish history, basically in the Reconquista. Anyway, he essentially spends all his time wasting his time and wasting his friends' lives defending his idiot king from and against his fellow brothers. So basically, the father, the king of Spain, who essentially usurped his wife, because of course that's what they all do. They usurp and steal everything. He ended up killing his brothers, and then he, out of guilt, basically, essentially, at least in the show, the history is a little bit more complicated, but in the show, out of guilt, he basically, and to avoid some maneuvering, he decides to hand his kingdom in pieces to his 5 kids, to his the oldest daughter gets a city. Then the oldest son actually is supposed to be king, but basically he ends up getting Castile. Second son gets Aragon, da 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 da, whatever. And then immediately after the death, they all go to fucking war with each other because they're just all pieces of shit. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, like the history of aristocracy and the rich in this world is just so disgusting. Like they will bleed everybody dry just for one extra acre of land, one extra little kingship. Like, oh, I'm not just king of Castile. I bet I gotta be king of Castile and Aragon. Fucking asshole.
yeah,
So yeah,
Getting
same
yeah,
shit,
getting
different day.
back to the getting back to
yeah.
the Thailand law, okay? So what they've done is they've created a group, and you can still grow in Thailand, but you have to be certified organic, is what they're pushing
Hmm.
for, because it's all
How
medical
long does the
now.
certification take? How long does the certification process take?
Not long.
Hmm.
So wait, so that would mean for the tourists to come there, you know,
You need to be
they would
medical.
have to go get a doctor. There'd be these doctors, just like the old 215
Yeah.
days where there's all these fake doctors
Would
charging a hundred
they
bucks.
accept overseas medical cards, or would you have to get one of those temporary medical cards?
The way it's written up is my now this is where it really gets interesting because if they allowed the home grows to keep going for like medical, they're really laxed on on like they don't do a number, they do a canopy size.
Hmm.
So it would be okay. But if they were limited to like six per person or three per person, my Michigan laws would overthrow, yeah, would work in
Supersede.
Thailand, instead,
Gotcha.
yeah, would overrule what Thai law is on the growing.
But because their limits are different, it doesn't anymore. Is that basically what it comes down
But
to?
because their canopy, I get 12 in Michigan. Well, shit, they give me a canopy of like 20 by 20.
So in Thailand, it's
Well,
more generous. So that means that
Oh,
Michigan's
yeah.
rules somehow are weaker. I still don't understand.
Well, yeah, you only get
Reciprocity. We're looking for reciprocity. So they
you're
don't
looking at
recognize the
12
Michigan.
plants to canopy size. Well, how many plants can you fit in 20 by
But
20?
I think we're talking about completely different things. Okay, so you're talking about going to Thailand to live there and grow. That's a very unusual thing. So let's dial it back for a second. For tourists, for tourists from Michigan, for example, that have a medical card, are
You're
they able
allowed to
to use
go
that medical
there.
card?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Well,
can
that's
use
cool.
any medical card from any country.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. And you can go there. And since there's no medical, like, no doctor is going to put how many grams a day you should be smoking. There's no prescription on like pills,
Uh-huh.
for a day for narcotics. There's no number on that. No doctor will put it on there. No Thai doctor will put it on there because I asked.
So when you go there, you could buy a pound of weed if you wanted to.
No, they're limited to what they're saying is going to be a set amount per day
Gotcha. And that's
that you
for
can
all the
buy.
stores or just per store?
Uh, that's, I don't know how they're going to track it.
No, I agree with you, but it
It's
used to be the
a,
medical rule. I think in Oregon, it used to be you were limited to literally a certain amount per day. And if the OLCC somehow caught you, for example, if they pulled you over, I guess, in your car, theoretically, at one point, they could fucking bust you, even as a medical patient. Thankfully, they loosened those rules. But yeah, for a little while, like in theory, there was an honor system or something. Oh, you're not allowed to buy more than blah, blah, blah per day. But, in practice, who cares, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're buying from a farmer, he ain't giving a shit about
Mm.
that. You got cash, you know.
It's interesting. I
But
mean, I guess it's arguably unfortunate, but I guess every country has their own little different rules and customs and everything else. And Thailand is a surprisingly conservative society. People are always surprised to hear. Um, People don't realize that they've been independent basically for hundreds of years. Like they weren't colonized by the Japanese and stuff. Anyway, so they have a different way of looking at things than a lot of the rest of Asia. Where am I going to with that?
they look down on the rest of Asia,
They
really.
do, yeah. No, actually, to be honest, Asia is rife with existing racism. Actually, like people make fun
Yeah.
of America a lot, and America has plenty of things wrong with it for sure. But the U.S. has dealt with its racism. It's still arguably dealing with the racism. It's not by any means done with it, but it has dealt with it extensively. We've had rights movements, multiple civil rights movements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas many other Asian cultures, for example, they just outright hate each other. So, for example, the Japanese hate the fucking Koreans, the Koreans hate the fucking Chinese, everyone hates the Japanese, on and on and on and on. The Vietnamese
well,
hate the Chinese, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they viciously hate each other. It's,
it's going on like 40 years ago when I started playing Texas Hold'em, at Commerce, the bike. I spent a lot of years playing Hold'em. And one of the first things I learned in the early days at Commerce is the difference, like how to look at Asian people and know, oh, those are Thai people, those are Korean people, those are
because they
Japanese
all play
people.
differently.
No, they they're like if you're in a hold'em game, you need to know what's really going on. And if these two guys or people are like warring with each other, you
playing
might want to stay
together.
out of the way. You
Gotcha.
might want to stay out of the way, right? Meaning, like, oh, of course, when you're at a table with a couple Thai people and there's a couple Korean people, oh, they're playing at a whole. They're playing at each other. They don't
Hmm.
really give a fuck about what's happening to the rest of the table. They're like adversaries, right?
Hmm.
And yeah, that was like when I first realized, like, yeah, part of being good at that and sit in a game with mainly Asians, you need to know. Oh, yeah, that old Korean guy is bad. Is like every time he gets in a hand with this guy, they're going all in at each other. You know what I mean? They're like they're they have a feud going on. And have played it out on the poker table. And yeah, that's how you knew the Filipinos. And same thing with Latinos around here. Like if you care enough and yeah, people like even people from Mexico from different parts of Mexico have a certain look, like a certain like genetic makeup. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And Asians are the same way. A lot of people, especially today, they just like call them Chinese people, but like Chinese people are more here than ever before. It's like in the past, like in the 80s, oh, other Asians, but oh, they like, oh, and then you learn like Thai people and Filipino people, like the warmest, nicest people. Koreans, they're a little sharp, right?
They're really warm
Yeah,
if you basically come because they're how do I put it? They have a very
yeah,
firm
they're
wall
different.
of graciousness. Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
basically
and
break into
and they're
their inner group, and then oh my God, they'd fucking give you their blood if you want if you needed it
okay,
Yeah.
or wanted it even.
and they're different. But one thing you realize, oh, they're not just oh, well, we're all Asians. No, 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 no.
No.
They're all
Yeah, they all kind of
uh,
hate each other.
yeah, they have their own thing going on,
It's very much
you
like
know.
Europe used to be. Yeah.
Europe and India,
Well,
you're people in India are really friendly.
today I talked to my fake kid for about a half hour because he's still in Berlin because he had a booth at the Mary Jane last week.
Huh.
He did quite well in that event, massive. And then like my best friend Gary, he's German. I was talking to him the other morning, and I just noticed this because I looked at Mary Jane's like Instagram posts and other people's posts of this huge crowd, 50, 60,000 people. And I didn't notice any color.
Oh,
It's
it's
about as white as it was about as
oh,
white as
actually
can
that
be.
is
And then
unusual. Yeah, that is a bit
I
unusual
was
because
at
Germany
Gary's house.
famously has a lot of immigrants these days, especially in
No,
Berlin.
no, yeah. But like when it comes to black people or African American people, less than 1%.
Hmm.
That's the statistics they
Uh,
pulled on Google. I was like, wow, that's pretty low. But they have a lot of people that have immigrated from
it's
Middle Eastern countries
expensive.
there. Uh, but no, but like I'll give Germany one thing. I don't under I through Gary and Robbie being there and me being curious, I'm trying to follow like what's Germany's plan, but they legalized weed, but they don't have like they're not trying to produce their own weed. Oh, there's like people can grow a little,
Thank you.
but the majority of the weed that's in Germany is imported,
From
right?
Canada.
It's not like they haven't started something where, well, we're going to license our own big grows and all that. A lot of this is they are so environmental,
Hmm.
carbon tax and low footprint that yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their long term, but like Germany is like kind of like how goes California goes the country. Germany's kind of the country in Europe that how this goes the rest of Europe, but they're doing it different. Like
Yeah.
Thailand just jumped in willy nilly, like
It's
from the beginning.
fascinating that they
They
would
didn't
give
even
up
put a
that
tax
production
on it.
market. It's very, very un-German, like every single German city, I don't care how small it is, has at least one little fucking bakery that you can literally walk outside and get fresh bread every single morning. It's really something else.
And what motivates most
They have like
states,
7-Eleven style shops basically, and they're fresh bread basically. And you walk up and you literally like they're baking bread throughout the day. It's really like we don't have anything like it
one thing
basically in the
states
U.S.
keep track of is how
Pardon?
much money gets spent in others, like how much of their state's money gets spent, right? So a lot of why every state has gone medical or cannabis laws have grown because Arizona is worried about, well, wait, if we don't legalize weed, then all of our weed money, which is whatever millions a year, billion a year, whatever, is going to California or to Oklahoma or Colorado. So why not grow it ourselves here,
And that's what I'm
right? Have our
saying.
own
Why would
system.
Germany give that up? It's kind of silly, right?
Yeah.
But I don't
But
know.
I think from like, Gary, who, and we've talked about it a lot. Um, yeah, you can't unless you live there and are really part of it there, you don't realize the pressure and like the peer pressure to be like environmental, right? Like they are like,
Oh yeah, people pressure each other if you get a little bit too much garbage every week. 100%.
yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
like a big thing and everyone's bought into it. And their data as far as like being self-sufficient, how much weight, yeah, they've done uh huge progress. Like one
Yeah.
like if the rest of the world could get close to some of their gains with all that, and I think that's some of it because like they don't really have outdoor weather isn't prime in most of Germany. Agriculture is not a big thing and like that.
That's not true. They grow the
Um,
shit out of wine. They grow a ton of wine there.
yeah, but well, whatever. I'm not smart enough to know, but it
No, they
seems
could
like
absolutely grow wheat if they wanted to. Like
I give them
wine can
one
grow there
thing.
just as fine, so
out,
they could grow
out
they
of
could grow
every
produce.
state and country, they seem to be doing it different somehow.
Yeah.
And have an event 50, 60,000 a day.
Yeah.
Like that's huge. Like, these
That's part
art
of why
art.
I'm reevaluating how I've done everything for the last few years on this channel and everything else. Like I want to be able. How do I say that? I want to be able to justify next year actually going to Mary Jane because I've said this a few times. I actually speak fucking German. I studied in college. Da, 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 da. I studied in Austria. So like I actually speak German. So the
Everybody
idea that
was
I
there
wasn't
this
at this
year.
fucking gigantic show in fucking Berlin is just makes me sick to my
Even
stomach. But I had no way to
even
justify
Mike
it.
Tyson made it
Yeah,
there.
well, Mike Tyson's Mike Tyson. He's got fucking millions. He can do
Like
whatever he
Tyson.
wants. But
in
yeah, so
Thailand.
I want to try to turn things around so that I can actually justify it, not just, pull it out of my pocket, but actually justify going to Mary Jane and hopefully having a
Yeah.
booth with somebody. We kind of halfway through it back and forth with what Miranda Family Farm, or I think that might have been the Harvest Cup or something in Boston. But, it'd be nice to actually get a couple people that I could totally
Well, my kid
share a
Robbie and
booth with
his
somebody or something,
his little crew, their booth was two down from James Loud's booth,
Hmm.
who he's partnered with all these people, right? They did pretty good. Last year was their first year. This was their second. So they had a better idea. Um, yeah, they did pretty good. Like the commerce wise. Like, it was a live event. Like reminiscent of like
Yeah, I don't want to hear more about this. It just makes me more depressed, to be honest. Because every single
cannabis,
fucking
like
day, I'm like, oh, this fucking show. I mean,
well,
seriously,
but
this fucking
that's some
show.
of the phase is like when you first legalized, like that's the early days when I was involved with High Times
Like
and having
Thailand.
booths. There was like this enthusiasm, like people, just people, not people from the cannabis industry exclusively. People came to that event because like they could, and there was like they could see and talk and find out about all these weeds that they'd only seen in magazines up until that point. There was like enthusiasm, and yeah, Germany's got that, and it's not just German. All of Europe. Well, you probably already realized this. Yeah, it's not just the 60,000 Germans there. And the Thai were represented there. They're trying to get in on the international commerce. Like there's a lot going
Yeah.
on.
Well,
This
Thailand has an export license.
yeah, well,
It was $1,500
but now with
for
this
that
new medical
export
thing, they're
license.
they're they're abandoning that. Because like one thing, what's it been, Cap? 2 years, just over 2 years that they passed the legalization in Thailand,
Yeah,
right? Or
and
is
it's
it three
been
years?
medical
2 years.
since 2018.
Okay. For 2 years of wide open rack or whatever. Well, if you're going to just abandon that and like scrap that, that's still like 2 years isn't like you haven't even let the ebb and flow of like normal business. So yeah, a lot of people are going to invest in, some are going to lose, some are going to win, but all that
Okay,
takes at least years.
I said this in the beginning that they should have stopped it within the first
I can't.
couple months and went back and
You better,
said, okay, this is the tax
better have some.
Do you mute your fucking
because
shit?
there was no tax. There was basically they didn't think it out properly. Okay, they just kind of okay, a shop is, and they priced it at Thai prices. They didn't price it for Western investor prices. So they made
Well,
everything accessible to the people, but they didn't limit the number of farms
the
to
thing here is,
produce it
like in America, you haven't
and
had
no
a state
tax.
go backwards, right? Like whatever state has medical, and then they go right, but none of them have gone. Oh, we went rec, and now we went all the way back. Weed's illegal again. Mainly because
Uh,
once whoever, even if the power changes and the control who's calling the shots politically, no politician's going to go against that money, that tax money. Like once that
well,
money, that once you got them hooked on that, oh, that's why. But in Thailand, yeah, that's what you're saying. Like
there's
that they didn't have any tax, so then it's real easy for the government to say, yeah, no, cancel the whole thing.
and they should have done it right from the beginning. Now, here's another thing that you just said, okay? Ohio's first store, I believe, opened last August for recreational. And basically, I think it's for medical. Well, yeah, it started out as medical, but it was last August for recreational. And January, February, we start hearing about this Senate Bill 56. And this is doing away with all the tier 3 license because they want to limit the amount of grows here in Ohio. They want to control that so they can get bigger kickbacks and same amount of tax dollars. But they're doing away with the diversity fund, which has $300 million into it to help out people that, had felonies
Yeah, but
to
every state
actually
had that
open.
that program, and most
But
of
wait
them
a
all
second,
became like
bud.
sham.
It goes, no, it goes beyond that because that $300 million and all the tax money, the cities that have these dispos in them are not getting their tax money from the state. Okay, so all the cities are getting screwed in Ohio that have dispos and grows in their area, in their city limits. And all that money is going to the general slush fund, but is earmarked to rehab jails and train police officers in under the influence of cannabis use. And then they're
Yeah.
going back to the old laws and making them more strict. So if it's not sealed in that dispo sold, big
Well,
business cannabis package, and you happen to have papers or blunt wraps or a pipe, they can charge you for possession and a paraphernalia charge. And if you have papers and a pipe, that's 2 charges. And then they'll try to get you with a drug abuse charge, which is an automatic six a
wait,
month
at the same
license
time, weed's
suspension.
legal. Weed's legal,
This
and then there. if you're on one
medical
side or the
and
other,
rec.
and you're treated that different. Yeah,
Medical
that's
and rec. And they want
that
to
just
make
seems
it
like the
criminal.
cops not like trying to keep their revenue source going. But once weed's legal, how are you going to then tell somebody that you're like need rehab because you smoke weed when weed's
No,
legal? Whether it's
it's a drug abuse charge that they it includes cannabis, okay? They can write it up that way, and it means an automatic 6 month suspension on your driver's
but something
license.
you said brought up. I remember one day I should pull it up. Like the ads for Amendment 64 when it was like on the ballot and there's ads on TV and all this. It was like the lottery ad where it talked about there was going to be so much money for infrastructure, roads, and schools, and this and that, and jobs, and all this great shit. That's what they sold in the ad. And then those numbers, we've been doing this enough years that there's like data that comes out. We use and California is big enough that it's a lot of money, the tax revenue off cannabis, right? It adds up to billions or something, right? Yeah, it's spent on all this weird shit, but not the things that you would think, right? Like I've always thought. I remember when the lottery was first passed, it was all about certain percentage of this money from the lottery profits are going to schools. Teachers have to buy their pencils themselves to give to students. That's how bad it is in schools, right?
Yeah.
Like in the lotteries, like billions of dollars or goes up to $1 billion, and there's like games every fucking day, 50 different games. And gotcha, they're making more money than ever, but the schools have never got nothing.
So
Somehow that's where
this
corruption comes in. Like where,
this
who got the money? How'd the money end up there?
this Senate Bill 56 was introduced by the Republicans. And you
Yeah.
should hear this idiot talk. And he does make, and Fumi, yeah, earlier, two of our state Congress people, or yeah, shit, representatives have made racial slurs over this
Well, I can
cannabis
imagine
shit.
Ohio has its
Okay.
political history and people involved. I can only imagine. So, like an issue
So,
like cannabis, yeah, that seems like a tricky one for them. Like they're on both. It sounds like every time you talk, they're on both sides of it. They want to like
so
have revenue from it, but they then also want to like keep it illegal. Like, how do
well,
you have both?
the Republicans introduced and backed Senate Bill 56. Okay. And the Democrats in the Senate came back, or the House came back with their own. They're allowing us to grow 12 plants per or 6 plants per person, 12 per household, not 3 and 6 like the other one wants. They're lenient on a little bit on where you can smoke cannabis, I believe, but they still want the penalties. They still want to take the diversity fund. You know, their basic focus is we'll still let you grow your own at home and increase maybe how much you can buy, but they still want the same penalties and they still want that same tax dollar. But at least now it looks like it's dead until they come back from break.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like from the gate, they're not even trying to hide the government's desire for as much money as they can get.
Yeah. And the biggest backer of this is a group that came out and they said, no, we're for the people of Ohio. And then all of a sudden, you look at it and they're all backed. The media part of the cannabis in Ohio is all backed by big business when they came out and said, no, we're for home grow, we're for medical, all this.
Well, here in California
And
last week,
all they're
that it went
pushing,
into effect. I think it's like 4%. I don't know, but they raised the tax, the state tax on cannabis, and kind of across the board politically, people are like economically when something is in the shape of the business that cannabis is in, the last thing you do is add more taxes,
yeah, that just kills it.
right? And that's what they did, and those effects, I don't know. I mean,
And Ohio wants
I,
to go 5% more. That's tied into this. They want to increase it to 5%. So it'd be
well,
20% total.
so that would mean I think it's like I don't know. I don't go to stores myself, but from what I understand, it's like 37% tax. So if you spend 100, it's 37. Now they raised it to 40 some. So now it's like, oh, now it's. I mean, ultimately, I don't know how. I haven't researched how that tax. Who pays that tax? Is that the resale tax, or is that like? And knowing how
That's
they
the
do it, oh, they tax it every step of the way. It's not like, oh, it's like, oh, that 37% tax, that's issued when somebody buys it. But the grower to the processor to the this to the that, all the different places, they all pay
there's a
taxes
tax
too.
there too.
So like how far is it really taxed? Like, holy shit.
It's taxed all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, they'll never stop. That's the thing. That's the dynamic of taxes because whoever new politician, old, whatever, they're going to come up with some. Oh, we need to build parks, or we want this or that. How are you going to pay for it? Oh, well, we're going to put a small tax on tobacco, alcohol, and cannabis, and like, and cannabis is like the newest. Like they've taxed tobacco as hard as they can. Same with
Alcohol
alcohol.
too.
Um, Cannabis is like, oh, and the way that it's set up, yeah, there's like the industry titans aren't saying, yeah, you can't tax this anymore, or you know, bad for business. Eventually, yeah, big conglomerates will own like the big commercial
Everything.
part of cannabis, and oh, you'll see how the taxes will start go down then once what
Uh,
tax breaks for the rich. You know what I mean? But at this point, it's like tax is so hard that the average Joe is has no
well,
chance.
here in Ohio, by taking away the tier three license, which they have not passed out any yet, by the way, or if they did, it's very few. But they're going to do away with the tier three, is what we could get into. And a diversity fund would help us to do that.
Yeah,
But
but okay, here's the
they
thing that
want to
happened
cut
with the
they just want it.
diversity in California.
Bud, they
There's
just wanted big business in Ohio and nobody else.
what
And
what
most of the
happened was
companies are not owned by people in Ohio.
they called it something other than diversity, but it was meant for like people that were affected by the war on drugs. And
Yeah,
big companies would like recruit a face from that. They wouldn't really be ownership or anything. They would just be like, but that would enable them to get that equity money, right? Even though the people that were really like at the bottom trying to use that, oh, they never got in at all because the bigger companies used like props. They would like recruit some guy that had the story, sign him into a contract, and now they were
someone
getting
like
equity
me,
money.
because in Michigan, I qualified for 50,
Boy,
57.5%
we
discount.
have people in a lot of states represented on these shows, but like Florida seems to be like Florida isn't rec at all. None. It's all medical. So that to me even says, oh, that's like 215 days, right? Which were pretty good days, even though there was a lot of gray area in the whole system in California. But and like mainly just because Ivan, Jungle Boy's guy, like he years ago said, I'm not investing any further in California. I'm putting all my money in Florida. And every month he's opening a new mega fucking facility, vertically integrated. Like he has like a certain model in town after town, city after city, all across Florida. So it must be doing pretty good. And it's just all medical. Where I'm like, yeah, well, as much as I'm not down with Florida, really, at least they're doing it different. Where it seems like, oh, that might be a successful place compared to. But then I don't know the other side of the story of like, oh, how many big players control the whole thing in Florida, and you know, all
There's
that.
under
But
40, I
it's
think, gross here in
whatever it
Ohio.
is, they're humming along year after year, not being wrecked, and it seems like it you know. I imagine though there's must be the whole fake doctor industry, and they're not fake doctors. They're just doctors that don't have the desire to fucking like practice real medicine or whatever and write scripts for $100 a year or whatever it is. So that must be how. See, the thing is I don't know what I I'm curious to know what does it look like on the ground in Florida. You don't hear like
There,
Florida's a big state, so it's like I'm sure their cannabis business within their state is pretty solid. It's not population matters. Um, and it's only medical. And are people happy with? I know they had a rec bill that the voters voted against, and so I'm thinking, yeah, well,
Yeah.
they made it smart. Now, hey, eventually, all states started, not all, but most, as medical, and then graduated to rec, and then smashed the medical, right? But then
yeah,
Florida seems to be because, like, if you look at this, the same. Well, Ohio seems like it's all over the place, but every other state just like adopts the
no,
same thing that the previous states
wait,
have adopted metric, a certain framework of the legislation, and the
hey,
Yeah.
you
hey,
know,
bud,
Hey
you,
guys.
you,
Yeah, hey,
you want
Texas is different though. They're doing it their own way. They're
to
going through
wait if
hemp.
so is
yeah,
Pennsylvania. Okay.
well,
Pennsylvania, the people in Pennsylvania are actually protesting because instead of the people wanting to vote on it and doing it that way, the legislation in Pennsylvania is coming up with how cannabis and medical and rec is going to happen in Pennsylvania under their
well,
ways. And the people of Pennsylvania are like, hey, wait a second. No, we don't even want something like this because it's all big business and you're
yeah. Well,
telling us
that
what
big
to do
business
without any input
probably
for
has
us.
a 20, 50 year plan that like all of America, when it comes to like the Budweiser or the Marlboro of cannabis, will be this product that they create, whether it's vapes, whatever, uh, sprayed fucking shit, whatever it is, that's going to be from THCA because that's something industrially they could farm with like columbine or whatever silos to store it, extract the shit out of it, like use the industrial food model type, uh, and that'll be the value based thing that's available everywhere, cheap as fuck, right? Like that's
Until
that.
the federal government allows importation And then places like Thailand and other places that can basically do a couple crops a year in
Well, I never
outdoors,
tried
and
any
they're
of these
just getting oil and making
like I
crude
already
oil and then
know, so I
selling it
don't
here.
have to try it to prove to myself. If I smoke some derivative shit grown from hemp, THCA products, that's not going to give me the medicine or the what I fuck with cannabis for.
You're not
Like,
getting that from Thailand. You're getting THC.
well, okay, there's real weed, like whatever. I know chemistry is whatever, but
It'd
that's fake
just be
weed
outdoor
too.
grown weed
Like
and be
that
made into
THC
an
hemp
oil.
thing is like that's fake weed. And states that are like going forward with that are just going forward with fake weed.
Yeah, no, this
Right?
would be all processed down into an oil ready for your
Beltane. I
vape
don't even
pen.
know. I can't follow. But I've listened to that Mark guy in Haskers enough, and he's a chemist to understand. Oh yeah, big industry and their way of doing something at scale. That's the kind of product that's better suited for them. They're just
There's
gonna like extract it to its components, and even if they have to do some chemistry to make that component this component or add this or that, same thing they do with a fucking box of Cheerios or anything else, right? They deconstruct it down, strip everything to the core, and then build it back into a product they want. That tastes a certain way, has whatever percentages of whatever they cooked up. But that ain't weed. That's not the entourage effect. That ain't,
no,
now 100 years from now, that could be like what the majority of people experience as weed, though.
exactly. But
I mean, I imagine
places,
like I smoke Winston's or fuck, but I would smoke a Marlboro, a Camel. They're all the same, basically, right? Oh, there's slight differences in the flavor, whatever. But it's not like weed where there's like hundreds, if not more, varieties and strains and things. Tobacco, oh, I know in pipe tobacco you can search out some different stuff, but
hmm
Yeah.
but for the most part, like, oh, what is 99.9% of the people smoke in the world? Like the same one
the cheap
tobacco, right?
shit.
Yeah, right. And not saying that, oh, over these 100 years, imagine if they developed tobacco and all the different strains of tobacco and there was like a small market for, you know, that. I mean, there is, but eh, that's like a real small percentage of tobacco use. You know what I mean? And that's they look at that and go, yeah, well, that's the direction big conglomerate corporation cannabis. That's the they have 100-year plan. They have it all written out. They've had it for a while, and they're patient enough and financially uh, stable enough, and have the politicians in their pocket, have the whole system that when everything's right, one of those is going to emerge so fast you won't even know it hits you because they've been planning, they've been working toward it. They're quietly in the cut. That's what I think. Like when it comes to that, and that will probably be the most profitable end of cannabis business because it's like a value based product.
Mm.
And you know what? I see like events, if you do them properly, can still be a viable option. If we can't grow the weed, at least we can put on events because we know what stoners want.
Yeah, well, and over the decades and century, we'll just end up being like an heirloom society. Yeah, there's a few people that grow super tomatoes and shit and trade and have this community, but what's that? Like 100,000th of a percent of people eat tomatoes? right? And cannabis will end up like that same thing. Well, it'll be this little connoisseur thing. It'll get smaller and smaller because
Yeah.
the majority will just be this like corporate product that you can buy at every gas station, every grocery store, everywhere you turn. Oh, here it is.
Well,
Boom. It's
here in
whatever it is, five
Ohio,
dollars, $6, $10.
here in Cleveland, we have Informed Cleveland, and it's an IG page, and they posted up a thing the other day that says Ohio to raise the amount that you can buy, and all the comments came in, well, we go to Michigan, we paid this much. So I wrote back and I made comments to like 50 or 60 people, and like I got 4 or 5 followers, and they're asking questions and stuff because I talked about, hey, there is this other weed here in Ohio, and it doesn't come in a mylar. You don't go to a store for it, but this is a price for it. And people made a comment on that, oh no, we'd rather drive 3.5 hours to Michigan to buy 60 to $80 ounce, not even 60 to 80, 40 to $80 ounces,
Huh.
and drive the 3 to 3.5 hours back. But what they're not understanding is if the weed fails for medical, which is usually a little bit higher of a price, okay? Uh, if it fails for medical, meaning it has mold, it has heavy metals, it has pesticides on it, it can go straight to the recreational side. So, if it's got mold or something, they can hit it with,
Yeah,
uh,
but the whole testing thing has so many loopholes in it that, like, if you are going to trust your health on those tests, like in LA, they did an
well,
undercover thing last year, and like all the big brands had all kinds of fucking crazy shit in their shit that went through testing, right?
yeah,
Like,
but
and so
at least
what
there's
gets
a
tested? Is it random
separation.
samples? Is it easy to like manipulate? From what I know, it's easy to manipulate, right? So it's like I don't trust those tests. I trust myself. I grow my own weed, and then I know I didn't do anything. I sprayed some Lost Coast and veg.
Okay, let's get back to the whole gist of kind of what I was saying is instead of paying, say, 150 to $200 an ounce, they'd rather take their time and their whole day and go up to Michigan and buy this weed that, is probably anywhere from 8 months to a year and a half old. If
Well,
they
now some
do
of
get
that
a decent
is until
place
Ohio
and
changed the
it's
law.
even newer, but they'd still rather go up and pay the,
Yeah,
40 to
because
60,
those
$80 an ounce
people were
because
already
it's
doing it.
cheaper. It's no, it's the thing is it's cheaper. Okay. And they think they're getting the same quality high for the 40 to 80. And it's all about,
Well,
well, I can,
I don't
for
know what
$200,
percentage,
I can buy 5 ounces of this shit.
but I assume that like a huge percentage of cannabis consumers smoke like at the level that like even commercial Mexican got them fucking stoned as fuck. That like care more about having like an ounce for $40 or $60 that lasts them a month or weeks than some small amount of some connoisseur shit that is gone in like a second. Especially if like you have an income and you're spending it on raising yourself and your family and trying to buy cannabis.
Yeah, but the thing is, bud, with it, wait till they find the right cannabis for them and they're
Well,
smoking out of a
there's a
glass pipe because it only takes them 5 or 6 hits and they're high for 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, but
because they only smoke once a day or twice a day because of the kids and work.
there'll be customers like that, and there'll be plenty. Like I know, in the end, the majority of customers will be they won't even care. They're gonna buy whatever little like 10 hit fucking cartridge that's at the counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. People I know buy cartridges and edibles, and somebody was talking about
And
the
I'm
latest
sure
thing
there'll
with
be
liquid
patches. Like
THC.
I
She was
think
Yeah.
calling
like
it
within a
liquid THC
generation
was
or
the
so,
marketing. I guess it's just
smoking
dime, or
smoking
maybe it was
cannabis
liquid
will be a thing of the past.
liquid diamonds it was. So I think it's just THC
Smoking
diamonds in
smoking
terps.
cannabis will be a thing of the past in a couple generations. There'll be like
Yeah.
transdermal patches. There'll be capsules,
Instant
Yeah, yeah.
lodges.
ointments.
The marketing people are good, and a lot of people just like, oh yeah, I'll try that. And I try a lot of shit too. That things that waste money on basically.
There'll be sublingual little pieces of
That's
plastic you
fun.
just put on your tongue and it immediately just go poof.
Yeah. But wasn't there something with like, they give away
Yeah,
like a prize with it or something, basically? I was talking about that.
Cannabis to turn into like the new LSD. It comes on a little cube.
Collector jars.
I mean, most
Collect all
likely
of them.
that's just a product of liability because even though cannabis isn't tobacco as far as the dangers, yeah, sucking on fire is not healthy.
Yeah.
No,
No, a lot of people, the cartridges and the edibles are big. A lot of people like edibles, I think, and
I
cartridges. Because a lot of
enjoy
people,
edibles.
I don't know, they're in society, they're working with other people and young, kids, maybe they have children working a job or something. Yes, one
Yeah.
person I know, yeah, she works a job. She like takes like 10 milligram gummies throughout the day. Like, so she's just getting a little buzz,
Yeah.
and she's got a cart or something like that, if she can go outside or something, sneak ahead or something, or I don't know, on the way to work, whatever. I don't know. But it's just more discreet that way. Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you're
like being a
working
wake and bake
retail
stoner.
sales, that's be great, because hey, you're dealing with the public. It's sometimes it could be monotonous work. So hit a vape real or take a gummy every couple hours.
Yeah.
Less and less people I know smoke weed like day and night. Like wake and bake stoners who smoke weed all day long. People that they smoke weed, they enjoy weed, but they like doing it when they feel like it.
Well, a lot of those
Where
people
like
like
I came
they.
from a culture with like majority of my friends and everybody, oh yeah, we were all the same. We were just straight stoners. Like we got up in the morning, got stoned, and continued getting stoned till the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, people like that, like it'd be too expensive if we had to buy our weed. We have to grow.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and the
Unless we're
thing is
rich,
this, like when you're part of a
So
certain
we're not
group,
part of that.
you
The
assume that
going to
your
the
group is a
dispensary.
lot bigger than it actually is. Like the reality is the amount of people that are stoners like us, people that enthusiasts, growers, and uh, connoisseurs, whatever you want to fucking describe it as. Yeah, we're like a fucking 0.0001% of
Yeah,
the fucking
yeah. I
fucking
might supplement
consumers.
once in a while. You could say maybe go and check out what they might have. I haven't done it in a long time though, but I used to. It was
And
fun.
most people that are like super stoners, they associate with other stoners in their life. Like
Yeah.
you gravitate to that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy carts though, unless it's like super good or something. And if I go, yeah, like,
Oh
oh, I'd be
wow.
more interested in like hash or sift or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, all those things are like have their role, I guess. But like, I have a life where I can just smoke, light up the joint when I feel like rolling another one. And
Good.
that's to me the supreme place.
That's
Like
sicky as
I,
fuck.
I, I, I just like it. That's the way I like to get stoned. I can taste it good. I get, I, I don't like bongs anymore, pipes. I just smoke joints. I used to do
Yeah.
all that shit. I did everything. I put my dabs away for months unless I cleaned my rig and did dabs. But then I was like coughing and I didn't need to smoke that much. Like a
Yeah,
hit like
yeah.
that. I just like a few
I
hits at a time when I feel like it. Of good weed, whatever it is, good weed. And
Maybe
I
and
s-
maybe
more
young people
variety.
that smoke all the time do dabs. Or, I don't know. I can't do it. I don't know. I
I
smoke
smoke
pot.
a
But not
half.
that many people
I
do
smoke
dabs
like
all
a
the time.
half a joint to two-thirds of a joint. That gets me high for an hour plus. And then if I get the urge, maybe I don't want to smoke a cigarette. Hey, I got the rest of that. Let me puff on that.
I think
But
dabs
yeah,
are
Yeah,
a bad thing,
yeah.
mainly for the younger people. And just
fucking
like
up your
anybody,
lungs.
people that dab think everybody dabs. There's a there's the difference of people that will do dab and that dab. Like I have so many friends, they love dabs. If they were at home and I sent them home with some dabs, they would have no way to smoke it. They don't have anything at home. But oh,
No,
if they're out and about and somebody offers a dab, oh fuck, I love those things, right? But like those are people that smoke dabs but don't dab. The amount of people that dab that have a torch, have a this, have a fucking the tools and the tap and the this, that's a limited. Like you think there's only a limited amount of people that wake and bake smoke? The amount of people that fucking dab like that are super minority. That's why I tell my kid Robbie, because that's his business. I'm like, dude, you think everybody dabs, dude? Hardly anybody dabs, dude. People smoke weed.
yeah.
Now he's younger, and part of a different generation, so there's a higher percentage of people that dab. Um, I actually think as decades go by, you'll find that people like, oh yeah, I used to dab when I was fucking a kid or whatever in my 20s, but no, I just smoke weed now. I just smoke. I don't like. I grew out of that,
But
like it's
dabs
super
also,
Well,
you
enthusiastic.
get so high, it's like you can't get high anymore.
I have a good friend here in Cleveland. He's tw 23, 24, and he only dabs, and his friends only dab. But, they're dabbing every couple minutes. I hung out with them, and it's like, I'm puffing on this cigarette, and you guys have already dabbed a couple times, or not
I
cigarette,
mean,
but
when
joint.
I was younger and bongs were the thing, we were bonging every couple minutes.
Yeah,
I guess it's like
we,
hash in the old days. There was always hash around, and it would be something special. It wasn't something like, oh, that's all you wanted to smoke was the hash. Like, no. No.
man, I sold people like quarters of this hand rub Jamaican I had. I'd go back to him like 4 months, 5 months later. I'd see him again at a show, and it'd be like, "Hey, you want any more?" Oh no, man, we still have some of that. That wasn't something you smoked every day because it didn't come around every day. But if you smoke it for a while and it's there, yeah, you get burned out of hash really quick after like a month or two,
Dude, I
except if
remember I
you're
had these
deep.
cloth bags. I think they were like kilos or multi kilos of Lebanese blonde hash. And when you would first get them, it was still kind of pliable, but as the weeks and months went by, you're starting to
Dried out.
harden up.
Yeah,
And oh, when you lit it, it tasted fucking killer. It had this like that Lebanon
yeah,
blonde shit. But
classic
oh, I'd
hash.
get so
The
burned out on that shit
spice.
because there was times that's all I had. There was no weed around, whatever, and it was like hash was always the thing that when there was like ebb and flows to the weed availability, hash would be the like that would be what was available. Like oh, when there was no weed around, oh, people still had hash. And you couldn't get like even Mexican weed or Colombian weed or commercial weed because it wasn't like this constant, steadiest flow. There was like weeks, oh, weed was around. And all of a sudden, then weed went dry for a couple weeks and
Yeah,
no one had it. And, you know,
yeah, that's why it was Mexican though. There was a lot of times all the
Well,
time around.
but
That
it
was
was
like the
like,
backup,
no,
you know.
even probably the people that were behind selling it were smart enough to know the best way to keep the value up was to ebb and supply. Like, meaning the reason there wasn't weed for those couple weeks was because they created that, the suppliers, right? That's like a healthy business when they're smart enough to realize, yeah, price here,
Damn,
we can't just have this
those
unlimited
fuckers.
supply, right? Once there's an unlimited, you hear me talk about this all the time, and I'm not even smart enough to talk about it because I didn't go to school with that shit. But supply and demand economics, it's like there's basic framework. There's like thousands of years, it's been part of our economics, and somehow cannabis, full blown across the whole world, has ignored the that basic framework of any product, supply and demand, the healthy supply and demand, in the legalization thing, which is basically crushing the business from the inside out
Yeah,
and limiting the taxes. Because okay, they might still
yeah.
give
That's the
whatever, but
California
like
thing I'm
if
thinking
they're
about.
selling like $40 half ounces, then you're only getting taxes on the $40. And if that pound that they taxed earlier on in the processor was only selling for a couple $100, they're only getting taxes off a couple $100. So they're uh, Amendment 64, the math of where they came up with the numbers of how much money it was going to raise was based off of 2,400 a pound. Because 16 years, in 2016, 15 and 16, when that passed, that was like the standard price of a pound, right? 2,400. Where now it's like 200 to under 1,000.
The
So
taxes they got off of cannabis in the state of Ohio for the first 6 months is like $39 million.
yeah, okay, it adds up quick, but like ultimately, it's
Just from the
if I was
sale.
smart enough and went to economic school, shit, I'd probably explain exactly why it's doomed to fail.
Well, I was
Like
saying like California
the
tax that's
parameters of
being
the
talked
way this
about now.
business is going, which is going on like decades old, from medical to rec. Rec is getting close to 10 years, but not even, right? Yeah, it's a total clusterfuck of a business that should have like came in running, should have been like, good for everybody involved. It was the opposite, right? At least that's the way I look at it. Because I know as hard as I struggle, I would hate to be these big investors, huge investors in these things that are seeing their money liquidated. Like, because
Yeah.
they're not doing it. Like the numbers are public. They're, it's not like some big old companies making billions already. No, no, no. They're all losing their ass. Or
That
like they might not be on paper. It's very deceptive. But no, it's not. They're not making the money they thought they were with the amount of money they threw
No,
in.
that not yeah, not at all. I don't
Not
think
yet. Now that
Cookies
story,
was lucky.
like
Not
that's
even
where I was
cookies
like
anymore,
brought
I
up.
bet. I
Oh, I
wonder how
think
they're
they're
doing
probably the
nowadays.
hardest.
How do you
Well, I
think
imagine
cookies is
they're
doing
the
nowadays?
hardest. 76 stores across the whatever country, and most of them are just selling boo. Okay, most likely people are over it. Some store up the street has got a better deal, better product,
Yeah, yeah. I
and they're just
tried
like a
something of
big
theirs
brand. I
once.
mean, I'm sure there's people that are loyal to that brand.
There's a cookies here
Right?
in Denver, near Denver, maybe more than one now.
They're pretty much everywhere.
But that tax that I guess Newsom's thinking of vetoing now or doing something like that. That tax where they're going to raise it even more, but he's thinking like, okay, maybe we are pushing them too much. It's going too high.
Well, he's
But I was
vetoed
reading
like
something about
pretty
that.
much every bill, and it's even more complicated because he has, I don't know the guy's name, but a guy that's been his chief of staff since the beginning of his politics. It's like his right hand guy. That guy's wife, this blonde lady, is who's in head of the CCB. That's the California Cannabis Board or whatever it's called. Um, when you pull that up and you look at her resume, you don't see like, oh, no wonder she's head of the cannabis thing. She had, even if it was in the law enforcement side, had experience with cannabis. No, she's the wife of the guy's chief of staff. But now you think that would be good because like, oh, well, if needs things gotten through or whatever, her husband's the chief of staff for the Newsom, but that it's the opposite way. Like everything's been vetoed in the middle of the night, except extending the expiration to 2 years. Only thing he passed. Which if you didn't pass that, oh, those numbers were going to eat you alive. If 2/3 of the product is being expired, and then you're taking it back in and destroying it, whatever, that isn't sustainable. That isn't sustainable. Or you can't like have each year 2/3 of the product be expired. That'd be like if milk producers produced all this milk every day and 2/3 of it went down the drain because
Because there is a black market, so you can. There's some things, there's no black market for, and people are locked in. But
well, I
It's
still wonder
gray
where all this
market.
destroyed
yeah,
weed
okay, gray
really
market.
grows. Like in today's world, somebody would have uncovered or Googled and figured out, oh yeah, there's this one state
Eh,
disposal thing that uh, burns up all the uh, expired product, 2/3 of what they sell through. So they sell through 1/3 and 2/3 gets
What?
expired.
Well, and like
So
you
they
said, a lot
extended
of.
that to 2 years. So they extended that to 2 years. Yeah. So I imagine there's stuff
Okay.
that starts out as flour or
Well,
whatever
that's not. Yeah, that's
and
gonna
doesn't
get
sell in the
moldy and
first year,
whatever.
and then they just turn it into edibles or cartridges or something else, or who knows?
Uh,
Like, like on the big level cannabis, we know some people that work in some of these facilities and whatever. But what the big business of it all? Oh, I'm sure there's a lot going on there, dude.
yeah,
They're
and
not just
it's a lot of the
using all
businesses that
that
are
money
selling it out
freely.
the back door, like and that's the
Yeah,
gray market because they can't
yeah.
survive otherwise. Like you pointed out.
And for the legal market, they don't want those people to not survive because if they all don't survive, then they lose more money revenue. It's a battle,
Yeah,
and I
right,
don't think
right.
they're like I think they're if they don't change and come up with a more sensible system, they're going to fail because their current thing it won't work. Like it just won't work. It isn't working, and unless you like totally reform it, it's doomed to fail. I you just look at it. You can talk about whatever angles that is, but there's not any positive ones. Selling crappy weed in mylars and jars and just the whole thing, the packaging, the has to go from this place to that place to this place. Oh, those places probably are profit.
Yeah, it's all
Whoever
got to
has the license
change.
to be the profit, the packager. You have the processor, and then you have the packager, and then you have the distribution.
My
Like
friend gave
those, those,
some
those are the winning licenses because they get paid no matter what.
my friend gave me some samples of his weed the other day, and they come in nice little mason jars with a sticker on top. That's how we're separating craft cannabis from big business here in Ohio.
Well, I mean that's eventually going to be how that'll be a phase, but I don't think that'll happen overnight. We're like in this like
No,
limbo phase.
Yeah,
that's why that's the start of it though. Instead of getting it in Mylar, you get it in mason jars. We get the mason jars at Walmart.
Well, I mean, you'd have to get them cheaper than at Walmart to make it viable
Well,
tens of
actually,
thousands.
actually,
oh yeah, yeah,
the
you have to take some too.
You have to buy like pallets upon pallets to get a discount.
Well, but I'm sure that if it was pallets eighths, and yeah, you'd need tens of thousands of those things quickly, and then need
But
more and more and more.
well, there's a lot of them here. You can still, in southern part of Ohio, you can still go to an estate sale and buy like tons of half gallon and gallon size and, probably 10, 15 cases of the quarts and all the jellies and everything else because Ohio did a lot of canning in the southern part because it was a poor part of the state.
Hmm.
Still is. My grandmother canned.
Well, a lot of that gets into
We
cost,
can't.
like
Well, like,
and
we used to can.
and
Yeah, farmers.
My uncle
I
still
mean,
can.
most weed isn't sold in like real good containers. It's like even the some of the ones that look glass, they're just carton plastic because they're way cheaper than the real glass. You know.
Yeah. But hey, you know, we charge a little bit more and we just figure that into the price. Some of us give you a discount if you bring the jars back. It's like a refill system, like with the beer.
Hmm.
Bring your 1 gallon beer jug back in
Yeah.
and we'll fill it up.
How about those gross bottles of beer? The nice like the flip top cap, ceramic cap on those. You could reuse them. Those gross. Yeah. I haven't seen them around anymore. I don't think they're using those.
I'm hearing a lot of crinkling over you, Jeff. I'm sorry. It's
Uh,
really hard.
yeah, D, you're crinkling a bit. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, well, those gross beer bottle, the beer bottles that gross used to come in with the flip tops, like the latch compression seals. What do they call them on
Yeah.
the little ceramic can? Yeah, but I don't think they make those anymore either. Like, cannabis came out, yeah, with really nice jars, and there was like plastic, like made from hemp. It was these really cool little, like I got one. It's like a slide out box made from it, and
Yeah.
you
You
could
put your
you could
joints
roll
in.
in it. Yeah, you can roll in it
Okay.
too. Yeah, yeah. Put that's a little small for a joint, but you can roll it in it. It's like a little box. Anyway, it's really durable. I still have it. It's really good plastic. But no, people they're always looking to cut costs and go cheaper, and yeah, it ends up being mylar.
Who
Like I don't
remember?
know, how's the rosin these days? They used to come out really fancy, like with a magnetic latch kind of thing in a box that would hold the jar, and remember something like that, really fancy.
I just know the little glass jars, and that's it. They're actually in the beginning, it was not even
Yeah.
glass jars. It was just, that little rubber, yeah, not rubber,
Oh yeah,
but
silicone. Yeah, those containers.
yeah,
Yeah.
little
Members.
containers.
Yeah. Yeah, but so now it's probably just the jars, no more boxes, or not with those
Yeah,
magnets anyway. That seems wasteful
These
though
are
too.
like, I have cases of this that were lab equipment my friend gave me. These are like, I don't know. They're thicker than you think, but this is back how they used to do dabs and folds with these. Like, these weren't that cheap, but they're like food grade, thick, sort of like plastic, nothing sticks to. Yeah. But most rosin's just in these glass jars like that,
yeah.
Who remembers?
thicker than.
Who remembers the old glass jars with the rubber seals, like the thick rubber you'd actually put on top?
I do.
Well, what would it hold?
It's a mason jar.
A
Yep.
mason jar.
Before they had the tops they have now, you actually had a piece of rubber that you had to line up.
Oh, I guess I don't remember know that.
Some of the coolest
Remember
jars I ever had were ones that got in the parking lot of dead shows, and they were like blown glass, but they had corks,
it.
right? You know,
Mother
they would
likes
be
some
corked.
Yeah,
But like
Illinois
the
got
glass
6 of them.
blower would put all kinds of work and
Yeah,
steelies and all the millies and
Yeah,
fuckers.
good
They
old
got all
days.
6 of mine. I think I traded, fuck, close to $1,000 worth of weed for those.
Well, at least they're still blowing some nice glass these days. Like, yeah, you know, the nice pipes. I've got it. At least they still get those. And for a while, it was all coming out of China, or at least that's all I found anyway.
well, that's
But now it's just
there's
a lot
still
more
like
now.
elite glass and custom glass, but that business is probably struggling big time because yeah, all the Chinese glass that
Yeah,
floods the
because they took
market
over. Like it was bongs, you know, that all of a sudden switched over like all being Chinese, a lot
and they're
thinner.
functional and they work and whatever.
But then they did get
A
really
tenth
heavy
of the
glass
price.
too. But just yeah, it's just mass produced,
Well,
so
I mean,
nothing
most people
fancy.
craftsmanship and paying for art. And, yeah, it's not everybody's thing. Most people just want a functional rig.
Yeah,
You
yeah, I could
know,
see
for
Then
it.
glass
if it
jars,
breaks, then they're like, oh well, I'll get a new one.
for little
$30,
glass jars
not
for
300 bucks.
dabs, I like this one. I know there's not enough light. It's Red Setters. It's a square one that has a deep bottom and a nice top that actually stack together. They interlock, but I really like these, but they can be a bitch to open sometimes,
So,
especially when you're high and you forget how to open them because you got to twist them one way and then unscrew them.
oh, I gotta get this in chart.
But yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that don't dab. I can't.
I just took a dab. It was good. It wasn't
Yeah, but
necessary. I was already
it's
stoned.
you're not taking, 10 a day.
I went like a month and two. I don't know. I packed up like shit and didn't even have it out for a long period of time. I had no desire for it. Then last night I felt like it.
You know,
So I
yeah, I
cleaned
could
it and
see taking a
got it
couple
going.
dabs a day, especially when
Yeah.
you get home. You want to like get there real quick. That gives you time to roll a joint.
Dabadoo time.
Yeah.
And this one strain is the cap junkie one that is, I can't even describe what it smells like. It's good.
Dabadoo time.
Fucking yep.
Cabin.
Yeah,
Cap junkie is a collab between the two of them. Holy
yeah.
jungle. I got a defoliate.
Oh. Oh.
That's what I got to do tomorrow is go defoliate. Mom's really complaining about her tomato plant. I got a nice sized bush just dwarfing it.
That
Yeah,
was too
plain
easy.
spotlight.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's letting me grow in the backyard.
Well, I'm sure like her opinion probably been influenced as the years went on by the information. I mean, but even if you're older and grew up with all the prohibition, like times have changed, right?
Well, the law changed, so now that the law changed, okay, grow.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if the law
Big deal.
changed and they said, no, you could only have 3 or even none, my mom would say, no, you've already taken care of them this long. Keep growing them. And that's basically what's going to happen with Ohio. It's going to be, okay, you voted it, but we've already got crops in the ground. Screw you. Enact it next year.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. Why is Bud still... Hold on.
He's
Yeah,
carrying his.
fingers up. Oh, okay.
figuring out the calendar. Because this room might 258, and then 60 days is around, not this Tuesday,
Then
but next Tuesday. So it still has. I'm going to start flushing it. I'm not going to make another. It's going on. Wait, let me add it. May
save time.
8th.
So what's everybody smoking on?
4,
I got
5,
some
6,
stuff called
7.
ChemStar.
Dairy Queen over here.
Yeah, I
I
got
just
some of this platinum asset.
15,
Pretty
Someone else
fresh.
is growing that I know.
51.
From Bingus.
Yeah, I guess start flushing the 52.
That's pretty
Oh,
good.
since Smash announced that he's doing something, they finally released me being the last one. Let's see, where is it? I'm a judge for a cup next month here in Canton, Ohio.
Tournament,
The
Ohio.
entry fees are, or the entries are still open for a couple more days. It's $50. That includes testing, and you get the test results. And we also need 28 grams of your best flour.
not
You get
27.
if you win, you get a chance to go to the next level higher, which competes against people like in New York City. And then
Hey,
you also get to enter that one too. The grand winner, I believe, is going to get a week or so
Oh.
in Thailand and airfare
You know what they need
to
is
go
like
to
a.
that cup,
Sorry.
the main
Cap,
cup.
you need to win that, Captain. And it's a free airfare.
Well, the thing of it is I've got to wait till like, you know, well, yeah, that'd be nice, but
Well,
I
you
gotta
can't be
wait
a
till at
judge and enter at
least
the same time.
no. But the thing was, is he set this one up so quick. I didn't have time to get anything done coming back from Thailand. Even if I basically floured the second I got back from Thailand, I didn't have enough time to enter something.
When I
So,
used to enter
but
cups, I'd have like
hey, New
usually
York, I
6 months
may enter.
advance, and I would plan the whole, like even when I turned back the crop, it would be ready with enough time to dry, cure everything to have it like as best the day that you're supposed to submit. That was
Yeah,
all part
this
of the
would be
planning.
like 58 days from me getting back from Thailand that this thing is the cup is actually, the awards. So yeah, 58 days. I can't do anything with that.
We got to
I need
dry, cure
90
it,
days.
trim it, everything. It has to be like at best. That's the whole goal.
I need like actually 100 days. Give me 100 days and I'm all right.
Oh, 100 points for the candy.
Because you got to dry it out, you got to cure it, you got to trim it.
And when I used to judge cups, I could tell some of the stuff was like
Fresh.
had been cut down like a month before the entry, and some stuff was like older. Like that was like the first thing you would. None of the older stuff in that level. Like I judged indica and hybrid back then. Flower. Yeah, the stuff
Oh,
that was like most I don't know stood out that rose to the top. Yeah, it was usually like stuff that was like not fresh, but like on the fresher side of the
oh, it's a fresh.
schedule.
And it's so fresh, it's a moo.
It's a move. It's a shmoo.
But it
I
was a
found
lot
all
of
my
pressure.
shmoo glasses the other day. That was
I
cool.
forget how much you had to enter. They had to be each jar had to be like certain kind of jar, no like markings or anything. And you submitted it in the like 2 gram increments or whatever they were going to hand out to the judges and different people. I forget. It wasn't that much, but it was more than an ounce.
Well, hopefully, I discussed it with them because I'm also doing a lot of the advertisement here in Northern Ohio for this, and I suggested that hey, we the judges need, if you're passing out the boxes early, they need like maybe 3 different types a day. You can't really judge 5 or 6. You have to have the judges enough time to, really try them. And you really need
Yeah,
like 2 grams. That way they can roll one joint and then at the end to make the final decision, smoke the leather joint.
yeah, 2 gram minimum, 2.5, 3 grams. And yeah, judging ain't no joke. It's like in the high times ones I judged, we got the stuff 2 weeks in advance. Like
Yeah.
one year I judged it was 58 from trees. Yeah. But when you did the first look over before you even smoked it, it was easy to like go, well, these 25% don't even make the cut. Like you didn't even have to smoke them all to know. Some of them, like I used to think literally, why would anybody enter this?
Yeah.
But that was always just like a certain percent, a small percent. But I guess that's just what they had or what they did. I don't know. I don't know what possessed somebody to enter something that for sure is going to lose.
We had one in Southern Ohio back in the 90s that they used to do as an underground one. And you would get like 12, 13 entries. And it wasn't like, oh, they send them out early. No, you met at someone's house, like a big mansion house, and it would be a party. And you had to kind of judge them all within like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah,
So you
every
were
year
just
we did it.
taking like little oneies and hitting it that way. But the weed
My
was
wife
so
said
good back then. A couple hits is all you need to feel the different effects from it.
my wife judged edibles like 5 years in a row, and there was only like 10 to 20 over the years entries.
No, I'm not.
But she'd have that same thing, 2 weeks. But like, yeah, she would do like, hey, yeah, I don't know. Because like, he ate, I remember one time she ate like a 500 milligram. It was like a small jar. It was marinara sauce, really good, but it was 500 milligrams. It knocked her out for like 3 days.
The oil
Edible to fucking,
transfer.
yeah, it was really, I mean, it said it was 500 milligrams. Who knows? It could have even been stronger. This was
Well,
like
it's the way your
15 years
body
ago.
intakes it. Coconut oil is a really good transfer. So if you look at it and you look at, pasta sauce, marinara sauce, it's got an oil base from like the tomatoes, the ground beef you've got in it, if you have beef in it. But there's a there's that oil to it, and your body just ingests that a lot quicker. And you could be, like you said, out for 3 days. It could just obliterate you.
Hey, the one year, I forget what year it was, and yeah, she voted for that to be the winner too. And that lady was smart. She was like the first brand out there. It was just those like plastic honey sticks, like a honey stick where you bite the top off and
Yeah.
you suck the honey out. But it was like
Or
super
put in your
medicated.
coffee or tea.
And
Yeah,
even though
coffee
people
pot.
made all these things, marinara
Just like
sauces and fancy stuff, the one year the fucking honey stick won because it was simple, it was good, and it was like probably good oil to begin with, or the right dose, or
that'd be a good side hustle for a coffee shop, especially if you had a lot of tea drinkers. Some infused honey sticks put in their tea.
yeah. I mean, it's pretty simple and it's healthy.
How do you make those, do you think? How do you make infused honey?
I think you
You can
probably warm
just
up
take
the
like rosin, or you can do BHO or CO2 and just
probably.
infuse the honey by
I
weight.
mean,
Hmm.
yeah, but like most likely they diffused it by warming up the honey and then mixing in the oil,
Yeah.
and maybe even using something to keep it from separating.
I think if you got the honey hot enough, the sugar and everything would dissolve it easily.
Well, even those honey sticks, because we
I
used
don't
to
see a
sell,
separation if you use like BHO or a
we used to sell a lot of
CO2.
honey at our fruit stand and honey sticks and all that. Yeah, honey coagulates on its own. Like this was an infused honey. Like real honey is like perishable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why you got to
I
put
mean, it's not
seal.
really. It's still good, and if you warm it up, it like comes back around. But like it can
You can get a
coagulate or like
mold.
get like yeah.
Yeah, crystallized. But yeah, you
And
can
it
add
can
like
mold
lecithin
out.
or something, like even just to change the consistency. Like, they'll do that with like chocolates and things like that. Just change the consistency to make it creamier and, not as thick and make it flow easier.
Going back to the canning, for like the blackberry jams and stuff like that, when we would can, we would have certain ones that we wouldn't put wax on top of, so they wouldn't grow any type of mold.
Well, any
So
kind of
honey
food
will
product,
mold up.
you have to you know do certain food safety on and understand it, know what products have what parameters.
Can can't be done.
Things that are edible, people can get sick on, and they're liable.
Well, barbecue sauce is something that will go bad when you take it out of a sealed container and you don't really refrigerate it. So,
Yeah.
like making a whole bunch of infused barbecue sauce isn't a good idea. Just leave it in the oil form.
Well, most things are better edible. Like, well, some things get better in age, but most things
Well,
like get better made fresh and or like
I thought they would have
used
sold
on
better
the
at the
sooner side.
price.
Most products that like we buy in the store that have like long shelf life. Oh yeah, if you look at the ingredients, there's a whole bunch of preservative type ingredients that enable it to do that, like mustard, French's mustard. I should last forever, but like if it didn't have all those preservatives, it wouldn't.
I had 2 ounce containers that had between 500 and 1,000 milligrams. You mix that with your barbecue sauce at home. There you go. Had 2 different types, flavoring.
I barbecued ribs tonight, this afternoon tonight. I used like a sweet and tangy barbecue sauce.
Man, I want to grill so bad.
I was motivated because of Fumi, because he was barbecuing them last week or I forget when. And then I was thinking about it, and then the day I did it.
I used to barbecue all year round, even in the middle of dead winter.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
put it
mean,
out in the garage, put a little
unless
hood
it's
over
like
top
pouring
of it,
ass
suck it
rain,
out.
I can barbecue pretty much year round. Like, look, our weather here is just average all the time.
I think I'm gonna do that.
We're like in the maybe low 80s, maybe only like high 70s every day. Starts off marine layer. Now that we're in June, July, yeah, the morning starts off marine layer, but by 9:10, it burns off perfectly blue and gets up to about 78, 80 and cools down nice at night.
Man, has it been hot here lately, except for like
I heard
today.
there's heat wave all over the country, even heat wave with a lot of humidity, which that's the worst. I
Yeah,
remember one
thank
time being in New York where I
Hey,
those
D,
days
take care of that.
I took care of like I thought I had to take like 3 showers a day. Your pores were like wide open, and the grime in New York City would be like just getting in there. It was so humid and so hot in New York. It was like unbearable.
Hey, D, check the waiting room.
Oh, okay, hold
Oh
on.
wait, here we go. I can do it.
Well,
A minute.
I don't know. I
Yeah, a
don't
minute.
know one of them.
There we go.
I don't know
Well,
two of them.
I'm gonna trust them, and we can always like
Here,
kick
one
them out real quick
the
if
other
it's
one.
some fucking weirdo. I doubt some weirdos coming on the show, but you never know.
Chris. Hmm?
Is he there yet?
Big
Oh, there he
Force is
is.
here. Big
Oh,
Force
sure,
is here,
Christoph. What's up?
and I don't know who the other person is. Where'd they
Yeah,
go?
Oh, it's me.
it's
Oh,
hard
okay.
to
I
talk.
figured as much. The name seemed to indicate that.
Christopher,
Minnesota
listen.
in the house. Minnesota is here. At least Minnesota's laws don't seem to be as fucked up as Ohio's, huh?
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, I know. Hang on.
Well, some states turn it into this big old hogwash bullshit where ultimately it's not that
Like
big of a deal.
Pennsylvania,
You pass a
it can
simple
be
thing
simple.
and you make it simple. And the best way for any state would be to pass a basic framework at the beginning, knowing that as it grows, they're gonna have to keep building on it. It's
But
not
the
like,
thing of
okay,
it
this is
is,
the system, it's rigid, we're not changing anything, even though the thing fails.
The
Like
the
that's
only
where the
problem is, Bud, is you've got a Republican and a Democrat side, and they're both fighting for different parts of the money to do different things with. That's what the only fight is.
I think the biggest hole in the whole thing is this private company called Metric,
Yeah,
METRC. Okay, because they're the impenetrable inventory system that takes a share, a percentage of the money for implementing their software and system that
for nothing.
had like, it'd been thought out. They had cameras and this and paperwork and all this. But now that it's years into the running, it has glaring fucking holes in it. It doesn't work at all, right? Like, oh, once the operators, you know, figure out where those holes are, which are like many of them, that's how the shit ends up going out the back door.
Yeah,
And the tags, the whole thing's and it costs the operators, the growers, all this money to implement and keep up with all the fake paperwork and everything, right? But what it really amounts to is the agency in charge of it doesn't have the true manpower, especially in the growth years, to spot check. Like my nephew's place, 1,000 fucking lighter, dude. They've never had any, but nobody from no, it's all just done correspondence. They pay their thing, they send them the tag, they print the tags, they got the right they give them the plastic to run through their printer, but they had a special printer that they had to buy to handle that. So they like whatever they put in the tags they need, and then boom. Now they pay like, oh, they're you paying all these services cost money, but like they've been operating 2, 3 years and expanding to the building next to theirs. No, they've never had an actual. The
the
fire department comes
inspection
in to
should
make
be
sure.
like done by this, the state.
Look, as far as ABC is still in operation in California. You can own a bar, and the ABC can just randomly spot check you and check your inventory of like how much is in a bottle, left in the bottle, how many
Tax stamp.
the pour rate. They're under like regulations. Oh, and if underage, uh, just the bars doing everything by the book because it's a huge agency. When you look at this, the California, a huge state, a lot of miles, a lot of communities. It's not up to the local police department or sheriff. They don't. They weeds legal as far as they're concerned. The what makes weed legal and illegal is the CCB, the California whatever, the Cannabis Board, and their laws and regulations and metric and rules and all that. And they don't have like they would need thousands of employees. They would need a bureaucracy. Somehow, wherever the money's going, it's not going to that. Like they have very limited uh, boots on the ground, and they have farms and operations everywhere. So how do you manage that? Oh, you manage it this other way. It leaves all these holes. Guarantee if these places were being
Drones.
spot checked at any moment and show us your books and let's look. Wait, what happened? Where's the product? Where's the backdoor thing would be a whole different thing because the first few years, I just think it was new. The licenses were valuable, and they played it by the book, right? That's anything from the way it is today. And the black market is flooded with with legal market weed, flooded.
Yep, exactly.
And they're not trying to like market it under some other brand or anything. No, they're just straight saying, "Oh, yeah, black market this. Here it is. You want it?
Hey,
Some
block
of that.
market
Oh, keep
money.
raising the taxes, and you're going to
Oh,
create more of that." Like that's just that's like I don't know. I don't think I'm saying things that's like that far off the way the world works,
No,
the way commerce works, business works. And somehow this great opportunity, cannabis, has been sucked into this quagmire right off the gate. It's not like, oh, we had 20, 30 good years and legal cannabis, and then the big companies finally stepped in and fucked it up. No, they just fucked it up right from the gate. Mainly the politicians who I think were doing the bidding of the big companies who are sitting there with a hundred
yeah,
year plan and it's all going according to plan. They didn't
and
think
they're
that
just
they were
trying to
gonna like
figure out
create
which
this.
way to create to separate the pie from the cannabis money. That's
Yeah,
what
they
they're
didn't think they
fighting
were gonna
with.
create like a multi-billion-dollar industry overnight. That's not how any of that happened. So they knew like, okay, 10, 20, 30-year plan, 50-year plan, 100-year plan. That's what they do. Those are business plans. They
That
probably
cheese
had some of these
stars give me a
plans
hard
going
time to speak
as
tonight.
far as far as like 20 years ago. Like some of these entities and things, if you could dig into their files, you'd probably see, oh yeah, this is all these things. It's exactly what what they predicted and created. Well, it seems like they have all the governors or the political part of the states locked up, where they're instituting a system that's like set to fail to help devalue the whole industry for the conglomerates to come in and swoop in, like Newsom for sure. And when you look at the decisions he makes and the vetoes he does, you can tell who he's working for.
Oh
Not
yeah,
to make
truly.
cannabis, California is like,
California.
green rush or anything. No, he's opposite. He's
Whoa.
like some like even Michigan has better sales stats or whatever than California, and we have like 20 million people or whatever. It's fucking more than that.
Ohio, Canada is the industry's mouthpiece in Columbus. They're the ones that came up with all this shit and paying a stupid man named Huffman, who's actually a doctor and doesn't know shit about cannabis. Totally nothing. The guy stutters when he's asked questions about cannabis and can't answer or gives you a bullshit reefer madness answer.
Today, Junior.
Yeah, it's amazing how that all happened when there were so many people that put their whole life into cannabis for the, and then they got we're like off on the side, being like censored from Instagram and all the internet and like make our road as hard as possible too.
He even made a racial comment not too long ago that was caught on a live. This guy's an
That
idiot.
doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've like gone backwards on all that racial or any of it. Like we're
This guy's
gay,
a total
trans,
idiot, man.
all the things that society around the world made progress over the decades. We still have issues and a long way to go. That we definitely gone backwards.
Yeah. And then there was
Which
a
is
just recently with this whole cannabis thing, there was another representative that made a racial comment. And it's like, holy cow, these guys are all from Southern Ohio, you bunch of hicks.
I hear
But you're
man.
college educated, huh? Yeah, what college you go to?
Paddle
I mean,
faster. Paddle faster.
I
I
mean
hear
it's
man
20
goes.
I mean it's
whose mic is like
2025.
muted that I can't hear. I think it's D or somebody's talking, but I can barely hear him.
See, he's kind of far away.
Oh, yeah, I can't. His new Apple doesn't have distance. All right, wait. Take this one outside. I'm gonna
Near,
change the water.
far,
Oh, I'm still
near,
feeling okay.
far.
Well, I it looks like Christoph's having like internet connections, or he's just really, really stoned.
Yeah.
What's the morning where he's at, right?
Like 10, 11.
Mercy buckets.
Yeah.
Geez, I can hardly hear you. Something change your setting. You were sounding so good at the beginning.
All right. Oh, it was so hardcore.
There you go. Wow.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Cool.
And what have you been smoking tonight on the stove out of those ones you listed?
Um, mainly Dairy Queen. I don't know. It's kind of late to be smoking Cindy 99 for me.
Yeah. Wow. Does it keep you up or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah.
I've got a pack of those around here somewhere.
Nice. It was a good deal. I'm gonna be ordering 3 ounces of, the nighttime. Can you hear me, Mrs. D? No. I forget the name of it right now. For 150, and you buy 1 ounce, and for every ounce you get a free ounce of random.
At 150 an ounce
It's three for
for the first
150.
one. Oh, three for 150, and then you get it 3 extra ounces for free or just one.
Yeah, three.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's $25. Wow.
Yeah, and the bud's good. Now the free stuff,
$25 an ounce. Fuck.
yeah, it's a good deal. And now the last time we ordered from these guys, we got 2 ounces of this random stuff, and it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. Then the third ounce was like kind of old. Mrs. D smoked it. She thought it was all right, but I didn't like it. But yeah, the 2 other ounces are pretty good. And then the stuff we actually ordered was really good.
That's cool.
And what is it a special just for a limited time, or is it a new place, or what's why is it so
No,
good,
it's
so cheap?
it's always a lot of them are like that, $50 an ounce and stuff
It's
like that.
called supply. Supply and
Awesome.
demand.
And that's delivery too. Straight to my door.
Well, that sounds like a proper
Deal.
place. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
I can't produce. Well, that's 400. That's 640. Yeah. It takes me about $600 to grow a pound.
Yeah.
I can't compete that, and that's the delivery price selling it. So,
Yeah, they must grow.
imagine
They
they
must
have to
grow.
grow.
Yeah. They must grow tons of this stuff. It's one kind.
It's either that or Canada's more flooded than what we think.
Yeah.
Because that's Toronto. That's a big city. Fuck.
Yeah, man. And we got so many. We got so many delivery services too. It's unbelievable. Even one time we were out on Mrs. D's sister's cottage or trailer. And it's like what, an hour and a half away from us. And I was able to find a delivery service to deliver right to the gate at the trailer park where her trailer was.
You
It's
know
crazy.
what?
Yeah.
That would be something.
Yeah, isn't that wild, man? It's crazy.
uh,
I know.
I have some weird, strange business ideas, that's for sure. If I can't grow the weed, maybe I can, be part of like the entertainment part of it. Give people some place to go and puff.
Become a Get your own a taxi service, but call it, instead of Uber, call it Duber.
Duber.
They put a big piece of plexiglass in between the seats, so from the back seat and the front seat, so they can smoke as much as they want,
Yeah,
and you don't get high off it.
have a big filtration system.
Yeah, there you go. Call it Duber.
Well, I wanted to have like, and I wanted to include like cigars,
Uh huh.
but to do it, I think you would need like at least a 7 or 8 story building downtown,
Mhm.
because I think that's where you could get, both cigar and cannabis smokers to hang out in something that was a little bit higher class, that overlooked the city, that had nice big comfy chairs in it. You could have like little party rooms.
Yeah, they have a they have a place like that or in Toronto, and it's so you can rent the room out. They have different rooms,
Yeah.
and it's like gaming rooms, and they have a big a vaporizer or whatever it is in it, and it has like every kind of gaming system on a big screen TV.
Okay.
And you just
Cool.
rent the one room out for however long you want, and you party there, and you smoke as much as you want, and play video games, or even I just go there to hang out.
Yeah. But, if you could be like overlooking and seeing the city, I think that would
Yeah,
be, a touch above. Make it a
yeah,
cool place to go hang out,
right on.
because you could be out looking the city and the lake, city on one side, the lake on the other.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Heat, heat lightning shows.
Oh,
I
oh,
love heat lightning.
right on.
Heat lightning and Pink Floyd.
Yeah, yeah. Here's for Christoph. Oh, fucking. Hold on.
Oh, he
Stupid.
does move. He does move. Holy fuck. Uh-oh.
Very nice.
Blueberry.
I spoke too
Blueberry.
soon.
Blueberry hashish.
Oh,
Mm,
very nice.
yeah. We went to the. We had the. We were stuck to go to the legal markets. We had to try some of that. DV. Divvy.
Oui, oui.
Blueberry hash, Afghan style.
What is
Pretty-
Afghan style?
I guess it's like the texture's like Afghani. How's that texture?
It's all sticky.
Ooh wee. I'm gonna smoke some
Except
right now.
pressed. I make some pretty good pressed hash.
Right on. I love hash. Hash is awesome. I'm gonna.
Christoph showing some plants.
Or hold on. Oh, spotlight.
These having internet connections too.
There we go. I hear chipmunks.
Canary.
Oh man!
Don't see anything. We got a black screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Chippy.
Oh, it's the bird.
Chippy.
Oh. French
Mandarin.
chirp. I want the cracker.
Oui.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, Christoph.
Oui.
Well,
1, 2, 3. 4 weeks.
well, right
4
on.
weeks.
I think you said, yeah, 4 weeks in the flower.
Ouais.
Or 4 weeks from harvest.
Yeah. Hmm. Dum.
They look nice.
Yeah.
Pas trop bien le soleil. Désolé. Sun.
It's gonna take me like 2 hours to defoliate one plant tomorrow.
Well, hmm. We?
Huh?
We?
I want to go to Shoppers.
Oh my god, are you kidding? Really? Okay.
Okay, I don't have to.
No, what do you. Hold on.
It looks like Dee's going to the store.
Not again. What do we need at the store?
Oh, I get cinnamon toast crunch.
Huh?
Oh, it's cinnamon toast crunch.
Oh, alright. Mrs. D wants cereal.
Hey, I got a card bag. I can send it on over.
Use the squirrel suit. Alright.
I like
give me
cinnamon
a-
toast.
Do you want some pipe?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. Let me do one more. One more. They both Christoph. Look at that.
Thank you.
Wait, oh, we got to do the other one, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's pretty good. Smoked about a quarter of a joint and got really high. Like I smoked like 2/3 of one.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
I,
medicated about this
Mm.
hash, this blueberry hash.
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
We were smoking one strain
Mais
and
grave.
you smoke it, you know,
yeah, it's like boom.
it hits you so just picks that high you had right back up.
Yeah, my this place where I used to grab from before legal market days. Um, I grabbed this. Me and my buddy split on like an upper joint to smoke a joint. So we went and grabbed it because I was gonna buy more. That's right. I was gonna buy more, but I want to try it first. So I only got a little bit. And we only smoked half a joint. And we were both fucking medicated really good for like 4 hours. And then we went and smoked the rest of it. Got exactly the same. It was awesome. And then we went back. Actually, after we smoked half of it, I went back to get more, and sure, it was already sold out. It really sucked. It's not hash. One more bowl, fuck it. Oh, we're gonna go. Alright, well, up to you.
You will drink.
Sure. I'll have to get some nighttime stuff tomorrow.
Cadeau et rose.
Alright, Christoph.
Ouais, rose. Ciel, là. Tu la vois, la montgolfière? Là-haut. Montgolfière. Rose. Waouh. Il y a la
Whoa.
montgolfière, là. Ouais. Mmh. Ah oui. Ma petite chépie.
Honey with the cracker.
Oh, Bud. Ouh là là. Oh, la puissance. Cactus. Des cactus.
After my hand
Rose.
still? There it
Oh,
is.
oh,
Hashish.
oh, Bud. Hashish. A good hashish. Nice. Oh, les montgolfières. C'est cool.
Alright.
Les clones.
I guess more Dairy Queen. Ah! Just kidding.
Couille, couille. La pousse là, oui. Couille, couille.
What's everybody in chat smoking on?
Non.
Mysterious brown fish.
Ouais. Chine. Chinois. Je sais pas comment on dit.
Don't wait too much. Ah, tabernacle. There we go.
Tabarnak. Calice. It's a café.
Oui.
Calice. Tabarnak.
Let's check chat. I'm gonna look at chat. Cheers, everybody in chat. What's a cracker? I don't know. Yeah, so I'm gonna smoke some whatever I just said, Dairy Queen. So I'm gonna roll up. Did I want to order some? I have to order. Oh yeah, Black Diamonds. I'm gonna get some Black Diamond tomorrow. This cat.
Oops.
Never told us what he was puffing on.
Who?
Who?
I'm picking out a headpiece of this cream.
Right on.
Trying to find a nug in this bag.
And you said
Just really
you said
good.
cream.
Yeah. Black water crossed into something. I don't know. I forgot. It's tasty as
Cool.
fuck and super stony. All
Word.
right, that's good. Needs a little one to go with that. Mm. All right,
Does
there
it
we go.
taste more like black water or the cream?
Well, it's not the cream is black water crossed into something else. There's a few creams out there, but this cream,
Your mama
it's
likes
got some
cream.
black water. I taste black water in it, for sure.
Ew.
And it's super purple and rounder buds, like more indica buds. It's a good one.
Right on.
Even though my main guy he thinks it's Oreos. He looks at it and says, "Oh, that's Oreos." I know it's not. Even though I've never had Oreos, I know who gave it to me, and
Yeah.
I don't doubt uh, what he says it is. But
Yeah.
you know,
I'm not into Oreos by itself. But if it's crossed with something, that's different.
yeah, I haven't even heard about it. I have no Oreos experience. I don't even know what it is.
I wouldn't even waste my time, but if someone wants to give you something like Oreos, no. Everything I've tasted with Oreos in it has tasted like cardboard.
Really?
Yeah, well, this is that.
I've had some stuff
Whatever.
crossed with Oreos that's good.
I don't think it would be good for Bud. I don't think it's as high. I'm trying to steer him away
No,
from it. Come on,
that's
D.
why I haven't had it. There's no, I'm not trying to get it. I don't. No one I know has it. Like, I don't know. But the guy that buys pounds, he looked at the pound I had of cream last harvest. It's like, oh, that's now. Did he smoke any? He's just a buyer. Buyers like,
Yeah.
who the fuck knows what they know? But one thing to keep the relationship with your buyer capiche, you just go along with whatever they think. I've learned that. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what it is. But here, taste it. It tastes really good.
I don't
But
need
it's
to do
exactly
that.
what
I
you
just
said.
move on. I just move on. Other people take it. They're glad that he doesn't take this one.
Yeah,
And
I
he's flat wrong. But I've learned when you got like a certain customer relationship, it's not about who's flat wrong and who's right. Like that,
cash.
if you yeah, I mean, just go with the flow. And
It's
people
cash.
they can say and believe in whatever the fuck they want. That has nothing to do with it. Because there's ones that they like a lot that aren't near as good. But okay, that's my opinion. What is that?
Well,
That's not worth anything
you know,
except to me.
I had like 7 different this last time, and I would only smoke one. But, yeah, there's a complete market for what I like, but I'm not just growing for myself.
Well, that's the truth with me. But then also, I don't mind as long as like I'm not growing whole trays of things that are not capiche. But like where I get my cones from and all that, that's not even an option. So I like, oh, you got something new? You got something? Wait, you got 5 different things? I'm going with all those. Let's go. Let's try
Yeah,
some like I've
spice of life.
even though I like this cheetah piss, I've been smoking that shit for 4 years. If I never fucking smoked it again, I'd be fine because I smoked the shit out of it. And I'll still cycle it through. I still have like it's not like slaps. Oh, it's gone. No more. Banana gone. Uh, Pancake Wilson, Starburst. Oh no, I left one plant. I cut back one plant and left it there. Because who knows? I could change my mind. But
Please do, or send
probably
me
not.
one. Can you send me a
Probably
cut?
not.
Why?
Yeah, next time
I
I
thought
take
we were
cuts. I don't
buds.
care.
You could
I'll
send
take
me a
cuts.
cut.
I don't. I have no cuts of whatever I got. I got all kinds of things. Right now, I have 2 different lemon cherry gelatos, from 2 different trusted sources. I've grown out the one a couple times, but the other one I haven't. But then I rearranged my rooms where I have a group of both of them right next to each other, so I can see. Oh, are they the same pheno? Are they worlds apart? One better than the other? But the room that the lemon cherry gelato's finishing in, it's only like 6 plants. I can smell it in the whole aroma of the room. I guess I can't even. I'm not good at describing smells, but there's like a distinct smell that's the lemon cherry gelato smell. Like the one, the pinnacle. I wish it like came out dried and cured and smoked as good as it grew and yielded. But like it has like a piney mentholy thing as it's finishing growing. But once you dry it for a week, trim it, that's kind of faint. It's nice looking golf balls, like dense, good bud. But then even when you smoke it, it's like it's weed, it's good. But I didn't think, oh, let me smoke some more of that. Oh, that one's a really good one. I didn't think that. So Yeah, I have like 40 clones I took before I like made that. Those clones I took like 2 weeks ago before I like made this decision. So last night, as I put out 190, moved all the clones on, I didn't put out any of those. I might not. I might like eventually you got to like make hard decisions. You can't just collect strains for the sake of collecting strains. That doesn't work for like what I'm doing.
I tried to explain that to a friend of mine that, hey, you can't be 4 ounces, 6 ounces, 8 ounces.
Well, it all depends on what scale you have, what business you have, what it all is. Um, yeah,
Well,
if
he's
you're trying
just
to support
wondering why
units, you got to
all
grow
of his
whole units.
sales are small.
You can't grow like a pound and 3/4 because then like, oh, you have a pound. You don't have 2 pounds. Because most of the guys I know that buy pound, a couple of them, when push comes to shove, they'll take whatever you got. They'll, prorate it off that price. Whatever, that's fair. But like, I have the other guys, oh, if it's not a whole pound, they're not. If you come up, oh, it's an ounce short, I'll throw in an ounce of this. No, they only want whole pounds. Now there was years ago where those guys didn't dictate my life. I had so many small customers, I just grew for them. It was, like I didn't need to like off my shit in bigger increments. For today, it's just simpler. I don't want to have to fucking. No, I'm tired of 100 small deals to make up for like 3 big deals.
Yeah.
Because even if the big deals pay you less, it's more. So you have it, you can decide, all right, this is what I'm doing. Boom, 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 boom. Instead of like it trickling in every fucking other day.
Well, you're
Even though
down to
that
one
trickle in is like a
person. You
higher
just,
amount over the whole period. Yeah, I'm tired. I love deals, but I don't like dealing fucking having like 20 customers a week and fuck all that shit. I used to. I used to thrive on that shit. That was life. Man, not so much anymore. You go through phases. I might never get back in the phase of like wanting to like deal with people. I don't like it. I'd rather just be in my like
well,
cave
look at the time
or
spent too. And, what else
yeah.
are you doing with your
It's weird.
time?
Like
If
in
you
the
have
in the
extra
10 or
time,
15
then,
minutes that most of these things take place in, I'm uncomfortable just being like having to be in person. I other than online, I associate with like next to no people. Some of my other friends are like, dude, that's weird. And you like, oh, I went to the grocery store today, so there was people in the store and in line. I mean, I didn't talk to them, but there they were. But other than that, I like it'd been like 3 4 days. I was just hold up, go back to the beach at like 3 4 in the morning, sleep till I get up, hang out there for an hour or so, and then come back here just because I'm just more comfortable. Even though I don't really have much to do, I'm just more comfortable like in the garden area than in the house in Cardiff. Weird.
Hmm.
Yeah, having people come by, they used to be part of it.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I lived all
that's
those
for young
parts
people,
of
I
it,
think, you know.
and I still enjoy a couple people once in a while. Like sometimes after so, but yeah, you go through phases. That's the one thing I've realized. Like even last year, I wasn't so anti-social. Like something in the last so many months just dug me into like just stay focused on this. Don't get sidetracked with other people's bullshit.
well, yeah, you took over. You've got a responsibility now, bud.
Yeah, well, that's some of it, and then so then it just keeps me like more near feet. Keep your feet on the ground, just
Keep reaching for the
because like
stars.
for the whole thing to pan out the way I vision it, it's not an overnight thing. So, and that doesn't mean you don't just stay focused on task at hand. That's the times I've been able to be and then be patient, not force things, go with the flow, all the basic shit. Um, but stay like focused, centered on that garden, becoming successful and having your work done, having no bugs, having everything happy as can be. That's the little extras that I don't know. Somehow I think like sometimes I used to not come. No one would come in for like days at a time. I'd make water in both rooms. It'd be good for 3, 4 days. And but when you came back, the plants were there and they were growing. But it's not the same as like if you have daily interaction.
Interaction.
Like they know the difference when no one's home and when somebody's home. I believe that. I don't believe in most cockamamie like spiritual shit. Nah, but I believe in that. Like that energy between you and the plants. Yeah, especially when you know you took the clones, eventually like even though there's like 200 of them or more than that, like in the whole cycle at any given time. Yeah, you kind of have like a little personal relationship with each of them at that scale. I don't know when you get to thousands if you could have that. Probably not. There's a certain point where, yeah, like I
Can't
don't
manage
recognize
it.
every plant from the time it was a clone, but like over half of them, I can recognize. Oh, that was that clone that I took that was like this, had the whatever branch, and oh, now look at it. Oh, this was the
Yeah.
one that I topped an extra time, or like yeah, you like I don't take no. I could do a lot better job with, especially with technology using photo, organizing. Sometimes I wish I could go back and go, yeah, what did that strain look like 3 sessions ago? Because like little changes happen where it's evolving like that. It's hard to like over a period of time. Like even when I decide to get rid of certain strains, most of the time it's when I realize how they performed the first couple years compared to the last couple years. And if I could take pictures and have like notes, I would have like empirical. I wouldn't have to like kind of like sort of remember because you don't. It's all becomes a blur after a while. How many fucking harvest. Sometimes you like fan will be like, yeah, it's declining, it's not doing, it's losing its um, and then it'll come back out of nowhere. You change one thing, or you don't even change anything. You don't know why. And for sure, like as I have strains that have been the last ones finishing, like in this room is like a section of the last slaps. Like those are the last slaps that I set 2 months ago or longer. Uh, oh, it's coming out killer. Like if you look at that, you're like, yeah, I don't know, why did I get rid of that strain? But it always does that to you. Like like most times, I don't know if every time, but most times when you've had a strain and then you've decided not to take clones of it, and then you still had it cycle, so you grew out the last few of them or whatever section of them. Oh, it always comes out. Oh, and at that point you could re-veg it or try to get it back from somebody else, or most of the time you realize, yeah, there was a reason I let it go. I'm over it, but like it always comes out that last time just to show you. It's like it, that like I don't know how it knows that it's its last time and all that, or like how that statistically happens. Where there's a reason you usually cut something out. It didn't yield good. It needed extra
It's time to move on.
trellis, whatever the fuck it is, right? And then all of a sudden that last time the last plants growing are like, holy shit, this is fucking the best. And then you question getting rid of it, but you've already got rid of it. I mean, it's not like, yeah. I mean, it wasn't like I grew it forever, but that's how the first time I had the cream in my hand, I didn't, I had all these other legacy strains. I-95, I forget in the grouping of clones I was gifted. Um, and I was all hot chasing after the legacy strains. They were all pretty good, but none of them, like I grew a few for a few that they weren't like, yeah, they were good for their era, but not today's era. Like you could sell pounds that were scrappy like that. They were like old tired plants. They were 20, 30-year-old strains. I-95, I forget the other one. But this one called the Cream, yeah, I didn't pay much attention to it. And then I was harvesting this like one or two plants I had of it, one healthy one, like one that I then tried to like harvest it in a way that I left a few buds on it and tried to revert it for like months. It stayed alive, but ultimately it didn't revert. I mean, it went all the way to harvest, and I tried to bring it back around. It didn't. But then my buddy, they gave me him. I was like, oh yeah, dude, you still have the cream? Yeah. And he brought me the cream and a whole bunch of other ones. Uh, and so I got the cream back, and yeah, but I like if he didn't have it, if I wasn't so hands on in the harvest and all that, I would have missed it. Because like somehow I associate it with it being cookies and cream or some cookie strain, but it isn't. It's a from this other outfit in San Diego. It's a clone they sold for years, just called the Cream or something like that.
Like
Um,
cream milk.
Cream, yeah, but it's not really that. It's like a purple candy. Like I don't know. It's good. Yields good. It's a happy plant. Now I have it going. Like, but then I'm going to cut back on it mainly because, like, yeah, the guy that buys all the units somehow he looked at the best unit. Like, dude, my other buddy took it, no problem, loved it, fucking asking for more of it. We'll probably take what I got now because, yeah, the main guy, he opened the bag and looked at it and he didn't smoke it, but he looked at it. And he knows what, this ain't no fucking rookie. Um, he's like, dude, this is the fucking Oreo. I'm like, no, dude, it's not the Oreos. I got it from my buddy. Like, and then he says, yeah, no, no, this is the Oreos. I don't want that one. He didn't take that one. All right, fine. Took all the other ones. Um, so now that's like last cycle before this one. Yeah, I'm already going, yeah, well, if the main guy that buys like 90% of everything doesn't want that, I'm not going to try to rename it, remarket it. It might look something like the Oreos. I have no idea. Now, I could take it as far as go, dude, smoke a joint of this. You realize it's not that. I don't need like I in this. I don't have to fight for a strain. Okay, I grew it. I got it back. If I decide, well, I'm going to grow something else that the custody desires more. That's the bit. That's the world you live in. When I was younger, oh no, people lived in my world. I realized that. Like for the longest time, I didn't ever think about like what my customers like, even though they would say certain things. I grew what I like, which most of the time was like a good choice. But over the years, I realized, oh, you got to listen to your customers a little bit because, like,
Yeah.
ultimately, you're just like you. Without them, then you're just a grower. You don't have a business. And then over the years, yeah, pretty much you grow what the market. with whatever's moving through the market. Like you have to. You can't be off on some island of your own. You could if it's something special, but nah, you gotta like, I guess, stick to the P's and Q's.
I know of like two strains here, in, well, three strains here in Ohio, and they're in different areas of Ohio. You can produce a good quantity of that and it just sell out every time
Yeah, I mean,
because they've been around for so long.
and a lot of strains they're just popular for the minute they're popular, and then some circle back. There's no that
And they're
like if you think
legacy
you have that all
strains.
figured out, I don't think so. I don't even try. I just do my
That's
best
three.
with like what's around me and what I have, what decisions I make. Sometimes I think I make bad decisions. I waste space and time and effort chasing my own head trips, like mainly legacy strains. Like, oh, there could be people that have great cuts of some legacy strains. My experience is
Yeah.
when a strain's like 20 years old, it's cut only too. Yeah, you're dealing with a plant that's 20 years old and has less vigor or has some of it was, oh, 20 years ago when weed was fucking 4,000 a pound and anything green with red hair sold like as fast as you could grow it. Uh, so some of those weeds were like great at that time. But in today's market, they're not that great. Not that they aren't tasty and have like a stone and all that, but the look, the leaf ratio, calic ratio, or whatever you call all that, like the amount of trimming it takes to even make them look presentable. Um, that's where it's like, yeah, no, nobody's really going to want units of that because it doesn't present well. But now, 20 years ago, oh, that was the fucking top of the heap because looks and bag appeal was like less of a thing than like how good it was, like how effects it had, like how stony was it. You had weed that was super stony but a little ugly. Oh, people didn't mind that.
Yeah.
That market's
I,
not there today. They want this certain like look.
it is, but it's people that understand that for certain types of cannabis, this is the way it's going to look. Because, if you grow some Thai back here, people, it's like growing some Afghani hash plants. When you look at the bud and it's like a few colaxes and a few colaxes and a few colaxes going up a stem, yeah, it don't look so good. But, you collect those colaxes and it's
Yeah,
really good weed.
no. There used to be like pieces in commercial weed, not the super press shit, but shit was like even Thai that you'd peel it off, and next thing you know, it was like just this weird branch or twig that was just all Calexes, right? And you go, oh
Yeah,
yeah, we flick all those off and smoke that joint. Uh,
but that's
yeah, and
not
some of those
today's
were
market.
tasty as fuck. No, no. One day all that stuff will flush back through
Yeah.
because people want to experience weed in all forms in the long run, not just this like where we are now, the candy gas, whatever, purple little gram nuggets. A lot of it are the parameters, the packaging, the this, the market. I mean, to see that there's places like that sell ounces at deals, there's a few places here, but most of the dispensary models here are into pushing eights. And if they have some like low budget deal, it's like way less quality than these Mylar eights or jars eights that mixed in there is probably some fire shit. If you get lucky and get somebody's batch in the right timing and all that. But most of it is disappointment.
Christmas time.
It's just some all right shit with a label and a brand associated to it.
Like I said, I got 7 different and only smoke one.
And if people had the option to really look at it and smell it and before buying it, most of those, a lot of those wouldn't get bought. But because it's in a sealed package and you are buying it off of whatever,
A shelf.
yeah, and a name and a brand and all the influences. I
And then
think a
the
lot of
price
people
point.
purchase these little amounts of weed and are like probably like half the time disappointed in their. Oh well, okay, next time I'll hopefully like it's better than that.
Well,
Like
but
there's a
at
bunch of
least in Ohio, you don't get a full eighth.
that's even weirder. It's like that's what I think should change. If like okay, you have an obviously oversupply market. The best thing to do would be to be selling like bigger quantities. So get rid of the eighth model, which is California whole thing built on eighths, and move it up
Everything
to like,
is.
yeah, the smallest amounts of quarter, halves, wholes. But that's not no. They got you want a whole, you can get 8/8. That's the business model for the most part. Where in some places the business is broken down to a point where yeah, you get 3 ounces and then you get three for free for 150. Okay. Like there's a few spots that offer these deals, but usually it's just some shit that they've had on the shelf it didn't sell through and they're just trying to blow it out.
2 years later.
Yeah. I mean, which I don't know. It just seems it's not sustainable. It's affecting like it's just there's not a I don't know where it's like, oh well this part of the cannabis thing's doing real good. Not you couldn't say where because all the places are in different phases of the same bust and boom cycle or boom and bust, whatever you call that. Because it's like the same thing. Oh, there's a couple outliers. They're doing it a little bit different. In the United States, Florida at a major level is just going medical with fake doctors or whatever. I don't know that they're fake doctors. I don't know what it takes. I know what Prop 215 was because I was part of that for what? It was like 1996, 97, 98-ish, really. But then it went to like 2015 where all the stores, the whole apparatus of legal cannabis was all under Prop 215 medical. I still have my like, even though they haven't been updated in years, I don't even that doctor's office definitely not where it used to be, right on PCH. But there used to be like you drive around and you see, cannabis doctor, be like some like mini mall thing where they convert it into a thing and you go and pay them your money and you leave with the uh what I forget what they used to call it. It's not like a prescription, a recommendation. Yeah. A lot of legal jargon and all that. It was more gray area than anything else. Where now, there's not much gray area. There's not much real law. Like as far as what the law did is it made it you took the real cops out of the picture. Because it's not their job to figure out if you're licensed, if you they don't walk around knowing, it's a 6 plant limit, you have 8. That's not what they do. That's like that's that whole division of legalities is under this other agency. If they could get the law to be on their side, guess what? They got to pay for it. Like if they're going to do a raid or something, they need this. Oh no, that's like billable back. If they're not just doing it for free.
Nothing's free.
Your mama.
Basically, I mean that's
Hey,
and bureaucracies just continue to grow and suck up more money and become less. They have no like they can't even function because it's just a bloated bureaucracy. And that's like where cannabis is headed.
yeah,
Like, most likely, if you really wanted to fix this CCB thing, you say, yeah, we need like 7,500 employees, but not executive desktop people. No,
people
boots
go
on
and
the
check
ground.
and shit.
Yeah, and have a whole system of that where you have enough manpower to like, yeah, knock on the door and be like, yeah, I'm from wherever.
Inspection.
Here, take a look. Let me see how's things going here. Where's your papers? Where's are you current with everything?
That's true.
Blah 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 blah. No, that doesn't
In
exist.
in '97, when I wrote the medical for Ohio, I put it in where it would pay one person for like every county or two counties in some spots that would go around and check the shops. They would go around and check the grows. They had a state issued car, but no,
Yeah,
there was no money
yeah.
for the
Well, all that comes
politicians in
into
it.
play. Like, okay, vehicles and whether it's state owned or oh, you supplementing their mileage and all that's part of the job. And oh, those are salaries that end up being like careers and have
Yeah,
protections and because they're state type jobs. And yeah, when you start having thousands of those, oh, that's start costing a lot of money.
Have a good night, everybody. I'm out of here. Don't forget to
All
tune in
right, D.
Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the Tuesday show.
there, D.
Later, guys.
Bruce,
Yeah, I'm outside in the dark, but today's my second day in my life of wearing like real glasses. I went to optometrist and then they prescribed me and then they made the glasses. I picked them up on Thursday and they're bifocal. So I'm getting used to like, I'm like a rookie when it comes to wearing glasses, but man, good to be able to see better. Still getting used to them. A lot of my friends, I didn't even know they had contacts or wore glasses most of their life. Um, yeah, they're help. Like I'm learning like to move my eyes, not my head, especially with the bifocal thing. Like, don't move your neck down to look at your phone on the
No.
bifocal. Just move your eyes. You have to like train yourself a little.
Yeah, I had
But
too
I'm
much
learning.
space in between my cheeks and my bottom of my glasses, and that really fucked me up with bifocals because I was actually getting three.
Yeah, there's like some weird spots you learn how to use them. Like, well, the lady at the doctor, she told me, probably take like 3 to 5 days if you wear them. Try to wear them all the time. And your brain, eye coordinate, like you won't even like things that you notice now, you won't notice. You'll learn how, like you'd be surprised how your brain and your eyes adapt to the to the thing. And okay, because at first I'm like, wait, like the frames are comfortable and all that, but like it's uncomfortable because I usually don't wear except I had readers when I needed them. But oh no, I needed it both ways. It's it's typical. I'm 63, so like okay, time to get glasses. But it's a new experience. Like
Yeah, I gotta go
yeah, I had
get
to
a
get
pair.
glasses in the end as I got older. I got old.
yeah, I like them. so far it's like not a bad thing. Like I don't know, it's not like, oh, I don't like how I look in them or anything. I don't care about that part. And I like that I can see better for
Functionality.
sure.
Yeah, no, you can see. Yeah.
Like my one friend Justin, who's worn glasses, he says, yeah, you gotta like point with your nose, like he, and then I have bad posture anyway. But then I realized, yeah, instead of moving my neck down, just move your eyes down. Which like, oh, it's a little tricky to train yourself to.
Are they progressive,
No, I don't
like
know what
like
that means.
bifocal? Like the old bifocal, but now there's no
Yeah, well, like
line.
the
It's
lower
like,
part of the thing has magnification, the rest of it doesn't.
oh, okay,
And
yeah,
but
it
then at
sounds like
first
they.
it was like a whole weird thing where I noticed where that was. Now I like see it's only been a couple days, I see past that. And then like even now if I want to look at my phone and like oh like I'm saying, not move my head down because then I'm still in the wrong thing. Just move my eyes down to use the bifocals, right? Instead of going and move your head. Like if you're using your head to try to dial in the bifocals, you're doing it wrong. That's what the lady said. You got to learn to like use your eyes to like, oh, you have this here for most, the main glasses, but then you have this section that your eye's going to look past that normally, except that when you lower your eye to use it, right? Don't lower your head to use it. That's what she advised. I was like, all right. Because at first I realized, yeah, I lower my head. I like move my head around where that doesn't help. If you just move your eye, if you move your eye down to the bifocal, use the bifocal part. Oh, then things up close are in perfect focus. And works like, yeah, working with plants, you need to be able to see detail. You need to be able to look at the pistil, the bug pressure, Hermes, see nail. You can't be like half blurry, even with readers on, which magnifiers aren't really the same as like prescription glasses or whatever. So I'm glad I took. Hey, I was way overdue. I'm a procrastinator when it comes to shit. Now that I went through it, it wasn't that hard. I was like, yeah, why did I wait years? I needed glasses like 4, 5, 6 years ago. I finally took care of it. I'm proud of myself. And then, because I don't know, I guess I like do this a lot, like to put like they're snug and stuff, but sometimes I just feel the urge to go. And then I realized that was one of Jerry's ticks. Like if you ever watched Jerry a lot, Jerry wore glasses. Usually he had
Pushing.
sunglasses, but he always would be pushing them up his nose. Like that was fine. He'd be in the middle of a shred and he would go like this, like that was like part of his thing, pushing his glasses back up on his nose. It was like if you saw Jerry, you saw him do that like a million times. Because like some of it was like, it wasn't like his glasses were going to fall off, but they would slide down his nose, and then he'd push it back up. Yeah,
I just got a pair. It's the transition type, so it darkens outside, but inside it's
I
totally
like that
clear.
idea of that. I
Yeah,
like I like I'm like I say I'm a rookie. I'm just gonna like I realized like when the lady laid it all out, there was this and I just stuck with the
yeah.
basics
No,
at
it took me a
first, and
while
then
to.
but then I
It was
see
like
like,
my
oh, they got
third
some cool
pair.
shit out there, and they got even cooler frames, more expensive frames, and stylier ones. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. When you change it, like you find out too when you go to get new lenses, like, oh, like most places you have to turn them in for a couple of weeks maybe. So that doesn't work. You really need to, you won't really say, oh, I'll have to buy new frames too,
Well,
because
my fear
I
is
don't go without
like
these.
even
Like
with
some
like
rarely there's a
sunglasses.
24
My
hour place
sunglasses never leave my
that'll
car
do it there.
because I'm that stoner that like would forget things places, right? That's just me. So now I'm like, yeah, I can't lose my glasses. Don't take them off.
Yeah, I
Like just
scratched
like
them
you
right
used to
away
just
too, my
wearing
first
them
pair.
and And okay, the first few days, yeah, there's a few times when like, yeah, like it's not like I can't see without them, and I'm used to that fog. Like, I'm trying to like to say, yeah, just get used to like wake up in the morning, put your glasses on, and then you wear glasses. Don't like take them on and off and on and off.
Yeah, it's cool being able to see
Then I
clearly.
will lose them,
You do
or
fake
they.
it, I guess, at the end. Well, you think you're seeing good, but you're really not. It's really
Yeah.
No, well, that's what I
everything's
realized.
much better.
Like I thought it
Usually,
was really. I mean, I knew it was like up close. I don't know what do you call that, short sighted or long, whatever. But then when I went through the test, oh, that was only a minor part of the situation. My distance, where once I got the glasses, then I realized, oh yeah, I couldn't really see like like the phone number on the side of that truck's business, like from a distance. Where now with the oh no, it made it all like a little snappier and clearer. License plates, like oh, if I was real close, I could see it, but from like a certain distance, it was blurry. Where once I got these on, oh, it's not blurry anymore. And yeah, like you just get used to living that way, where you realize, yeah, you can function with your, not seeing as that good. You get used to it.
yeah,
It really was like, yeah, uh, I wouldn't see things like, oh, I didn't see the little bit of powdery mildew in that under. I couldn't see it. Oh, I put on magnifiers. Oh, I could see it. But like when I worked in the room with those on, those aren't meant to like, so I put them on to see a plant, but like 90% of my being in the room was in like not in magnified mode. And then I'd realize, oh, I still have my glasses on when I'd get like vertigo. Like it would like make me like it's like this weird like dizzy, weird kind of feeling. And it would be when I was wearing magnifiers, like I needed them to take a
yeah,
clone. But actually, that was like 5 seconds. Boom, take the clone. Then I didn't need the glasses, but I left them on, and then would be in, like looking around the space with magnifiers on, and somehow it'd make me feel like my balance was fucked up. I don't know. It fucking wasn't good because you're really not meant to wear magnifying glasses like that. And that's what like readers. Those are just magnifying glasses.
yeah. And like I've like just put like regular sunglasses like over these, when I need a shit. But now I pretty much just wear a big hat and I dim the light when I go in the room now too. So
Yeah, I'm not a big sunglass wearer. I mean, sometimes, yeah, they're they're a certain tool. Like it's like I never bring sunglasses into a show. Except then there's times when the show starts at 4 in the afternoon. In the first 3 4 hours, the sun is just beating right at your face. And if you didn't have sunglasses, you'd be fucking hurt. And there's other times, mainly it was fish. I was at shows where I felt like, oh, this would have been better if I had some sunglasses on because like these lights are just too bright or too stroby or too like where I'd be like, yeah, that's too much light. But if you had sunglasses on, it'd be just the right amount of light. Because I know like D, you wear sunglasses all the time.
yeah,
Like the last thing I need to do is dim in dark. Like even if I really wanted to see anything, I know I wanted to read this medical report thing. I can see it here, but if I went into even the bedroom or the flower room where it's like high intensity light, super bright, then I can see things perfect. And that's probably
well,
like I never wore Method Sevens anything, but I've been under HPS lighting for 35 years. It's not like I stand there and look at them or anything, but I think that wasn't the best thing to do for my eyes over
No,
35 years. I mean, that's why in today's world with like OSHA's like a job safety rules and laws. Yeah, they'll probably. I think it already is a thing that like if you work in a legal place in under the bright lights, whether it's LED or HPS, the recommended wear like whatever. There's a brand Method Sevens, but that's not the only sunglass like that.
yeah. I don't know what kind of damage you could do, if any. It may not, but it can give you a headache.
Well, I just know that
They won't give you cataracts, I guess, like the
like
sun or
even
something. But
the office light, it's like a soft light or whatever. Yeah, I can see things under there, but if I wanted to really see something, I'd go under in probably the bedroom. Those are only 315s, but it's a different kind of light, right? I wouldn't use like look under the light. I would just be like reflective light, but somehow it's like brighter and I've always had it grow. So like yeah, when I want to look at something up close or inspect something, it's always in the grow room under the lights. Like like I don't have any
yeah,
better lighting.
yeah,
Like
yeah. The dimmer, I haven't had that very long. Yeah, it's really good. I like having that. You can just walk in, have a controller. I can dim the lights down. Still can't look at them, but it's bearable. You know, like 25%. It's turned it down to. And then with a hat, yeah, it's good.
I mean,
But
this
and
was a
then
lot
also like
years ago. But
sunglasses,
the
like
first time I
polarized
like
sunglasses, you won't be able to read your phone, look at your phone. Or like one
first
direction,
time
you will maybe, but not the other.
I came to
One
terms
like vertical, but
with
not
like that I
horizontal or
had like a
something.
bald spot or I was balding on my top of my head because I was getting older. I remember I was like sat in a room or whatever. I was under the lights and I remember feeling like, holy shit, the top of my head got just like sunburned just in this like one spot. And I remember saying to Sabrina, like, yeah, what the fuck? She said, dude, that's like your bald spot. It's like totally sunburned, right? I was like, what do you mean my bald spot? I had no idea, right? I remember she got out this one mirror that allowed me to look. I was like, holy shit. And sure enough, like from being under the lights, it would give you like a sunburn. Like, like that's when I started wearing at least a hat in the room. Now, my wife, she didn't have Method 7, but she had these other couple of different pairs of sunglasses that were whatever, block that shit, and had like this weird hat that she used the whole time. The 20 years she worked in the gardens alongside me, she always had that on. And it wasn't
Yeah,
because I told
floppy
her it.
kind of hat,
She
like a
just was
fishing
like
hat.
that. That's how she was. She had this weird floppy hat and glasses and would even dress with her hoodie, whatever, to like
In fact, yeah, the HPS, yeah.
keep all that light out
Yeah,
of her.
those are bright. And like, yeah, depending how, if they're not up high, and you can get close to them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we used to veg with metal halide 1,000 watts. And that was one kind of light. And then the
But indoor, it's
HPS.
not like
But
it's
I'm
not a
like, just
20-foot
like,
ceiling.
it's been so many years. It's just there. It's like, I don't know. It hasn't,
There's a lot of, you take
e-
abuse.
there's
It's
like,
not
look,
easy
you could be
actually
a
doing it.
coal
How
miner.
are your
You do
hands?
anything for 30 some years. There's probably something involved
Jeff.
in it that like you damage of
My
your
hands are all
physical.
fucked up. That
Yeah. I have
swimming
friends that are tile
sucks.
setters and stuff. They work in,
Actually, my
uh,
hand that holds the stem, I don't know, that one's more fucked up than the one working the scissors. My thumb is like, I'm starting to feel like I don't know if it's arthritis or something, but I can feel it there,
yeah,
feel
well,
pain there, early arthritis or something.
yeah,
Really,
there's different kinds of
that in your
arthritis. I mean,
eyes,
there's
yeah,
just the
and
common
your back
arthritis, and then
too.
there's,
Is your
what do they
back or
call
your
it?
knees?
root of something, arthritis. Yeah.
But and you're pretty lucky. I mean, you have some. I don't know all the time and all you get space like that. But I mean, a lot of times, like you trying to get in these contorted positions, like bent down, like trying to reach and maybe move something that's heavy. It's like, oh, these are not. This is not good for your
Well,
back
like one of
and your
my
whole
things that is
body.
like I'm just not in shape or I'm like
Different parts.
old. And there's like if I raise no, the reasons the trays are at that level is to get the space with between the lights and the canopy for them to grow. So like last night, 190 clones, and I have to bet like I could do it a different way, but like I lay them out like the rows of five by how many two trays, whatever, 190 of them. So the I call the fourth and fifth. So that's the like the furthest. It's a 4 foot tray, so I got to lean in and plug them, right? Um, yeah, it's that
Yeah,
lean in, like, and then oh, it feels good the next day when you wake up, but like that evening, you're like, oh yeah, I like, my muscles aren't in shape to be doing like
yeah,
200 lean ins, right? And now there's times I could do it in a way where I move the cube to put it into place, but the cube's already been watered in. They're heavy. So it's just better to lay them out in the grid and then put the, now, if I had a big enough bedroom, I'd eliminate that by having the trays are butted up against a wall. So I only have access from the one side, right? So but now I've been doing this a long time. When I was younger, leaning in 150 times, wouldn't your back wouldn't even feel it, right? As you get older, all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, fuck. When I laid down last night, I was like, oh my back, yeah, because I had like done a repetitive
yeah,
thing where on a muscle group that I do the same thing every month. Now, if I did the same thing every 3 or 4 days, oh, I'd build up better tone and muscle, that muscle group and shit. Or if I worked out or a whole bunch of things. But um, I do work out. Growing is like it's not over strenuous. I don't usually break a sweat, but
yeah.
I
Yeah, it's
like
also
put in
healthy.
like a certain amount of physical. Uh, yeah, uh, and a lot of it is like even when you harvest, the trays are low. So then you got to cut it down low, pull it out. Oh, cleaning the trays. Like, like if I had everything was perfect, oh, the trays would be like 2 feet higher at like work level where you didn't have to bend down to work in them. But then you'd need that much more ceiling and space. Oh, and I wouldn't have things butted up. Now, luckily in
Yeah,
my
yeah,
grow space, I have casters on the
yeah. And that
tray so I
stool.
can
Yeah.
move them around in this weird puzzle to access it all.
Yeah.
Uh,
Huh.
but I see these rolling trays they have these days, and God, they're adjustable and the way they work. Yeah, but those are like, well,
Yeah.
you can find a lot of equipment from these giant investments that went up belly up with like pennies on the dollar and like auction sales and shit, you know. But that shit's still expensive. The
Yeah.
uh what do you call them? The tables or oh, there's different companies. There's
Multiple
even better designs, and
tens of thousands of dollars for some of
you
them.
have some that like oh, you can jack it up just like your chair if that's what you want to do while you're working on it, and then boom, hit the thing and it goes down. It has hydraulic. Yeah, but that shit's a lot of money.
Yeah, I guess that's cool though. Yeah, they just slide them over like those old
Well, I
library
mean, there's a
bookshelves
certain like
kind of
if one of those
cases
used
and
commercial grow
yeah,
rooms
so stack them,
like they
pro
like
stack them.
Ivan says on his thing is like $10 million investment and shit, upwards of
Uh,
$10 million, power upgrade, all the bells and whistles, the AC, the this, the that, the here. Um, yeah, that like whatever profit ratio the weed you're selling, that's still going to take a long time to pay off that investment. That's not like you don't just
Yeah.
open your doors and pay back 10 million bucks that you built the place with in a couple of crops or something. That's not how it works. And I don't know about
Yeah.
them costing $10 million, but they cost millions to have it, designed to for that, drain floors, and if you build a place for purpose, not just rent a warehouse and convert it like where you ground up. Oh, there's a lot of things you could build into your grow facility that would be like floor drains.
And the different states, like California is pretty expensive too, and Florida though too. From what I know, I don't mean maybe parts are different. Like to get construction work done though, like I guess it's expensive, but also it's just like people are just flaky. Like
Well,
California can
one
be
thing
flaky too,
Ivan said, like
but
Ivan's thing that pissed him off, that's the guy that was jungle with. It's like, yeah, you need a power upgrade for the one facility in LA or whatever, and you sign up for it. You're paying for it, which is a lot of money because they got to close the streets and whatever it takes them to run that line. You're on the hook if you're getting the upgrade. But it would take like 2 and 3 years from the time you would apply to the time they would like schedule your
uh,
job.
in
Holy
California,
18
shit.
months to 2 years. Where,
that's
yeah,
California.
where that
Yeah.
that was, yeah, yeah, and that is the way it goes here.
Pay a guy and get
Um,
it done.
that was like at this one place was like cost him all this money. No, that's when he was like, yeah, fuck California, and fuck their rules, and fuck all that. I'm going to Florida, and dude, he's just built place after place, like at Jackson City, this place, that place. Like I don't know how many of these facilities, same cookie cutting model, the retail in the front, rolling back, processing, hash, all the whole thing,
Should be.
top of the line shit, right? Builds them from ground up. Like so he hangs the the right ACs up on the permits it the whole way. Like that's the way you do it. You taking over a place and then trying to make it that, it can be done. But if you can just like have like a certain build, it looks like these things are like cookie cutter at this point. Yeah, I'm sure there's like all the things that would you would build if you were like building out a building from scratch to be a commercial grow. No, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a lot of money. But like a place like that, 20, 30, 40 years from now, is just functioning where when you start just building out warehouse space that wasn't really intended for that,
Yeah,
it
that's
has its
gonna
own
be
set of problems.
something. I gotta turn a
Well, I've
warehouse
always
and
thought
nursery.
having like floor drains, you know what I'm saying by floor drains? Like, like you could do it even in a warehouse. You just have to build up your flooring, like whatever, probably a foot or less, and then have pipes underneath. So, like, if you hose down your whole room, it just you could right to the floor that you drain out itself. Floor drains. Like, oh, if you had to grow, floor drains would be good, right? Where if you
Yeah.
harvested a space, you could come in with the blaster water and hose the fucking thing, ceiling to floor, whatever, uh, foam it, whatever, and it just drained down to the floor and out.
So you don't even need pots if you're using like, well, I mean, you don't need saucers if you're using pots. Just let the water drain into
Yeah,
the floor
or
and
if you have a
yeah,
flood or anything else, like okay, that's built for all that, right? Um, Now you can do that in existing space, subfloor and all that. That's not out of the world. But if you were like building scratch up and poured a foundation with the pipes in it and all that, oh, that's the way you do it.
right.
Even multiple floors, like oh, if you built it that way, the second floor would have floor drains too. Floor drains. Like if I had a big commercial 1,000 liter, I'd bet yeah, floor drains. That'd be worth whatever thousands it costs to have.
Just set everything in the ground.
No, but just like
How
maintenance
how
of
would your
the space.
system be, Bud? Tell me.
Like the system would be whatever you built on top of it, tables and all that, and would have ir the irrigation, dosatron and all that. But every 2 months when you took the room down, you'd be able to come in there with like hoses
Okay.
and hose down everything and just let that water drain straight out and down to the floor like a bathtub or like a you know and and have it leveled to where yep the water drains out. It doesn't flood
So
up
for
and you need to suck it out and all that shit.
so for functionality, it's for
Yeah,
basically
like
cleaning and overspill in case something happens with your watering system.
yeah, and even just to keep the place sano.
Okay.
Floor drains. I've always thought would- I would want to build those in. There's certain buildings I've been in that have that.
I thought you just like come up with an alternative to hydrocorn and just make it floor drains and
Well, I mean, yeah, but
turn them into big hydrocorn
that
beds
would
like
work
we
once or
used to
twice,
do
and then
with the trays.
how, how do you keep it all clean and shit? You know, it's funny is
You can
okay,
spray it down.
there's like 15 L2s. That's the second lemon cherry gelato Pinot we have. And then there's the LCG. That's the original one. And there's 50, no, there's 20 of those. They were all rooted. They were both taken at the same time. They were rooted. When I put last night these 20 of this strain, by the time I was over here with different strains, all 20 of these were completely laying on the side, wilted. I was like, what the fuck? These ones, the rest of them, different strains and the other lemon cherry, standing up, no problem. These ones were like, this plant was all like, I remember going, oh, these aren't going to make it. I don't know what the fuck, right? Watering them in last night. And then today when the lights came out, I'm like, and when I got here, yeah, they're all standing up. Like, so whatever, like, it wasn't like they got any different treatment than any of the other ones, but somehow they all wilted. And like, only this little one, like two of them were standing up. The rest of them were like wilted. Which I was like, fuck, I don't know. Like, did I kill those? Like, uh,
I kill them.
something happened, but then they came back. God, I have like how many pinnacles? Holy shit. Five, one, two, three, four, five, six, 30. I don't think I'm gonna throw it anymore. I'm gonna go get a butt of it and smoke it. So I've only like smoked it 4 or 5 times this week. It's not bad, but it's also not like memorable. Or, yeah, I don't think it's worth like saying, "Oh, let's run it a second time. Maybe it'll come out better." Well, we are like, okay, I can show you one, right? Where is it? That's the study.
That's
Somewhere
bad
right
when you don't even
here.
want to run it a second run.
Well, it's already in second run. It's like I have it. Oh, it's right here. Here we use this.
Well,
Like you can
making it
see
the
the way
third,
it
okay.
grows.
Yeah, it's usually the third unless you want to throw away
Wait, let me
something
turn
you've
my
been
camera.
starting.
So, okay, this tray is mixed. So this is how biscotti grows, which is like smaller. They're really tight. And the weight ends up being a lot. It's not a bad thing. But then this pinnacle is like these fatter, rounder,
If I
uh,
let
dense as fuck buds. that, like this is like a week from being done, and it's pine menthol, right? That's what it is, right? This is oh, I forgot the strains, but it's from Purple City, right? And
I'd like
oh,
to
this is
try
just
that
one
pine
plant.
menthol bud.
It yields massive. Like all buds are like fat all the way up and down. Um, okay. So in here I have a couple pounds from the first run, and the buds looks killer and all that, but dried and like everything else, like 260 for like, I don't know, less than 10 days and got trimmed. Um, the first like some strains are this way. Yeah, that pine menthol that you smell when it was alive. Um, that faded. It smells like weed. It's not like it's bad.
We're seeing more of the floor than the bud. There we go.
Well, I'm trying to find. I'm just gonna grab these. It's like actually this mule feel is super stony. It gives you the munchies, and I
Yeah,
don't
you've
get the
already
munchies
ran
off of
through
that.
the mule foil, and I never got to taste any of that.
No, I've still got it going. I just haven't committed to it going forward. But I have both rooms have it in it. All right. Uh,
So you excited about next month?
Not really. I mean, in one way, yes. Once I get to it, but it's like it's happening soon. I got so much shit I'm responsible for that, like, I haven't figured it all out. I know I'll end up there, but it just seems like,
Fly in, fly out.
and there's a lot of walking, and if you want to be up front, then you're gonna have to like put in the time and effort. And holy shit! But I'm gonna do it. I'll be fine. It gets harder as you get. Like even today, I was saying to Robbie, yeah, maybe I should get a handicap seat.
Yeah,
Like then you're not as close, but then like uh
you got a
you don't have
chair
to
you
deal
can
with all that.
stand.
Yeah, well those sold out. Now I might better get. I still might better get it through the inside family buy or whatever. Oh wait, here we go. So yeah, this is just the pinnacle buds. They're super dense and it smells good, but you don't get that
Good
pine
name.
and you don't get that menthol. That like dried off, that cured off. And it's not like it's over dry or any of that. Some Turks are just that fragile. You know what I mean? And
Might
then
be
when you smoke
picking
it,
up a
a
clone.
little of that, a little of the pine is in like the dry hit, but not predominant. Like when it was growing, I'm like, oh wow. But then dry cure, it's different. And it's super crusty. And even though I thought, oh, this is a joint's worth, this will probably be two joints worth. It's that weird kind of bud that like as you put nugs in a grinder, it's like expands. Some dense weed doesn't do that. Like it's dense weed, but then certain dense weeds are just at that perfect spot where like a little goes a long way.
You like that pine and menthol
Well, I wasn't sure. I mean,
with a
no,
stony
that's
high?
something I chased. That's something I chased. No,
There's a really good strain
look,
here in Ohio
I
called
have like three
Illudium.
different Sure crosses: Sure cream pie, Sure crasher, and Sure
Trying to
cocktail.
offer bud clones.
Usually, when the trimmers first start trimming, I always have them hit the Sure first in the first couple days of the session because not that it gets too dry, but like, oh, a couple days further, like if I trim the sherb at the tail end of the trim session, it usually takes like a week, you know, with the current staff. Um, it's real easy to lose that sherb nose. Not that the crasher or the cocktail with GMO are still good, still like smells like killer's weed, but that sherb, that super sherby thing uh that one is like easy to lose too if you don't
Then
dry
maybe you
and
should
cure
like
in the right time.
and buck them down and put them in plastic totes,
No,
Rubbermaid totes, and tell them, hey,
no, I
until you're
mean
ready
they
to
start
do
trimming it
these,
like usually 8 to 8. No, it's at the right time. No, I have the trimmers on deck on that part. Oh, if I had 4 or 5 of them, and then it would be like a 2 day session to get to 15 or more pounds done, right? Um, some of it is, oh, these are people with other things happening in their lives, and some days they do 2 pounds. A lot of times they do one or less. Like they're fine with whatever. They're not like stressing. Like my stress ain't their stress. They work, but they work, and I trust them, and that's who I have. Like I wish I had like
than
more, a
before.
few more, and worked into that schedule, and only I don't know, and all that costs money, and the people that are doing it, they're motivated by the amount they can work in like that amount of days. So if all of a sudden I had, oh, I only need you for the one day because I got 3 other people, that wouldn't make them that happy either.
No, they're
You have to
looking
weigh
at that
out
extra
that.
cash every couple
Yeah, and they get
weeks.
it done. They're our team. They're on the team and fit in all the other shit they got in their life too.
Yeah, it's a side job.
Yeah, because
It's
that's all
not
it really
taking
is.
out taxes.
And it's not. It's there's some benefits to it, but it's not that high paying. You got to work. A
But you
lot
can
of it's
smoke
on
at
me
work.
ultimately. Like like certain strains, it's easy for them to hit a pound in like 3 hours. So getting paid 100 and a quarter a pound, that's good money. Other
Yeah.
strains, it might take them 4.5 hours because they just grew different. There's not as much weight on the head pieces, whatever it is, the variables of
More
each one.
leaf.
Some plants are like 3, 4 ounce average. Some are only like 2 ounce, 2.5 ounce average. But then those 2.5 ounce average plants sometimes take more time trimming for less weed. Like that's like in the old way you used to you grow. You didn't as a grower. You didn't that wasn't something you factored in because like even if you realize that you you had to pay your trimmer extra because of the amount of time it took to trim that particular one, you could tack $50 onto the price of it, no problem. It was something worth it, right? For today, none of that's like part of the game. And 2 out of the 3 trimmers, they trim for me when I used to pay 200 a pound, roughly. I didn't trim by the pound. I hated by the session. We were on a different level, but we're not on that level anymore. They understand it because okay, if the price is 11.50 a pound, then if I'm paying 125, that's like a tenth of the value of the whole unit just in the trimming. That doesn't count real estate, uh, materials, power, all the other factors. And like, yeah, I can't justify more than 10% of the value going to trimming. That's a problem. Now I know there's trimmers that trim for like even less, but they don't trim at the same quality. Like, yeah, you can fast trim a bunch of shit. And if you're getting paid per weight and there's hundreds of pounds of it, okay. Then you can get paid like 50 a pound to trim. But you, there's no way somebody's doing a pound really right, doing it right in less than like 2.5, 3 hours. And
Yeah,
there's
I was
some
about
freaks
to
of nature
say.
out there. Like, and that's why I used to pay people per session, not per pound, because if I put some like quota like that in, oh yeah, they would always be getting a lot of pounds, but it like with the quality
Strip trim.
change. You know what I mean? And ultimately, it's the grower. Yeah, the density and all that, and how many lowers and how much leaf and how much time each plant and the genetics all like are crucial. A couple of the strains I got rid of were basically it wasn't I got rid of those trimmers, but their uh input was valid. Like yeah, there's apples and bananas. Yeah, and they would still trim it to the standard, but oh, they would point out that yeah, that took them like 5 hours instead of 3 hours because that strain was just that way. And other strains were that way. Like even that I-95. Oh yeah, you would have really had to like the
Leafy.
trimmer had to like yeah, the trimmer had to like finish that to make it look good. Where there's too
Which
many buds that like you can do the minimal and a little bit of the leafing, and then the trimmer has hard just a couple clips, boom, it's done. And then there's other strains that vary. There's all these varying things. Each strain's different. Like how long or like weight ratio, you know, because even most trimmers, most people, they can't even like like it used to be people the value and everything was different. So if it took you whatever hours, you weren't tripping on it. Today, like, yeah, for it to be worth someone's time, they need to like hit a pound in 3.5 hours or less. That's like 30 some bucks an hour. And that's like not fucking around hours because you're not going to hit that mark if you're doing a bunch of bong hits and checking your phone. No, that's
that's me.
like like 99% attention on trimming for 3.5 straight hours. Like the people that I know that have like done this long term, they lock in. It's like that's where I have too short of attention span or whatever. I good 10 minutes and shit. And then I'm like, oh wait,
Let
no, they
me
just
throw
lock
one.
in. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, they get stoned at the beginning, a couple hits, have something to drink right next to them, but they're like on it,
Not looking at the
right?
bud, saying this is a
No,
nice
that
looking bud.
no small talk, nothing. Put on to whatever music they're jamming to, and they just lock in and get it done. And not everybody even has that mentality or ability, like to not get sidetracked by their own, like just being. No, like good trimmers, I noticed that. Like, yeah, they can like set up their little thing and have it all okay, and just go boom, 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 boom. Like stay focused on it, boom, 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 boom. Why it would take me like, yeah, 6 hours or 8 hours to trim the same amount. Oh, I need a cigarette break. Oh, wait, I feel like coffee. Like I'd set these little like quotas in my mind. Okay, if I do this branch, then I'll take a minute. Like even now, I was in the middle of changing the water. I did two of the the six reservoirs, and then thought, oh, let me take a break. Right now, they're not empty and they're going on flush. When I went back in there, they're on dosatron. No, I forget what kind of watering site they were. But the back trays, the one I changed, they were watering, and then they water for their cycle, and then it's like 20 some minutes before it clicks on for the front ones, which I imagine now that I've fucked off all this time, the front ones are
Ready to
watering,
go.
which is fine. They're not empty, and then I'll have to change the water after. But if I would have just stayed on task, it would have only taken like 20 more minutes. But somehow I was like, I feel like smoking the joint. I work in spurts. Like I could have came in tonight, did what I had to do, and probably be out of here in like 40 minutes. I'll choose to hang out here all fucking night and take that 40 minutes and turn it into like 8 hours. Well, I'll do this for a minute. Like even last night, I did 190. Uh, First laid out all the cubes, watered them in, prepped everything, and then when it got down to, because I had like trays of clones, and it's either I did 15, three rows, or 4 rows of five, 20 of all these different ones, and they were all right there. I'd started. I remember going, all right, I'll do these 15 of this kind, and then I'll take a break. And then these are relatively short. I still had some coffee. I probably smoked a cigarette or some weed. Then I did like 20 more, and then I thought, well, let me do 15 more. But I instead of just doing them like wham bam and be done, which would have taken like a half hour, I think it took me like 4 or 5 hours. Now I'm fine with that because I'm in my own space and time. I'm not like, okay, that's that many more hours I'm in bliss with the garden, right? One on one. Where sometimes when I have helpers work, they're like, okay, I got here now and I want to leave it here in 4 hours. So like, let's get going, let's get going. And then they put this pressure, which I will try to work within that because I understand that they're doing like, even though like if they stayed 8 hours and we only did like 4 hours of work, I still pay for the 8 hours. Like if you're just hanging around because I'm hanging around on my breaks, I you're still on
Yeah.
the clock. That's my trip, not your trip, right? But most of them, oh no, they understand the whole thing, and most of it's like, yeah, I gotta get. I'm leaving here by 11, dude, right? Because like I'm not doing your all night, 2, 3, 4 in the morning thing, right? Like people realize you come around and then you start smoking with me, or as a, I don't live in time. So the next thing they're like, holy shit, dude, it's 2:30 in the morning. I can't believe I've been here like fucking 7 hours. It seems like I just got here. What happened? I'm like, yeah, I don't know, dude. You're in the zone. Cause like most of the time,
You're in
my
the bud
zone
zone.
is from midnight to 3 a.m. Even though I got here at 7 or 8, no, like 7 tonight or something. I got here pretty early, maybe even before that. I knew I wasn't going to do shit till like midnight or 1 in the morning. Whether I was on here or talking to my other friends or doing bong joints or whatever I'd be doing, I wouldn't motivate to do like whatever project till later, like up against the
But
3 o'clock roadblock.
Jeff, Jeff,
Yep.
bye bye.
Okay. Au
Big
revoir.
force.
Peace.
Peace.
Big force, Christophe.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you,
Thanks,
Sam,
Christophe.
pareillement. Thank you, Big Boss, mes amis. See you soon.
Peace.
Oh.
This Chemstar is some pretty good smoke. It's either that or I've just been smoking some mids for the past 3 weeks. I think that could be it.
Yeah, I had that for the past week. It was a few days anyway. So smoking on this platinum acid is a little early. It's only been like 4 days. Fairly dry, but it's pretty good. But yeah, everything else I have just good for vaping. And some other stuff too that I can smoke some of. It's good. But yeah, it's just not great. Smoke
My
some of
world is
it,
the
but
opposite
I don't
of
want to
that.
just
It's
keep
because
smoking it.
one, I have the perpetual thing like completely dialed in. So it's like between the 8th or the 10th to the 15th, each room, each month. So this next room day is on the 8th, around the 8th. And I'm just now like cycled through the last room. Like I still have product, but it's all trimmed and ready for the next round. And I'm just barely like taste testing the varieties out of that. And
Yeah,
then the next room
that's
is gonna
nice.
get
That's fun.
hung and yeah. And then it's pretty much month after month after month after month after month. It's like it never derails off of that. Like my whole existence is around those cycles.
Yeah.
Have to be.
Which, like, okay, in that cycle, the best time to be able to leave town for 3 days and uh go party would be like the first, second, or third of the month. Like that's like a week before harvest. It will put pressure. I'll have to like make sure I take care of the clones first, not after, and you know, but it's doable. Oh, if it was like the 8th to the 15th, I'd be like, yeah, as much as I'd want to go at this point, I couldn't. Which, yeah, that's sometimes the fate of a grower. Like when you want to go to like events and shit, oh, they have to coincide with the garden.
So my birthday is August 31st, and that's a holiday weekend. I think we could go to like 3 festivals if you come out.
Yeah, well, that'd be at like a month after I just somehow pulled it together and went tromping to 3 dead shows and the after parties and the dude, it's could be pretty epic.
Well, that's why I asked
But
you earlier if
like,
you're ready
it's not
for it.
like Oracle or any kind of like uh, uh baseball stadium or football stadium, because believe it or not, there's a parking lot right here. You pay to park, and then you, as far as it is, it's further than arenas and smaller places. You still have to walk to get in the venue and all that. Oh
Got
no,
walk a
going to the
while.
at the polo fields in Golden Gate Park. Oh no, like just look at the
Parked by
map. Like,
Jerry's house.
like yeah, yeah, it's a lot of walking for like 99.99% of the people going to it. They don't have a parking
I
lot. Like,
think
oh, there's a field next to the
I
place
parked
where 60,000 cars parked.
I parked up by the record store up on going up Haight and walked down. That was for Lands of the Lost when Tom Petty played. And what was that? Oh 06, oh 07?
You're talking about outside lands?
Outside Lands. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the weekend after the dead thing. Like basically the setup and the permits and the fencing and security parameters, all that. That's all like outside lands is permit that they. So like how San Francisco gave the dead their permit was like outside lands and the dead are just going to share. So like all that stuff's going to be set up for the dead and then stay up for the Outside Lands the next weekend,
Oh
which makes
yeah,
sense. And Outside Lands has been doing this event there for a long time, a lot of years. So they have like a whole, the architecture of it. You need this amount of fencing. This is the company. This is the cost. This is the setup day. This is the amount of people, the amount of security, the blah, 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 blah. Which, so the dead don't have to go through all that as an individual event. They're like piggybacking onto the Outside Lands production, most likely
that's
paying
cool.
their share of it. So it saves both sides money, if you're
Well,
going to
they're
set up
probably
such a
renting
thing.
the
Because,
equipment.
well, you have to set the whole thing up. There's really nothing there. It's a fucking field.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
Yeah. So uh, you have to have the fencing and the this and that 60,000 person event. That entails a lot of stuff, plans. So yeah, they know how to do it. They've had more, like they've had a couple 100,000 there for Bill Graham's memorial show. Like it was more spontaneous. It wasn't like an event. Even when Jerry died there, I don't know how many people they estimate was going in the polo field the day after Jerry died, but it was like more than 60,000. But that much humanity, oh, I used to thrive on that shit too. I loved that. That was like a whole thrill, like being in crowds of 100,000 and shit. That was a whole other like experience. I guess I've been in them because when I went to the Rolling Stones, they were at SoFi in the place in Vegas, the big football places, and they hold not 100,000, but under that, and they were sold out full. But the crowd was like, I say, oh, it was easy. You parked here, even though you paid $80, and you just walked in. No, the fucking uh, polo fields. It's like, yeah, walk in and walk out alone is like a good trek. And then you got to do it the next day and the next day. Some of it is, yeah, I'm just getting too old for that shit. I should be in like, if this was like a marathon, you'd be in training like a month before the event where you had the stamina physically to, to wait in line from a pretty early time in the day to go in at 2 o'clock for a 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock show. And yeah, I guess once you get in, you can squat down and sit down on a blanket or whatever for those hours, but that's still uncomfortable. And yeah, you had to trek like a good distance even to get to this venue through whichever way you're attempting to get there, through the mission this way or fucking off the hate that way, which is farthest. And it's not like, what do you call it? User friendly.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. And here at Red Rocks, it's a mile up. You got to walk up this like ramp way,
Yeah, no, Red Rocks is a thing, but like Red Rocks is like, well, Golden Park has its charm, but
and then there's
different.
hell.
But Red Rocks is like, there's a certain vibe there. I've been going there since '81. I've been there, I don't know, maybe for Dead, but I've seen other things there too. Um, because it's like a special place. It is, even though it's turned corporate
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like
The
anything
Dead play there
else.
the most. They're the band that played there the most.
Yeah. Well, like
Um,
even when the Dead came back there in '81, they hadn't played there since '78 because people were scaling the rocks, like Deadhead mountain climber types were scaling those rocks. And
I
then they
remember coming
banned
like
that.
like coming in without like from the other side. I remember that once.
And so like it wasn't a
Yeah,
corporate
that's
place
crazy.
like it is today, but like that year, there was like all these new security guys that were posted at the base of the rock, like at intervals, to keep any deadhead that had the brilliant idea of like scaling those, which were like, oh, you couldn't just be somebody that decided to scale it. You had to have like whatever level fucking rock climb
Yeah, crazy.
skills because they were like vertical and high as fuck. But like, I've seen pictures. Oh yeah, in the '70s when they played there was like people that they went up and were at the top of those rocks, just standing that way up there because they scaled them vertically. It was more wide open. And then a couple times, one time, like they played one show and it rained really hard, and then the next night it got rained out. We moved to McNichols, which was like an arena in Denver. And then in '82, oh, it rained every night, just like for a couple songs, and but when it was raining there, it was torrential. But then all of a sudden it would just clear up, and you wouldn't even know it was raining. It was like the weirdest weather
Uh-huh.
there, especially in
Yeah.
the later summer. It's like known that oh yeah, it's going to look perfect, no sign of rain, and then right at when the sun starts going down, some fucking thing's going to develop, and it's going to like rain. I I remember a couple years ago, some other concert was there, and there was these giant hail balls that like I don't think anyone got killed, but it hurt people.
Yeah.
Like people had to go to the hospital. They were like golf balls coming down at 100 miles an hour,
Yeah.
and by
Yeah,
the
because
time
it's
people
all
were trying to
open.
get
Yeah.
out of there, they were like pelted. Like
Yeah,
it's a
it's
like I don't
dangerous.
know what you call it there, but it has like a weird weather thing, like the hillside there to the valley, or like
I don't know.
especially
We
a couple
just get
months
the
a year.
thunderstorms. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
like to
yeah, and
like
that
this
then
time
the
of year too, like
thunderstorms.
today. But it cools down. Like
Yeah, they were
there were a
thunderstorms,
few years when it didn't do that anymore, and it just got
and
hot in
they
the
come out
summer.
of nowhere,
Yeah, but
and
now these
like for the
storms come down,
for
a
the
little bit
half
of
hour that
rain.
you were in it, you think, holy fuck, this is it, and then literally like 15 minutes later, blow right by, everything's back to
Yeah,
normal.
like it's usually not hail,
Thailand.
but like now it's like yeah, every day we're getting those. Well, not every day, but for we have little spurts. Like today we did these clouds rolled in, and so blocks the sun also, so it cools down. But yeah, I remember a few years back, it was like 10 degrees hotter and never cooled down during the day. We weren't getting those afternoon storms or just clouds rolling in. Then so, just light storms usually, light rain for a
Well,
bit.
yeah, and like you say, that's like this. It's always been
Or
that way
maybe
in that
heavy too,
area.
but not for long. Yeah, it's not like all day raining. It's just rolling in the afternoon. Yeah, it's like that now. People said, yeah, it used to be like that because a lot of houses, the older houses, don't have air conditioning because it would cool down in the afternoons in the summer. These clouds.
And it doesn't cool down up here until like midnight, 1 o'clock. I've got an intake and not an exhaust, ceiling fan, and a floor fan.
Yeah, it changed. There was, like I said, maybe 8 years. I don't know. It definitely like 10 years ago, for like 5 years around that time. It was just hot every summer. Like no rain, hardly any rain anyway. And nothing's happened. Like light storms anyway. Lately, it's been good. But yeah, there's some hail. And like we got a little bit like small hail, like the big hail though that can really do damage. It's not too often. But get a lot of new roofs in the houses here. Yeah, but insurance is good.
You can huff, you can puff.
Yeah. This Texas is the
All
worst
right.
for
So
thunder
now
for hail
this
damage.
joint I rolled at that pinnacle. Yeah, it's better than I thought. I don't know about taste and flavor and all that. It doesn't taste bad or flavor bad, but like, oh, it's heavy. It's like heavy hitter. Couple, three, four hits, you're like, oh, I'm good. Bleh. Enough of that. That's just heavy, cloudy. So I have to rethink it. It's like how one joint can change your whole vibe
Yep.
on. Because like, oh, I had this other joint and it wasn't all that. This one's all that. It's tickling my nose.
Maybe that bud is like higher on the plant. Maybe it was in a different spot underneath the light.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like I didn't pick through a bag and find a good heady to smoke. It was like I don't remember it like giving me as stoned as this one is. Now, that used to be a big selling point. It's less of one today. Bag appeal rules.
You should see people's eyes
Hmm.
light up when they get a 3, 4 inch bud in a bag. Yeah, they still come that big. Man, the first 5 months in Thailand, they weren't noticing that the bags were coming in and marked popcorn.
Oh, this is good. Oh, popcorn. Mm,
There's a shop that actually wrote in the name
doesn't
popcorn.
doesn't smell like popcorn. It tastes. Wonder why they named it that.
Yeah,
Still could be good though.
some of it was, but some of it was like really old too. I mean, like a darker color green, already turned oxidized.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
like
just
that
pulled up
lime
our
green is
weather
good.
where I'm at till July 12th, and it goes from 71 to 74 every day, and then it's 61 to 63 at night,
Man, that's perfect.
and it's cloudy. Yeah, it's like the same old perfect weather. Green layer in the morning, and that's it.
Thank God it's finally cooled off here, though. We had heat indexes of over 100 for a few days. 94 here.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
in the
pretty
news
hot.
like there was heat wave
New York,
going from
East Coast.
middle of the country or west part of the
Yeah.
country all the way east and high humidities and stuff. But yeah, no,
There were
I didn't see any of that around here.
there was they
I'm
were
very
talking
lucky.
about making air conditioning a requirement for rentals like heat. They were, just talking about it on the radio, NPR. But that's there. Like I know a lot of
Well,
people that are like, oh, they have air conditioning. They don't even
what
use
would
it.
you have to add to the daily rental? Like, okay, somebody had air conditioning in their rental. They probably use it the whole time they were there, like except at night. Now it costs like what, $20 a day in power?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it has to be
Or
efficient
more.
too. But yeah, it still would be, yeah,
Yeah.
20 or more, right?
I'm damn. I'm looking at a split mini that is not only an air conditioner, it's also a heater. And that installed where I'm at, because of where I'm at, is going to cost me about 4,200.
What, so 3 ton or 2 ton?
I forget what exactly it is. I forget how many,
That's a lot for, unless it's bigger than that. Because like I just got a few
well,
months
it's
back,
for,
a little longer, a 3 ton with 10-year warranty from Daikin. That's a serious brand for 1650. 3 ton, brand new.
but
It's 22 series.
does that heat
Hmm.
too?
Oh no, it's not a heater. No, no, that's right.
Okay.
The heat seat costs more. You have to have a. There's like the split mini's one function of it. The heat's
Yeah,
like
is
a
it a
different
heat
function.
pump? Is
Yeah.
Heat pump. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you're
And
in a spot where you need heat, yeah, you got to
it's
pay for
big
that.
enough for this whole area upstairs because it's kind of an open layout. If you were having like a hallway going back to the kitchen, no, my hallway's like 10 feet wide.
Well, one thing with the better split minis too, but pretty much most of them, they learn the job and then like have the ability to be as efficient as they try to be efficient to accomplish whatever the thermostat settings are, right? Where like standard air is a thermostat setting, like, oh, if you have it set at 72, if it goes down to 71, it shuts off. If it goes up, then it turns on, right? A set point where, and it runs 100% or it's off, right? Or a split mini, it can learn, oh, I could keep this temperature by coming on at like 30%, or like it doesn't always have to run it its full thing. It's not like, so that's how they're way more efficient
yeah, yeah,
because like, oh,
yeah. Variable
they have like
speed
a little bit of
compressors, I think
brain in them
they call
where
them.
like it's not just going to go at it 100% and off. Where like forced air or whatever you call that, HAVC standard. Yeah, that's like a threshold where it's like it's on 100% or it's off. Clicks on and off the thermostat. Where but mini like will just maybe stay on, but only at like 40%. Like
Yeah,
it
and
regulates
more
itself.
and more and stay on longer, maybe than just turning
Yeah,
on, turning off, turning
yeah,
on, turning.
and they're super
Yeah,
efficient. Like they changed. They weren't like when we first started using them growing. They weren't as readily available as they are today, by far. But they were around the rest of the world, especially in like Europe and places where like they're the way they built
Asia.
and a lot of things that are old. They don't have like forced air needs ducts, and the space for ducting. Or split mini, well, you run the coil, but it doesn't need ducting, right? Where a lot of building in the United States, we went with like ducting and the
mm,
space and the material to duct and use that kind of AC. Where a lot of the rest of the world, they don't do any of that in the building.
yeah,
But then the split mini comes in that's perfect. So I remember
yeah.
seeing when we were like
Asia,
bombing in Afghanistan and Iraq, and they show these like piles of like the whole building
yeah,
collapsed, and you'd see the split minis in there. Like
yeah.
everyone, like they live in harsh heat, and like all those apartment buildings they blew up and shit. Everybody had a split mini.
Like a lot of times,
It
it's
was
mounted
common.
outside the window on the side of the building or
Yeah,
something. Yeah,
where we're here, more and more places, even new builds, go with split minis. Rather, they have new systems where you can have like a big system, all controlled, like different heads in all the different places of the house, and all real controlled by one big split mini brain or unit. It's expensive, but it's bottom line. It's more. I think it's more efficient than forced air. And the amount of power and electricity it takes to run like a equivalent
Most
amount
definitely.
of
Yeah, man. Maybe that's why
that.
it's so
You
cheap.
put
It actually
you
is
got to
pretty
push
cheap
the air so
for what
far.
it is. Because they make so many of them. Because yeah, like you said, most of the world. I mean, I know I've
Well,
seen them in Asia,
like
yeah, Mid East
it's the one
too. Yeah,
product
you're right.
that even with everything that changes, okay, so I have a bunch of 2 tons. 2 tons cost you about for good ones. Fujitsu, Daikin. Daikin has a 10-year period warranty, the longest in all of them. Mitsubishi, but like you needed a Mitsubishi uh service tech. Like you couldn't work like yeah, even though and they were the top priced one. I forget what they called it something. They had their own name for they're a quality one. But there's other ones that are quality. Now there's a bunch of knockoff ones, but some of those knockoff ones, like anything, work pretty good for the price. Might not have as many bells and whistles, um, or is as functional, keeping them clean and the way they're built. Um, yeah, but here we have for 10 years. When we put them in, they were all new and they were 3 tons and they were like close to 4 grand back then, 36, 3,800 for 3 tons, right? 3 tons today are 1650, 10-year warranty with all the bells and whistles, not the heat
Huh.
pump. And oh, the warehouse down in Chula Vista, yep, it's like a AC distributor thing. Oh, they got all like what we got this brand, that brand, this brand, what size? Come and get them, right? Because they're readily available. They're a commodity here. 15. Yeah, I've been doing sealed rooms for a long time. At the beginning, yeah, you had to like search out fucking split minis. You can go to Home Depot and buy fucking split minis. They're like a
For a
common
fifth
thing.
of the price.
Some of theirs are kind of crappy brand. Like there is a quality thing, especially if you want to say, "Oh yeah, they've been okay." I had to replace one out of the four last year. And the other two, like they all should be replaced, just due to the SEER rating went from like 12 to 22. That's the efficiency of power rating they have on it. So that in itself pays for itself in less than a year in what you'll save, right? Um, but that's just because uh, they're they've made it like they're being used not just by growers, by like people. Split minis are a lot of hotels use them. There's certain places like hey, actually you should want to make sure that the hotel, if you smoke or sneak smoke in your room, because if you go to a hotel that is on a centralized air thing and you smoke in your room, oh, that gets sucked into the whole system. Oh, a split mini room? No, it's like it's just in your room. If you know what I'm saying. Like I remember before weed was illegal, you could get away with smoking in weed in hotel rooms and it wouldn't be a big thing. Now weed's legal, and like they'll fine you and like send security to your door if they even smell it at all. Right? It's weird how certain things like became worse even though it became legal. Because like pre-legal shit, yeah, we'd smoke out a room or do like shit. But today that would get you like fined or in trouble.
Yeah, I
Hey.
actually have a couple signs from hotel rooms, supposedly from Thailand and Asia, that say no smoking weed in the rooms. I've got a couple from the
Well,
States too, I think,
I mean,
maybe.
now I don't even think they offer them, except maybe a few places. But there used to be like, oh, you want a smoking room or a non-smoking room, right? And smoking rooms were pretty smelly. Like they'd been smoked in so much that like, holy shit. But like, I've never like major chains or I've never heard of place. Oh, do you want 420? Like it's legal. Like a block away from them, they're selling weed. Okay, so wait, you can't smoke it, and like that part of it. Like I don't understand how we like stalemated on like that. But I guess that's the social side of it. Like there's still like even what Captain's explaining about you can still get charged in all this felonies in Ohio and the even though they have legalized weed or whatever. Like, but then
Yep.
again, don't expect those bureaucracies of the police to just like I when we first changed in California, and I had friends that had interaction. There were still like old timer rogue cops that like even though they probably been briefed that things had changed, they've been a cop for 30, 40 years or whatever already. It didn't change to them. Do you know what I'm saying? And there were these DUI trends. We had these things where they were hot on this, like calling it, they even, you can't drive high and all this shit. And they would, but then most of those cases failed because the actual test they're using didn't pass muster, unlike the alcohol breath analyzer, right? And so that's not even a thing. Like,
Well,
but that took years.
here in
That took
Ohio,
years. Like we've
I
been
forgot,
it's been
I
changing
forgot,
here for 25 years. So none of this shit just
yeah,
happened overnight.
missed it.
The cop thing.
So, so here, along in this bill and everything like that, they also want to allow, like at Blossom, which is an outdoor amphitheater, they want to allow smoking at music events.
They won't allow it or want to allow it.
They want to. So what they're going
Yeah,
to
because
do
they have a
is
revenue plan in that.
exactly when you pull out, it's more likely that, hey, you probably smoked during the show, or you know, at that show, you're more highly likely to have THC in your system. Like you said, they don't have something that says that you smoked cannabis in the last 4 hours. It's in the last 24 hours. So they're going to rack up all the driving under influence ones.
But this is what I will say happens over time. Okay, so unless they renege and don't have medical cannabis and rec cannabis, all that cop shit's just gonna go away. Okay,
He's
because
Jeff.
the budgets for it, the
The camera's
public's
off, bud.
stomach, that money's being spent to discriminate against certain people that use cannabis against others, and the cops will just back off. That's what happened here. Like cops don't fuck with like weed's legal. As far as they're concerned, weed's legal. They don't know about any of this other bullshit.
Yeah, but not here
They
in
don't try to go,
Ohio.
oh
They're
wait,
trying to
where did
make
you
it
buy this weed?
illegal again.
Okay. But then in the first years, that used to be a thing. I remember I had like somebody had given me like a prescription, like something they bought. I used it. That's what I kept in my weed in the car because there was like stories that yeah, if it wasn't in like some packaging from like the fake 215 market at that time, then they can consider it. You you know you even if you have your medical card. Like they had all the most of it wasn't even like it was just people talking out the side of the neck because back in the 215 era and the basic framework of 215 really was vague at best. And this whole thing built around it, even doctors would charge you extra to give you this higher plant count. That was just a scam by them. There was no like actual. It was all based on sentencing guidelines. the federal sentencing guidelines was, oh, under 100 plants was like, oh, this. Anything over 100 plants becomes this higher thing to 1,000 plants, and over that becomes like life in prison shit, right? So, but then that would end up being trickled into the 215 dogma as like, but there was no like, there wasn't a CCB, there wasn't anything that regulated. It was just fly by night. Some
Well,
communities
see,
embraced it, other communities ran it out of town.
Ohio is supposed to be ran by the alcohol board because it's supposed to be treated like alcohol. So, meaning any place that you're allowed to drink alcohol, you should be able to enjoy cannabis. So, if you have a smoking section at a bar, you should be able to walk outside and have a joint.
Well,
Because
wait,
for a
Jeff, you're
long
in
time,
Colorado.
if
Wasn't
I
Colorado's
go to the
initial
bar,
thing
I wasn't drinking.
whenever when they passed the first thing in like 2012 or what a long time? I remember there was a part of the movement and the legalization in Colorado that was like saying, well, if alcohol can be better than cannabis, like it was like a part of the amendment, right? Like sort of like this, that places that, but then it's not treated like alcohol. It's like the opposite of it, right?
But, there's a lot of places in California you can't even smoke outside the restaurants. They don't even have smoking sections.
No, like there's cities like Encinitas and Cardiff, where I live in Cardiff. Yeah, it's cigarette smoking is banned, and they put up like signs and say, "Oh, under whatever PC code, whatever, and this amount of fine." There's no sign of cops enforcing it. But what it has done is the majority of people that live down there are like staunch non-smokers into being healthy. They pay all this money. They live at the beach. They're they drink like fish, but they don't smoke cigarettes. Right? They're like you can like. I was at Trader Joe's, right? And before I went in, I like before I even I was way at the edge of the parking lot and stood off to the side and just was having a cigarette. And then some people that were going to the store parked on this other side and came across. And like, there was only the one lady, but like, she was policing me herself. She's like, it's illegal to smoke cigarettes. I was like, oh, yeah, all right. Like, okay, what are you going to do? Like, I like acted like I was going to put it out. She just walked by and was like this confrontation. And that wasn't the first one I had because once you gave it to the people, and it's a big thing, like even at our place, I mean, we smoke weed up there. I smoke cigarettes outside on the driveway, and sometimes people walk by, kind of give you a look, but whatever. Um, but what's weird in both those places, they have a higher tax, so it's like known. I'm, don't buy your cigarettes on the coast, right? But like, oh, every liquor store, every store there sells cigarettes in a city that's banned cigarette smoking. You think, okay, we've banned cigarette smoking, and as a part of this whole thing of we're so anti-cigarette smoking, we're going to ban the sale of cigarettes in our city. And the reason they'll never do that is because there's all this tax money, right? So I think it's like quite contradictory of a like this way left, which I'm left, but like this is like one of those things where you let the people like go a little too far with the no smoking thing in the whole city. Uh, Even like it's not clear. Like I guess if you were smoking in your house, because a lot of these beach houses are like really close to each other, right? It's like a tight community like that. Yeah, so if you were smoking cigarettes in your own house, But the neighbor said, "Oh, hey, you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes," because that's sort of what it is too. Like, and like I say, it's like I don't think the cops give a fuck. They got bigger problems. But like when you make a law like that, then all these like I get it. You don't smoke cigarettes. You don't want but like they become like this power. Oh, and then it gets nasty, dude. Like they're not nice about it. I'll just say that. Except that their community is like banking millions of dollars a year off of like, yeah, like where I can get cigarettes for like $8, $9 out in where I'm at, it'd be like 12.50. Encinitas, Del Mar, all the coastal ones. It's because they're their own cities. They've added more taxes to that and a whole bunch of other things. Alcohol, all that. Like extra taxes for the city. So they ban smoking, but like, yeah, they sell cigarettes everywhere. That seems like okay, you really want to ban smoking in your city, then you ban the sale of cigarettes too. Like that would be like staying on message or whatever. No, this is like one of those cockamamie things where no, we still want the tax dollars from the sales of cigarettes, but you can't smoke them in our city.
Your camera's off, bud.
Oh, I was eating some pudding.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want, but I'm sorry. But
No, that's
yeah,
okay. I'm
contradiction.
sorry.
But then that's spreading. That there's like more places. All of a sudden heard that it's like that there, and then going, oh, Carlsbad voting that in, and this place is voting it in, and yeah, and then people just live life, like for the most part, yeah. People like someone like myself, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Now, whether most of the time, I just like I said that Trader Joe's, I went way out of the way. I get that, you know, um, and most people they just minding their own business. Not, oh no, but then there's these other people that like everything's their business.
Karen.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess that's what you call them. But on the
Yeah,
smoking thing, oh, it's a serious thing. And California's had it's built for years. Like I've continued to be a smoker, but oh, it's not. It's so it's like so shunned upon. Sorta. I mean, no, it's for sale everywhere, and plenty of people smoke. But then there's these non-smokers that are like, I don't know,
well, one
uh,
thing I noticed, you know,
boisterous or like a pit. Like it's not like they're just settled with, okay, you smoke over here in the smoking section. So we already have pretty much rules, and most people abide in them. Like I don't just like light up a cigarette anywhere I fucking want. And then when you go as far, okay, now if you want to go totally against cigarettes, then don't sell them in your area either.
I was
But to sell
looking
them
at the
and
calendar
then say you
for
can't smoke them
Cleveland.
here.
I was looking at the calendar for Cleveland of events coming up over like the next 5 weeks, I think they gave. And every weekend, there's an event, either a wine tasting or this liquor tasting, or we have a beer festival, anyways. But there was every weekend, there was something to do with alcohol. Why can't we have something to do with cannabis every weekend, too?
Yeah, but like even though you call those tastings, those are just sales. They're like a swap
Yeah.
meet for wine. I mean, that's what they are,
And
right?
different
Like,
wineries come in and hawk their wares and
okay,
give you a
yeah,
sample, try
no.
to get you to buy a bottle
The
or a
truth is,
case.
there is no reason that that business model shouldn't, cannabis can't fit into that and actually be a more positive business, meaning you don't have drunk drivers, you know, whatever, right? Um, but no, that seems like a big faux pas. Like, oh, wow, no, we couldn't do that. Like, even when you go up to 101 above Marin and go to Mendo and further. A lot of them are decrepit and shut down, but some of them have been upkept. They're like small wineries that have their own little tasting house, and
Yeah.
you know, uh, right? A lot of those can't compete with the bigger wine tasting machine or whatever. But and they've had better days. Those those places would be no different than if they had like when you go to them. Oh, they you drive up, it's all idyllic, fucking winery, everything's well kept, and they got all the grape rows and this, right? It's all part of the show of the wine tasting thing. And yeah, why wouldn't it be like same thing from the same area that cannabis has been grown in for decades, and you allow people to have marijuana plants just like where the grapes are, and a tasting, which most of those tastings, a couple of my friends that live up north, Johnny, he's made his living working like he's a salesman, but he works at like certain wine tasting companies or operations over the years. And yeah, because even if you don't have that wine in stock or it's last, people come in and they taste wines and you're trying to sign them up for like the home ship thing. Oh yeah, here's the deal. You can get 6 cases every month. You'll get every other month. You this one. Oh, you see the fields, but that's the grapes you're gonna get the wine from. It's like a whole operation. You do the same thing with weed. Fit that into that same thing, and that would be like a thriving thing. That would be like, oh yeah, there's a part of California that's known for growing weed all these years that you can go up to and do weed tastings and drive around and to the different winery type places set up at different things. Yeah, they've tried to fight for that shit, but it doesn't seem it made much progress. Even like at farmers markets or just as a fair trade commodity, right? No, like we're under all these other restrictions, like from the past that cost all this money and sucking the life out of the whole cannabis industry. Um, but welcome to 2025, really. I mean, what is, you know, if somehow this legalization thing and all that started in the early 60s or some shit, it would have went through decades without any of this. So this is all just products of the times we live in. This is how business is done. This is how money's made. This is how anything that has value of billions of dollars or hundreds of millions. Oh yeah, this is how it's chopped up in today's world. You know what I mean?
Well, it was started in like 1970s, I think 71, maybe 70.
Well, like the system quickly made it
But
that
there was no money backing it, just like here in Ohio, we had money, we could fight and we could do advertising and we can get signatures, but there's no money.
okay, with so many small businesses in different sectors started off with like hardly nothing but perseverance and built a fucking empire, right? Right? Took a lot decades and cannabis isn't that. It's like here we are, all these enthusiasts that have already spent enough years in the thing that oh, most of us would love the opportunity to throw our hat in the mix and have whether it's some establishment, right? Whether it's a dispensary type thing, coffee with
Or
weed, some
like you
weed
were
sales, but
talking,
like any
Michigan's got
number
a
of businesses,
Michigan's
right?
got their
Um,
where you can have your micro business is what you were kind of talking about. You're allowed to have
well, some places,
150 plants, then you're allowed to have your processing, and then a little shop to sell to the public on your
and
property in
in
Michigan.
like California has long history with cannabis. Certain regions of our state are it's an economical uh, uh, thing in those
livelihood.
communities over the yeah. Uh, like I say, that those areas in Mendo with all those wineries, most of them are decrepit at this point. Like that business is kind of not what it was either. But like you can't say, oh, I'm going to make a pot farm right off the road here, and it's going to be a tasting, and I'll have people come in and they can sample my stuff and sign up for, because we don't have one, we can't do the shipping or so many things. Like, wait, it's been so many years and everything else moves real quick on the bad side of the thing. But like any kind of things like making progress, we can't make any. There's been
No,
talk of certain things, clubs or this, like no, like treat the product just like all the don't have like detach it from being prohibition. Like yeah, it's still under all that weight of all those years, even though the law says, oh, it's recreational legal and you can buy it, whatever. There's still this like stigma, I guess you call it. I don't know. Where we haven't made much progress really politically on it. Like it shouldn't have all these extra restrictions and taxes and everything else. It should just be like anything else. And things like anything else, they pay their fair share too, to, for commerce and business and taxes and profits, and that's all part of business. It's not saying it shouldn't be any of that, but it shouldn't be this like system they set up. It seems to just be, as the longer it goes, you see how it's beyond corrupt from the whole thing. And if you think that the feds get in, oh, they'll come in kind of portray, oh, the rest of it's so corrupt, we're taking over. But then they'll be the corruptest of it all
yeah,
in the way they regulate it and
they'll just say
favoritism,
you have to buy from these companies and that's it.
or to play games at their level, you have to be those kind of companies to have the infrastructure and the depth of operating, like to go through the bureaucracy of all that.
Yeah, and their
Like
name's
you think it's
Philip
gonna easy
Morris.
to do, yeah, interstate commerce and all that. That's not easy to just get
It's
in on.
Philip Morris.
Well, most likely it'll be like, yeah, Monsanto doesn't exist anymore. I doubt it'll be Philip
It's
Morris,
Bear.
but it'll be like that money, those people, the
Yeah.
investment group or whatever it is. They will name it something, they probably have like what do you call it, test marketing things already going on the branding, the coloring, the look, the whole thing. Spending like I truly believe that they're like full steam ahead. There's like people within these corporations that are in groups or jobs that have like a long term play, and there's a bunch of companies on the side or people waiting to see how it plays out.
Well,
There's probably already
Marlboro's
a
had
bigger
the mock-up for a pack of joints for like 30 some years. It was pictured in
well
the article was in High
in,
Times
in
way
the in the
back when.
last 10 years. Somehow the tobacco companies bought up all the like most of the bad food brand companies, like like all the food is now
To
owned
serve
like the
their
conglomerate
drinks.
that owns that is tobacco. Like we're like we have no uh, law. We have the laws, but there's no like we're not trying to break up monopolies and conglomerates where it's like open to and the levels of that game are like deep. Like that's why there's those laws, antitrust laws, to prevent that from taking hold too much. We like, that's why they broke up Ma Bell and they broke up Standard Oil, and that was a different era. Today, those were monopolies. Today we got conglomerates. That's like
The
magnified
same thing.
monopoly by they're even bigger, and the tactics they're using it goes against like basic capitalism. I mean, the fairness of that and all that. I can There's so many, like they've got it all chopped up. There's fair, and then there's like the entertainment groups, and then there's you know even Vegas is like that. Oh, Vegas is like, oh, there's only really three companies that own, two companies own like 70% of everything. So crazy,
Yeah.
because that's just the way, like dog eat dog business of the current economy and the world globalization. I don't even know how to describe it. That's like, oh, if you don't become that and get eaten up by the bigger one, then just get eaten up.
Yeah. Because they
Like
dropped the
if you can't beat them,
prices.
yeah. And okay, and to a lot of people, oh, they get paid, so they've now entered the instant. Oh, I don't have to worry about money. I got paid off on this deal. They took my life's work and my company and everything. Doesn't matter. I got net worth. But you can't blame people for that.
No. And
I
you
think
can't
like
blame
a
the
couple
people for
generations ago,
selling the family business because it's like, hey, the kids don't want it. They don't have any interest in it. So
well,
I might as
even
well
that,
sell it now while I can
like
get something for the name.
because the 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 history of a lot of that is, oh, you want to play rough? They'll just gobble you up either way, and they'll take you down, and you'll have nothing either way. Because that's like, they take over or whatever. They can do a lot. These big. So you have no, like, it's like, okay, I guess you got me here. How much are you gonna pay me? All right, that sounds fair. I mean, I get that part. And even though cannabis to me is like a small time thing, because that's all it really is in my thing. All that combined is like billion trillion-dollar industry or some crazy thing. Like even as fucked up as it is, the amount of taxes that they say they collect overall in all the different places, pretty fucking high. Where that money gets spent, well, that's a different part of the story. But bottom line is they collect a bunch, a lot. All right, I think it's time to sign off because
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
was
going to
about
be
to
able to
say that,
keep
but I'm
talking
like,
and finish changing the waters. So I
yeah,
gotta
well, it's
like
almost 4 a.m. here, so I'm like
one
falling
ten to
asleep
one there.
almost.
Well, have a good uh rest of the weekend and keep growing and puffing, and that's it.
Peace out, everyone. Later, bud.
Later.